Let's go. Feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had to sun these boys, can't leave them bastards. A lot of dudes, just some undercover actress. I don't fall for it, I'm privy to all your tactics. Yeah, so try again, this time take a vitamin. Yeah, invite them in, welcome to the Lion's Den. And I'm Mufasa, big boss in charge of coming in like a bull. You see me raising the stock up. I'm sorry if I stutter, yeah. My brain move a little faster than others, yeah. I even keep a close eye on my brothers, cause sometimes it's your blood that turn into blood suckers, yeah. And I'm on a big mission. My whole team got a plate up in the kitchen, yeah. I'm talking everything, I make all the fixings, yeah. They come a long way from where they come up missing. I blame it on my confidence, yeah. Promise I'm really this astonishing. And yeah, you're now viewing the greatest of all time. No need for thank yous, the pleasure is all mine. That's my confidence. Yeah, that's right. No downplaying my accomplishments. You call me arrogant, I take it as a compliment. I got that confidence. Come on now.
It's our last day here in Mexico City as we conclude the Rainbow Six Siege Major. We've gone from 15 teams all the way down to 2, and it will be a clash between Team Empire from Russia, representing the European League, and of course Team One, the unlikely Brazilian champion here, coming into the finals, taking out the previous reigning major, or Six Invitational champions rather, at least eclipsing them in the bracket. They didn't make it out of groups, and then defeating the runners-up in Team Liquid. So are they the best team in Brazil right now?
I mean, I think undoubtedly. You can't say that they're anything but that. They've been surprising everybody so far this tournament, and they've already proven so much.
It's really nice that we finally get another Brazilian team getting thrown into the mix, but it is a Cinderella story against the titans of Europe that we've known in Rainbow Six Siege for such a long time. You really couldn't ask for a better matchup on paper.
I have to say, I've done a lot of esports events. The storylines in this one are some of the craziest I've ever seen. The fact that Team One is even here is extraordinary. We will be talking about their path to this title match, but that'll happen a little bit later. First up, take a look at our social media. Obviously, it will be #6Major, spelling out the 6 on Twitter. If you would like to tag the socials, it is at R6 esports.
Got to clarify every time.
Well, they're different. They're different. So just want to make sure people get it and can get in on the action on social media here today, because I think a lot of people are going to be very excited about what they're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the clash of the ages. I mean, for Team Empire, this is them back-to-back, potentially. It's been 2 years, but technically the reigning major champions.
It still would be reigning major champs, yeah.
Yeah, and Team One, I mean, those guys get kind of loud.
It's not to say that the online majors that we've had during the pandemic don't count for anything, but when you're able to have international competition, especially in a game like Siege, where we've seen some of the best matches at this event that we've seen over the past 2 years almost, it really is nice that we finally have the opportunity to welcome Team Empire and now Team One to a stage like this again.
I mean, no matter what, there are always going to be caveats to online play, especially when you consider a team like Empire, who does have high ping to Europe.
Sure.
So, that's part of their storyline coming in here, is that they were able to overcome that to take first place in the European League. But they've always been known as a LAN team and performers at LAN, and they're certainly showing that again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on the side of Team 1, they can't really be known as a LAN team because they've hardly been known as a team at all. I mean, this team formed 6 months ago. It's been a very short journey for Team 1, but an amazing one at that.
All right, we've got highlights from our semi-final matches yesterday. Team 1 in a stunning upset over Team Liquid and a very close fought, potentially, we'll get there, one of the best maps you guys have enjoyed in Rainbow Six in the match between Team Empire and BDS. First off, what did it mean for Team 1 to take out Team Liquid here? Because this is an extraordinary accomplishment.
Well, this is the first time ever that one of the old guard from Brazil has finally not really been considered one of the top, or the top team in all of BR. For Team 1, again, being so young, being a part of this new generation that encompasses MIBR and Furia, they've always had to play second fiddle to the legends of Brazil in Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, and NIP. For the first time, a new generation of Brazilian talent is on top.
I certainly hope that we can now open the floodgates a little bit to the potential of a Brazilian Big Four. We've kind of had that in North America for a very long time, but to add another team next to FaZe, NIP, and Liquid would certainly be an accomplishment. The question is, do we leave those 3 teams that I just mentioned kind of in their own old guard category and then start a brand new one for the other new blood in Brazil? Your MIBRs, your Team 1s, those kinds of guys. They're already like beginning to show a lot more consistency than expected, and they've been a team for 6 months. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can put Team 1 in a box, Jacob. This team is unlike any other team, not just in Brazil, but in the entire world. I think their, gameplay, but also their excitement has shown that today, and they're going to be looking really nice in this grand finals.
And a team that never seems excited is Team Empire, despite their success. I mean, you couldn't ask for more polar opposite styles, more polar opposite personalities between these two teams. That's what makes it such an exciting matchup. They took down the all-French roster of Team BDS yesterday. I think we basically got 2 upsets. Most people thought that BDS was going to win, and then also most people thought Liquid was going to win. So this was kind of the most unlikely combination of teams we could have seen in the finals.
Empire really all work, no play, but that's why they get the trophies, right? As we mentioned already, major champions reigning. I do think that their game against BDS was a little bit less of an upset. That one would have been very close on paper, and it was very close as it came down to it. But incredible stuff still for them to be able to claw out that victory against BDS. That was a very hard-fought match.
The online pandemic era for Team Empire was very hot and very cold to them, not to use the name of the player in this case. They had one stage in 2020 where they were very off in a lot of circumstances, and then turned the heat back up and won the online November Major against BDS. So that matchup is one that we've already seen several times in an online context, EUL notwithstanding. And now we're at a point where we got to see it again yesterday in probably the single biggest barn burner of this entire event. BDS very nearly pulling back the comeback that we should not have seen, and it was this close.
3 months ago, the jokes were flying about Joystick being washed, Empire being done for. They didn't get any SI points in Stage 1. They did that poorly.
Well, they had to adapt their team style due to the online era and the fact that they did have high ping. They've done that successfully. And you can see a Joystick blowing kisses to all of you at home. Here were our groups, by the way, if you're taking a look. Probably quickly, the biggest surprise was Ninjas in Pajamas, reigning invitational champions, not making it out of Group C, being upset back-to-back by the Korean team, Damwon Kia, which is huge surprise. Also, Group D, you can see Empire coming out of there in second place to Team Liquid, and Team 1 coming out in second place to BDS in Group A. So neither of our finals teams were actually top of their group.
Yeah, and in fact, both of our semifinals, or all of our semifinals, came from just Groups A and D. So it really shows you the power and how difficult the road to success was for both Team 1 and Team Empire. They didn't have an easy time in group, they didn't have an easy bracket to get here, but they made it anyways.
We keep on having the argument about which group would have been the group of death, and if Team Empire is capable of winning this game, which I think they are, if they do, I think that's pretty conclusive proof that Group D was, in fact, the hardest to get out of in this case. It was the one where they not only had the hardest hardest group, but also the toughest bracket. SSG Empire was touted as probably the single biggest game overall in the quarterfinals, and it ended up being a disappointment because Empire showed how washed SSG can be on grand stages sometimes, and then that game against BDS kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, unfortunately, we only really got one good half, and it was the last half of both of those maps.
True.
It made me hunger for more had SSG showed up just a little bit earlier in that match, but that's how it goes. What are the teams fighting for today? Well, SI points, a lot of them, which is very important because it does relax you a little bit if you can qualify. And we already had Team Liquid as the first team qualified officially for the 6 Invitational, even though they did not make the grand finals. First place also $200,000, a lot of money. It's $500,000 total dollars distributed amongst the teams at this event. Is anybody else going to qualify today, potentially, Jesse?
Potentially. Team 1, if they can win this grand final match, they'll secure enough SI points to lock down the second spot at 6 Invitational 2022, meeting Team Liquid there at the biggest event of the year. And for Team Empire, this is still an important game. As I mentioned, they got 0 points through Stage 1, so their odds increased from 64% to 78%. That's a big jump.
All right, well, we're going to talk about our MVP of the semifinals and then discuss who is the leading candidate for the tournament MVP overall. Yesterday, it was Joystick from Team Empire that did win the MVP award. So Joystick is a player that maybe he's in contention for MVP depending on how his grand final goes. But for the most part, he was quiet compared to players like Dan and like Shepard on the Empire roster for the majority of this tournament. However, dropped 20 in this final match on Consulate, which was absolutely crucial to the Team Empire win.
Joystick is that player that when Team Empire get going, he is going to drive full speed ahead right into the enemy team. He's going to swing you when you're not expecting it. He's going to get inside your head, and he's just one of the most frustrating players to play against because he can get so aggressive, but not when you're expecting it.
There were some parallels between how he played in both the SI groups and playoffs and to now. Really, really solid. Not exemplary like he was at SI during this group stage, but when we got to playoffs, I was a little concerned that maybe the reason that he fell off at the 6 Invitational playoffs might rear its ugly head here. Definitely not the case. There were a couple of maps where he, like you mentioned, was pretty quiet, but in every other circumstance since, he's either been the clutch factor, the guy who goes in and grabs frags, roam clears like no other, or is still capable of creating impact in other parts of the map.
And when we talk about Joystick, a lot of fans will be used to his old carry performances, but part of what you guys have been telling me is that his role has shifted on this roster. And that's part of the changes that Empire has made overall to becoming a more structured team, to really getting their protocols down. Is it poor performance by Joystick, or is it more different expectations of him within the context of his team?
I think it's definitely the second option there, right? I mean, you look at the group stage versus even just that last matchup, and when Joystick gets thrown on those more aggressive roles, when he's allowed to frag out like that, he absolutely can find the kills that he needs to for his squad. I think throughout the group stage, he definitely played more of a, I guess, like flank hunting, roam clearer type of role rather than that Zofia, that Ashe, that Yana. He was more walking the Jackal, rocking those operators that don't have the most amazing guns, and he was leading those operators get picked by Dan, which made Dan play a whole lot better and I think gave Empire the edge.
And even if for some reason he's not performing up to the same standard we expected of him maybe back in 2019, where he was a big factor in leading Team Empire to that Raleigh Major victory, it's Dan and Shepard. The entire rest of the way. Shepard, by the way, could very well also be in that MVP contention because he's leading the way for support players, but he's not even necessarily doing everything just like solely from a support player aspect. He is doing things in every corner of the map, whether he's planting, whether he's in a 1vx scenario, whether he's getting kills and then going in for a plant. Whatever Shepard is doing is really towing Empire all the way there.
So right now, who is the leading MVP candidate on both of these teams, do you think? Because start with Team 1, because we haven't discussed them yet. Levy probably is the leading MVP candidate. Alamau has also been having an amazing performance, but those are kind of the two names that come up most frequently.
Yeah, I think those are definitely the names that are going to be in the contention for the MVP spot for Team 1. I mean, Alamau was definitely the name people were talking about coming into things, but Levy was really slept on coming into this tournament. I think he's always been a really strong player, but just overshadowed a little bit. For Levy, if he can step up and have a great grand finals, I think he could be the difference maker and would deserve that MVP spot.
Alamau's been the one that's had the most consistency so far, and that's for all of the BR6 stages that this team has played so far. But Levy has only had the opportunity to showcase his skills so far at this major, which has been really good because Team 1 have needed somebody to step up, and we've had questions about other players on that team. But no, it seems like Levy, very much in my mind at this point, is the guy who, if there was an MVP if Team 1 won, should be him.
Yeah, and for Team Empire's sake, I mean, I genuinely think Shepard is the best support in the world. People were throwing Bride's name all over the place.
For good reason, to be fair.
For good reason. Bride's fantastic, but he did lose. And I said before that semifinal even that I thought Shepard had a better tournament.
All right, guys. Well, we've got a lot of esports in front of us, but before we get there, we are going to take a close look at the next installment in the Rainbow Six franchise. It will be Rainbow Six Extraction. Got a little video here from developer Richard Stanford, who's going to be diving into everything that R6 Extraction is bringing to you in January 2022.
Hey everyone, I'm really excited to be here at the Six Major to give you an update on Rainbow Six Extraction. In June, we gave you a first look at Rainbow Six Extraction's gameplay, a small taste of the full experience. We know that you're ready to learn more about the full scope of the game, and we're ready to show you what awaits you in Extraction. So, let's get to it.
Hey everyone, we are excited to give you a closer look at Rainbow Six Extraction. In this co-op PvE experience, elite Rainbow Six operators take on a new terror, the Archeans. Whether you go it alone or in a squad of 3, no incursion is ever the same. Dynamic variables change every time you enter a map, so you'll need strong team strategy and communication to make it out alive. You choose from 18 elite operators, each with their own unique abilities, progression paths, playstyles, and customization options. Build the right team to complete your mission with over 800 possible squad combinations. Create new entry points with Hibana's sticky explosives, or find cover using Capitão's smokescreen. And yes, Tachanka's mounted LMG is back. The alien threat has resurfaced in San Francisco, New Mexico, Alaska, and New York. These 4 regions host 12 large-scale environments, all at least 3 times bigger than most Rainbow Six Siege maps. You'll fight through ruined casinos and hotels, overrun research centers, and a ravaged Liberty Island, with objectives, enemies, and modifiers that change with each playthrough. You'll need to adapt your strategy to each of the 13 high-stakes mission types that await you. Lure an Archean into a high-tech trap to capture it alive. Or destroy contaminated nests and extract intel. If an operator falls behind enemy lines and fails to extract, they go MIA. Your team will have to re-enter the containment zone and go all or nothing to earn back your fallen operator, along with all their valuable gear and upgrades.
React Medical will take it from here.
React Tech brings a new arsenal of weaponry and gadgets to give you a tactical advantage. Pinned down by multiple enemies, the field wall will block any parasite projectiles unleashed in your direction. Being charged face-on, glue grenades will temporarily slow down the parasite's movements. Racing to safety after a botched mission, the React laser will destroy any black sprawl in your path. With 25 different types of gadgets and over 65 custom-designed weapons, how you decide to strategically engage the enemy is entirely up to you. Consuming the environments, a variety of parasitic threats deliver challenging and unpredictable gameplay moments. These 13 diverse and lethal enemy types have their own abilities and randomly occurring mutations, leading to intense, one-of-a-kind engagements. As you progress, you'll come to face the most dangerous enemies in the game, the Proteans. These parasites mimic our operator's form and DNA in a shocking and deadly fashion. Every time you complete an objective, your squad must make a difficult decision. Extract to bank your progress, or push to the next zone to face tougher enemies, uncover new intel, and earn greater rewards. But be warned, risking it all could have deadly consequences.
We have an operator in stasis.
Completing objectives allows you to advance your operator's gear, weaponry, and abilities in an entirely new way. Whether you're upgrading Sledge's hammer to stun tougher enemies, or leveling up Vigil to cloak your entire squad, who you choose to progress is completely in your hands. With each new milestone, you also gain access to permanent unlocks like maps, operators, gadgets, and lore, as well as higher difficulty levels and new cosmetics. With free post-launch content and game-changing thematic events, plus a ranked mode for competitive players, the only question left is, who's got your 6?
Thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed this look at Rainbow Six Extraction. From release to our free post-launch content, we are excited to give you more ways to play with the operators that you love. And remember, Extraction supports cross-play and cross-progression so that you are able to play with your friends no matter where they are. We also have special offers for Rainbow Six Siege players. If you play both Siege and Extraction, you'll get the United Front bundle, a set of epic rarity skins for 4 different operators across both games. We'll see you again at the November Major, and stay tuned for more announcements to come. Until then, follow us on social media for more.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
This is the moment we have been waiting for, the grand final of the 6 Mexico Major. From every single corner of the globe, teams have battled it out, and now it falls to one of these 2 teams. One, a Russian machine, well-oiled and running full steam against the brand new challengers from Latin America with some of the most impressive mechanical skill Mexico has ever seen. They've taken down the tournament favorites to get here. Let's bring them out. It's Team 1! Performance throughout their triumphant run is Alamau. Up next, the Slayer from the semifinal, shutting down Team Liquid, Levy. Our penultimate member of this roster, it's KDS, flexing his way through the operator lineup. And finally, sledging his way from the bottom to the top of this competition is Neskin. Underdogs from the start of this tournament and still underdogs in this final. Does Team 1 have what it takes to claim this? We will find out. Standing in their way of achieving victory, it's the Russian machines themselves, Team Empire! First up for Empire, the central processing unit of this squad, leading them to victory, is Shepard. Second for this team, some say he's only half man and half machine. It's the cyborg himself, Joystick. Next up, it's the skeleton key to this team's success, Dan. Coming up next is a player who can certainly hold his own in a clutch situation. Let's bring out Scyther. And finally, to round out this unstoppable machine, it's the backbone of the squad, Ace. After a long winter's rest, this machine is finally booting up again for the first time since Raleigh. But will their performance be enough to best Team 1? Days, 49 matches, 13 eliminations, and 1 best of 5. It's Team 1 versus Empire!
Now, this Mexico Major has been one of the most extraordinary journeys, especially for Team 1. What an unlikely team to have here in the Grand Finals overall. Not only because they weren't the top team in Brazil, they weren't the defending 6 Invitational champions, they weren't the defending 6 Invitational runner-up. They were a team that came in as the number 2 seed. A lot of people said they didn't even deserve that because NIP and Team Liquid hit each other in their domestic semifinal. So Team 1 kind of got a pass beyond those 2 top teams. Now, that said, they come in here. They then lose their first 3 games. They lose to every team in their group in their initial round robin. Then they turn it on. Then they're in a position in their final game of the group stage where they literally cannot lose another round. They have to win 7-2 against Team Cyclops. They somehow pull off that unlikely feat that then forces a tiebreaker match against Cyclops, which they also win. And then they come through and they steamroll through the quarterfinals, go to the 3rd map in the semifinal, shut out Team Liquid in that map, and make it all the way here. So they have won 8 of their last 9 games at this point after being down 0-3. This is a remarkable turnaround for this Team 1 team.
Absolutely nobody expected this squad to make it to the finals. Barely anybody picked them to get out of groups. I mean, that was still up in the air when we started this tournament. I've got to say that this team is so young. They're so new. They're by far the newest team to ever make a major grand finals. And so for them just to be here is such an amazing accomplishment. But they've got one more step.
Everything about this Team 1 story so far has suggested that if they make one more mistake, wherever it might be, they're out of the equation. But every single time they've been in a position where that mistake is on the cards, they haven't done it. That game against Cyclops to force the tiebreaker is enough of an example of that. The tiebreaker game itself also serves as a phenomenal example of what this team can do when the pressure is on them. And even to a certain extent for that, the game that forced the tiebreaker, I'm still curious whether they knew that they couldn't lose another round. Like,
they did.
Yeah, I'm very certain that their coach told them, hey, we got to win 7-2, or like there's nothing else to it. If that game was a 7-3, we would not be sitting here looking at Team One on this side of the stage.
No, it is absolutely extraordinary what Team One has accomplished, and they have just been clutch at this event. Every time they were on the cusp of elimination, they have managed to pull it out. They come back stronger. They have been extremely momentum-based, and it seems like their teamwork, their preparation coming into this event, they say they practice harder than any other team in Brazil, and it has shown they've grown remarkably, even between the end of their domestic championship and coming here to the Six Major.
And after they get out of these tough positions, when they clutch up, then they just turn it on. I mean, 7-0ing Team Liquid on map 3.
Who would have thought?
Dominating Cyclops, a team that they said was the best team they've ever played against in that final the tiebreaker match, right? So it's been incredible, their journey.
We're looking at a case where everyone on this team has also managed to have their own game where they've been able to shine. We've had some questions about guys like Neskin or Lugonis or KDS on occasion. We had KDS show up in a really big way yesterday, which is why we gave him the MVP for their series against Team Liquid. Alamau has always been leading the charge for this squad. Levy's had a really good performance so far where he's now beginning to showcase what he can do on an international stage where that opportunity hasn't been afforded to him before. But everyone on this team has had somewhere they've been able to shine, if it's having a really high kill game at some point during the course of this tournament, if it means that they've been a clutch master on multiple occasions, whatever the case may be, everyone on this Team One squad has shown that they are capable of really raising their skill level when the chips are high.
Yeah, it's been an incredible run to watch, and I think, again, they are going to be the underdogs coming into this match. I'll get your guys' predictions as we go right into game. But that said, they have surpassed everyone's expectations. Every time they have been the underdog, they've pulled out the win. So they're on some kind of ride right now on that momentum, and so we might have a very close final here. On the other side, coming from the other side of the bracket, has been Team Empire. Now, Empire, the all-Russian team, did finish in first place in their domestic league in Europe in spite of the ping that they were playing with from Russia. Now, they did have some disappointing finishes in stage 1 of this year, but they took those losses to heart. They came back, they said, okay, we can't play the way necessarily that we have in the past, due to the fact that we're online. We're going to turn ourselves into a more structured team. We're going to make sure our protocols, our strategies are airtight. And they come back, and even with that ping win, now they're on a zero ping environment, and they have the structure they've developed. Has that been the key to their success?
Yeah, and the funny part about it is they won the November Major, the online November Major in 2020, then had that really strange drop-off in Stage 1 of the EUL for this season. So somewhere along the way, they tried a couple of things out. Maybe it was a role swap here or there. Maybe it was the idea in which they played, perhaps more aggressive or less aggressive. What they did in Stage 1 of EUL very clearly did not work. So what did they do? Go back to basics. What's their formula that enabled them to get that November Major victory in the Stage 2 of last year? And so far, everything looks like we're back to a well-oiled machine, regardless if it's online or offline. For them, it does make a massive difference because of those ping and connection problems, but they don't exist here, and they're just playing their game better than anyone else has even attempted to play theirs so far.
Empire surprised everybody 3 months ago when they came into SI as a team that was looking super shaky and then topped their group.
Yeah.
Did pretty well in the bracket. They did get knocked out to the lower bracket pretty early, but went for a bit of a run before finally getting eliminated from that tournament. I still believe that this is a team that has the potential to turn on in any LAN environment. And it seems like a similar story here in this tournament. Although they were the #1 seeded of Europe, a lot of the analysts, including myself, didn't think that this was one of the best teams in Europe. I was thinking that BDS was the stronger team, but the semifinals don't lie. Empire was champions.
Well, I mean, it was as close as close could be. It went to a third map. It went to 15 rounds in overtime. In fact, if you total all the rounds throughout that series, Empire won by 1 round.
Yep.
One round. It was 7-5, 7-5, and then 8-7. So really, really intense. Now, I'm going to ask you one question before we go into maps, which is, which team had the harder playoff run to get to this point? Because you look at Team 1, they had Dark Zero under some unfortunate conditions. Then they had to face the powerhouse in Team Liquid. On the other side, you have Empire, starting with the #1 seed from North America and Space Station Gaming, and then concluding with BDS. So which had the harder run overall?
I can't say that a run with Liquid in it was the easier run. I mean, Liquid is supposed to be the kings of Rainbow Six right now. They're supposed to dominate this bracket once NIP got eliminated, but that didn't happen. Team One upset them, and they upset them in such a fashion. I mean, it's incredible. I've got to say Team One.
He didn't say who had the hardest opponent. He said who had the hardest run. And overall, that was absolutely the other side of the bracket for Team Empire. They had a hard one to go through because Team One faced a handicapped Dark Zero in their very first game. So that already, for me, kind of rules them out of the running. And they usually play Team Liquid and have some decent success, even if it doesn't always translate to wins. Empire, on the other hand, counter-strat, or it didn't even have to counter-strat, did everything SSG was trying to do far better, easy 2-0 victory. And then for their game yesterday, I don't think you need to look any further than that entire series and that console game, especially, to understand just how much turmoil Empire had to go through to get to this moment. So it's definitely Empire.
All right. Well, difference of opinion, but it is hard to decide.
A hard question.
It's a really hard question. We're going to get into our veto right now to see which teams, or which maps rather, we will be seeing in the grand finals.
So this is going to be a very interesting map ban phase. The one map I've got my eye on is Chalet. It's usually Team Empire's permaban, but when they were in, okay, they're going to pick Clubhouse. When they were in the final game of groups where it was do or die, they left it up. IG chose not to play it. I wonder if Team One will make the same decision. Now, Clubhouse makes a lot of sense. They're going to go ahead and pick it. Little shocking for me. I thought that maybe they'd let this go a bit deeper, but this will be the first time we ever see Team Empire play Chalet. That's a big deal.
I love the fact that we're actually seeing a Chalet come through. It was Team One's best map so far through all of their time spent in BR6, so it's wonderful that we see it here. And Oregon ban's honestly a little bit surprising. I figured Empire would have had a kind of a safety net to use on this one, but Team One also a very good Oregon team overall, so it's not shocking. And no Cafe. Even though there were teams that picked Cafe against Team Empire through their playoff bracket, they still won every single time Cafe was played in both of their playoff best of threes, so the fact that it's gone honestly makes sense for Team One.
Those bans are so surprising. I've definitely felt that Team One's play on Oregon recently has been kind of, at least at this tournament, has been shocking. And similarly for Cafe. I mean, Empire have had some rough games on Cafe. But regardless, they're going to pick Coastline. That's the one I think a lot of people are excited to see from Team Empire. They're on a 6-game win streak there, but Team One are very strong as well. And as we finish this out with Consulate and Villa. Villa will be a very close one. That was played at the 6 Invitational bracket. 7-2 was the scoreline favoring Empire that time. If we get there again, it'll be tough.
2 maps in this rotation are maps that Empire have only played either sparingly or have not won at all. There is a Chalet on the board, which they haven't touched at all for the Mexico Major, and then Coastline, which it says it's got a 0% win rate, but still, we know what Empire can do on Coastline.
However, Empire has teased Chalet.
Yes.
Versus IG in the group stage. So we know that they must be at least somewhat willing to play this map, and they had a very fortunate group stage where they only showed 2 maps. They only showed a third in the quarterfinals. So they've been able, I think, to hide a lot of the strats that they've been preparing, even coming into this final. Now, there's a lot to unpack here. First off, as you alluded to, at the 6 Invitational, this is a rematch. And so what we saw was Team Empire eliminating Team One in the lower bracket, and they did it in style as well. It was a 2-0. There were only 2 rounds that were won by Team One. It was a 7-2 to Empire on Villa, and it was a 7-0 shutout on Clubhouse. So you can understand why the Clubhouse pick is coming back now.
I think it makes a lot of sense for Team Empire to want to play these maps again and again. They also played in the group stage. That was a little bit closer, 7-4, but an overall round differential for these 2 teams being 21-6 is not promising for the Brazilians.
It's not, and that game against Empire in that lower bracket of SI, dare I say that was a very pissed off Empire, so to speak. So in this case, the anger of being knocked into a lower bracket does not exist, and Team One still, it's shocking to me that they're on this stage in the first place. Well, how am I looking at this team in this graphic right now?
Yeah, Team One, they are here in spite of having potentially a little bit of a weaker attack so far at this event, but they've had some real highs as well. As you can see right now, it's going to be Alamau, who is the reigning Rookie of the Year, absolutely extraordinary player who has shown his chops alongside Levy, you can see there on the left of your screen, throughout this tournament. So what has been the biggest strengths that you guys have seen from Team One?
I mean, it's got to be their defenses, right? They can get so aggressive, and their swings are happening at the absolute perfect moments that they like to, go with against all of these teams in the bracket and in the group stage as well. The way that this team is able to just go for plays that nobody else should be able to make work, it has been incredible. They're very objective focused. I think that the way that they can throw this and stop the plant from happening with their plant denial has been fantastic. They've just been a joy to watch.
Jacob, if there had to be a weakness to this team, what would you say Team 1 vulnerability has been?
There's two small things. The first is their droning. I'm a little worried about their intel gathering and what they're actually able to do with said intel. And the other thing is they are not as aggressive or as fast moving as any other LATAM team probably in the course of this bracket. So those two things combined might be weaknesses, but they're still in the grand finals for a reason.
And we've talked about Levy, probably the front runner on Team 1 coming into the finals for that MVP status. He has been a standout player. How would you describe Levy's play?
So Levy is this really powerful flank watch. He's almost similar to Laxing for the North American fans because he can get so aggressive and do so well, but his role really is to shut down that aggression. And I really want to highlight his opening kill death ratio. Overall for the event, he's been 11 and 14. Not amazing, but look at the difference between Cyclops Gaming and BDS. Cyclops are a very aggressive team. They go for some honestly kind of dumb plays.
Sometimes.
Often it works, but Levy's the guy who's been consistently shutting that down. You flip the script though, you go to a team like BDS that don't make those same type of plays, and Levy has struggled. Team 1 are great at stopping aggression, but they're not as good at hunting down those picks on their own and making something happen.
It does make me a little bit worried about what Levy's going to do against a team like Empire simply for that fact. Levy being able to shut down dumb aggression is very nice when that happens, but I don't think that anything in this case will be dumb from Team Empire. They're cool, they're calculated. If they're making a push, they're doing it together because they can essentially read one another's minds at this stage. So if Levy's going to have another show of performance, it may have to come in a different way.
Yeah, when we look at Cyclops, they're the more individual players trying to make the hero plays. If you look at BDS or Empire, by the time you see one of them, there's another one behind you.
Yep.
So it makes it a lot harder to pull that off. All right, let's take a look at Team Empire right now, the Russian squad in this grand final. Now, they had a very nail-biting game against BDS.
Again.
It was one round difference that could have seen BDS, the French roster, in this final instead. What was it about Empire that really allowed them to pull out that semifinal? Because it was scary. They were up 5-1 at one point in time, and they almost allowed that comeback, had to win 8-7 in the end.
It seriously looked like they were choking that game away. I mean, I was convinced it was done. BDS's comeback was incredible, but it didn't happen in the end. I really think Empire's attacks have been the star of the show so far here at the tournament. The way that they're able to execute, the way that Shepard is able to consistently get that plant down, the way that Dan is able to protect him time and time again. There were so many moments in that last game against BDS where Empire clutched out the most incredible rounds in overtime. It was insane to watch.
Yeah, and as we look at the players here, it hasn't been Joystick who has been on top, even though he was the semifinal MVP. It's been Dan and Shepard. Dan is not a name that you probably would have heard a lot coming into this tournament, while Shepard was regarded as a top support player, right, Jacob? So tell me about Dan and why Dan's performance has been outstanding.
He's been a lot of the aggression from Team Empire overall. Back at the 6 Major Raleigh, he was that Zoph guy. He's playing Zofia all the time. He's looking for the early picks, or he's trying to create space throughout the mid-round. These days, he's still doing a lot of the same mid-round stuff that he did from forever ago, but that's been his primary focus. It's not his responsibility to grab the opening kill. He's plant protection, and he's done an exquisite job of that, especially in their semifinal and their quarterfinal matchups, where if Shepard is going for a plant, Dan is always there, right next to him. It's almost like the entire goal for Team Empire is keep two guys alive. Shepard, who has to get the diffuser down, and Dan, because he needs to be alive to hold every angle imaginable, and he does. He'll look at every potential avenue for the defender's team to come back in and stop a plant from going down, and he has the kills nearly every single time. These two are the best power duo in Europe right now.
And Shepard, you might think that he's herding livestock, but he's actually a farmer because he's got all the plants. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Shepard,
Let's go.
18 plants is the most so far in this tournament. Of course, Bride was right there behind him, but he has pulled away with the majority of the plants so far in this tournament. He's also got the second most plants in Europe with 14 in the regular season. So he's been this hard support over and over again. And it's not just the objective focus that I love from him. His smoke play this tournament has been insane. One of the highlights for Team Empire for sure.
Yeah, really good stuff. Now we're going to do a comparison between these two teams, and I'm going to start with you, Jesse, because it's unusual to have such a stylistic difference, right? You have this Team Empire team that has been very good on attack, but has been kind of lackluster on defense. And you guys alluded to the fact that they've been kind of choking in some of these matches, choking away their leads. But you have to lose in order to choke. So they've been more gaggers, if anything, making you very nervous, but they're able to actually pull out those wins in the end. On the other side, you have Team One. They were one of the top defensive teams coming into this tournament, but they've struggled on attack. So why don't you break down some of those stats about attack versus defense and their two very polar opposite styles?
Yeah, I mean, I will say for Team Empire, I think the biggest thing is just the fact that they've been doing so well at the start of games, and then they've definitely fallen off in the second set of 6 rounds. They've got a 62% win rate in their first half. They've got only a 47% win rate in their second half. And you might think that's due to attack versus defensive differences, but it's actually not. That's between 6 rounds starting on defense versus 5 rounds starting on attack. So they're very equal in terms of what side they're starting on, but they're always stronger right out the gate and then slow down later. In terms of the actual stats going back and forth between their attacks and defenses, Empire have not had bad defenses. 52% is a little bit lower than what you'd like, but their attacks have definitely been the stars. 59% attacking win rate is the highest at this entire tournament, and they've been so good in that respect.
So when we end up getting to those points where it is Empire attacking, Team One defending, now we're looking at a scenario where both teams will very much be playing their best Siege. It's not to say that when those roles are reversed that we're going to see either one of them start playing badly. It's just that both of them at this point have a pretty defined strength. And I think a big problem for me was that droning point I mentioned from before about Team One as a big catalyst for why they haven't been able to convert a lot of those attacking rounds into relative successes. I do think their playoffs have shown that they can do more from an attacking point of view. The reason we talk about Levy so much is because he's a flank watch on attack as opposed to defense, and it's showing up in a really big way for Team One. It just needs to show up more because Empire's strength isn't so much on defense as much.
Yeah, and I will say, like, I don't think Empire is a bad defensive team, but Team One definitely have had their struggles on attack. 45% attacking win rate throughout this event is not where you want to be. That's below average for all the teams, including the ones getting knocked out of groups. But their defense, I mean, 68% is really nice.
Well, there is the factor to consider, too, that Team One did take out another structured team.
Yeah.
And it's like once they get on a roll and they're feeling themselves and they're going to like take those aggressive peaks and those aggressive swings, they were capable of 7-0ing Liquid in a final map. So I don't think it's so simple. Even if they do have these issues, it seems almost miraculous that they're able to overcome them at times. And, you know, it really just feels like their momentum powers them heading into these games. So with that, despite the differences between these teams, I am going to ask you to predict this match. Give me a map score as well, now that you know what those maps are.
Map score. Oh, boy.
Jacob, you want to go first?
Okay. I like Team One. I'm an NA guy. I like underdog storylines. I really do. But the issue for me is something that Empire actually said in their press conference, which is where they said the only region that they're necessarily concerned about is North America, because they don't really understand what North America does from a playstyle point of view. They kind of do a whole bunch of random, I won't say the other word that they mentioned right after that. But for Latin American teams, I think it's something that they can counter pretty easily. Empire play a game that is so structured and so systematic that I don't know if it's something that Team One is going to be able to break through. I do think Latin American aggression and the way that the Team One have played so far is going to lead to a very good series, but I'm going to give this to Team Empire. Map score 3-1.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, I've looked at the numbers, I've looked at the stats. Empire, on paper, are the better team. I don't deny that. But Jacob, stats mean nothing. And Team One are the team I predicted before this tournament even started to get out of groups. When they were down 3-0, I thought they would get out of groups. When they were in the quarterfinals, I said they would get into the semis. When they were in the semifinals, I flipped and went for Team Liquid. But now is when I'm going to go back to Team One like I never left. And I'm going to pick them to win this series. It's going to be a tight one, but 3-2 Team One.
All right. I love it. Love the split. We're going to get into it. Obviously going to be an extremely exciting finals, guys. And we are about ready for map 1. So it's time to send it over to our casters. Well, I thought it was Intero and Kickstar, but who's this entering the ring? Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our grand finals. I'm Intero. This is Kickstar, and we've got a best of 5 lined up for you today. One of these two teams on the stage will be crowned major champions. For Team Empire, it might be a second, technically third major champion, but for Team One, this is the first shot at glory that they've had.
You might not be able to tell, but I am smiling so wide under this mask, Parker. This is going to be an extremely exciting match for these teams. I'm really looking forward to going to the final map in this best of 5.
I said yesterday that I want all 5 maps, and I want a war. I want what we saw yesterday between BDS and Empire, both of these teams just beating the hell out of each other inside of the server, and we go the full distance. I don't want to be able to speak after all is said and done. Now, you might have noticed that we're wearing some luchador masks. These were handmade and were specifically given to us. The masks represent an important part of Mexican culture and are bound to be used by warriors that jump into the ring to represent what they stand for. So that's why we have them on, as a nod to the great country that we have been working out of for the last week or so.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting week, Parker, and we've had some amazing matches, and Mexico's been really great to us. I'm just happy to be here, happy that we've had the competition that we've had, and it's nice to pay a little bit of respect there as we go into the very first map of this very exciting best of 5. Not BDS. Team 1 versus Empire going head-to-head on Clubhouse. I'm not sure what's going on with that
That'll
graphic.
be fixed. Don't worry.
Don't worry
It'll be fixed
about
at
that.
some point.
They
Yeah.
didn't actually qualify retroactively. That didn't happen.
Anyway, we'll get things underway here with Clubhouse.
So, loading into Clubhouse, the band's already started. It's going to be Thatcher, eliminated by Team 1 to start us off. Empire will answer with Habana. So this is already going to be one of those slow Clubhouses where the attackers don't have a lot of options. And, yeah, we've come to expect that with this map. The band's something along these lines almost every time. Valkyrie is going to be the first defensive ban, and Team 1, they'll get the last. Let's see what they decide to get rid of. It's Mute. Interesting. So, trying to make the roam that much more difficult, and I'll see if that works out well for that final ban. Now, with all the bans locked in, and map number 1 ready to start, it's Team 1 on defense first, so they will get to decide where we go. Looks like they're going to go to Gym.
Interesting.
I like this. Yeah.
Very, very interesting that that's where they'll choose to go.
So, going to that offsite, what is typically referred to as the tertiary on this map. To start things off, I think that's smart for Team 1. You kind of set the tempo in a way that is off-keter, and it's going to make your enemy think a little bit harder about what they want to do going into this match. They'll have to reconsider their operator selection. We'll see. Now, there is a community poll for this match as well, in case you guys and gals were wondering. We've got a pretty simple one. It's essentially, is Team 1 that team? The answer, yeah. So are they that team? That is the question. Make sure you vote on that one. I'm pretty sure Bartosz came up with that.
They couldn't fight back in the server, and they certainly can't fight back on Twitter, so.
Oof. Oof. F in the chat for Sonics. I don't know why we're ripping on them, though. This is Team 1 versus Empire. We've got a really exciting one as they set up inside of Cache. This is a far extension for Team 1. Nothing abnormal, just, you know, an extension, as we're used to seeing on this map. I like the Mira, by the way. Mira is not always in play on this map, and using her is always exciting.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on exactly what unfolds. It looked like Ali Mao was going to be running with that pulse, but is picked off of, so that's a little bit of intel that's gone. No Jaeger on the board, or sorry, I was going to say, we're going to have a Jaeger on the board this time, which will be in stark contrast to what we ended off the previous matchup yesterday with, which made it an absolute chaotic nightmare for the defenders. I suspect that things will be a little bit more standard with these two teams, just because of the way that the bans work out. And, well, the Mute ban is really the only one that catches my eye, as you talked about earlier on.
Yeah, I like to see little bans like that when you know what to expect from your opponent, and you're just going to go ahead and make it a little bit more difficult for them to do what they want to do. Empire are going to lose a little bit of structure with that Mute ban.
I don't know if they're ready to provoke KDS here on blue, but he'll walk right into the waiting arms of Joystick.
Oh,
but, he narrowly gets away, and Joystick misses an opportunity. That is not Joystick pictured in the camera. Levy, the leadoff kill. He takes out Dan. Down he goes. Scyther will follow, and Team 1, a chaotic defense to start off with. They miss an opportunity to secure on Scyther, but then they follow up with the Pokeball from Ali Mao, who picks up his second kill to start off this very first round.
A really great full court press for Team 1, and Empire are being denied entry into the building.
Cover me, reloading!
Well, it's going to be a really tough one for Empire. It looked like they had the opportunity early on, but just things slipping by here and there, and 3 bodies on the floor already. I mean, this is a pretty auspicious start for Team 1. I mean, the main thing is, this is a gym defense, and Empire have struggled to take server. That doesn't bode well, Parker.
No, not at all. They haven't, like I said, they have not been really granted access into the building. That deployable shield has been moved down. KDS will give his life away, but there's no follow-up from Red Stairs. A minute to go and a grenade from Shepard in hand, but he gets swung on as Ali Mao picks up kill number 3. Won't get more than that as always shuts him down, but still a huge deficit for Empire to claw themselves back from.
You love to see the fact that Empire is still fighting back, and even though they're down, they are not quite out. It's always the last player on his team, and it's the shield at the top of red once again to be the undoing of Empire. Team 1 take the first round.
Obviously very happy about that performance. Historically a very strong map for Team Empire, and if Team 1 can seal the deal here, then they'll set themselves up well, despite what the analyst desk thinks. Here's my thing with Team 1.
Oh, yeah?
Every single time we talk about how they've been going on this miracle run and how nobody can shut them down. But I think in many ways, though they have momentum behind them, I think we're discrediting the way that they've played a bit at this event. They've been able to take out 2 formidable teams here in the playoffs and then made that incredible run on the last day of groups. They are very much the real deal, and they should be acknowledged as such.
I still withhold judgment, Parker. I'm waiting for them to win this match, and if they do, then I would agree with you. Because my stance on it is this. Team 1 are a very young team, not only in terms of the roster inception, but also in terms of the ages on that squad. And I have seen countless young teams go on miracle runs, as you call them, and choke right at the end. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I am waiting to see what will happen before judgment is rendered, because this has been a very impressive one for Team 1. I admit that, and I respect it a lot. So some of the Siege that they've been playing is, I mean, borderline uncounterable in the way that it plays out. It's not necessarily structured. It's not necessarily aggressive. It's not necessarily just the individual. It's not the coordination. It's all of the different little factors combined in a way that is elevated to a level that other teams are just not ready for. And I think that's the biggest thing. They are so good at making enemy teams not ready for them. I mean, look at Empire in that first round. Empire was not expecting, on a gym defense, to have so much trouble getting into cash.
In all fairness, Empire did have a slow start against Team BDS.
That's true.
And we all know how that turned out.
And this is a best of 5.
So there's plenty of ground to try to come back from.
Right. And just a brief reminder, in case you missed it, it's been talked about a little bit here and there, but as you can see at the top of your screen, this is a best of 5 with no map advantage, obviously, because there's, well, no loser bracket. So you're going to have a real true result here with, you know, all the way to the bitter end spelt right all over it.
Well, this is a downstairs defense now on Church, but just like previous rounds, Team 1 are going to play up top. This is a roam that was famously made by Space Station, a team that Empire eliminated from this event. Ooh. Obviously, there's a very different look down here. And oh no, Joystick, he capitalizes though. Ali Mao swings on out, and that's easy for the Russian Cyborg to lead off round number 2.
Oh, that was scary for a second there, Parker. I was about to scream Siege timing at the top of my lungs, but Ali Mao not able to take out Joystick. And, oh, it's possibly a second. Yes, indeed. Dan gets KDS, and now Team 1 find them 2 down. It's not going to be easy to recover this, but if there's any team I would put my bet on, it would be Team 1 in this situation.
Neskin quite intent to go down swinging as he crosses over through the window, but his duel with Dan does not work out, and on the retreat, he's nowhere to be found. Levy gets one on to Always. That's the first member of Empire to perish, as Neskin is finished off by Dan on his second pick. The 2 remaining members from Team 1 will look to coalesce around the basement, but Lagonis is still holding steady up top, watching that billiards table. He's got his back to the bathroom.
He's going to need to make a play here, Parker. Obviously, being down 2 players is not ideal. So the fact that Lagonis has not been droned out and is not a known quality, especially with a Jacqueline play, is really unfortunate. If Joystick decides to scan those feet, though, and oh no, he gives away his position, and they're well aware now, and Lagonis will just straight lose the fight to Shepard, leaving Levy in the 1 versus 4.
Great work by Dan there on his 3-piece. Levy downstairs, he has no denial, just an impact at his disposal. And Dan is going to tear that up completely. Levy getting droned out. 30 seconds remain for them to find this last member for Team 1. Empire looking to equalize as they take the kitchen hatch as well. Levy has some marks into the hallway, and Joystick's attention is elsewhere. That's an easy double kill for Levy. Shepard getting the diffuser down, and 2 eyes from Empire will be watching it. Explosive re-entry to Church, but Levy's going to need a prayer here. Firing through the wall, and he gets finished off by Scyther. Levy guns him down.
Obviously not pious enough, Parker, and an unfortunate round there for Team 1. As they will go 1-1 here with Empire. Well done on the structure from Empire to bring that so decisively in their favor. It's the roam clear, starting off with 2 kills and then following it up with a 3rd. That's super important for Empire to manage their force control on the site later in the round. So, with that, not as slow of a start as what we saw the last time Empire was up on that stage in their match against BDS yesterday. That was a very rigorous and difficult match for both teams. Possibly one of the better matches in Siege history. If you haven't watched it, well, given that you're watching this right now, you know the result, but it's still worth giving it a look-see. Now, it's going to be a cash defense here. Team 1 have gone to every bomb site so far that you do go to on this map. Of course, Bar is not included in that list, even though it is technically an option. They're going to choose to go to cash for the 3rd. So I like that, again, Team 1 is upsetting the flow with the rounds, where they decide to go first, where they rotate to later. I think that's a good bet on a map like Clubhouse, where you know what to expect for the most part. Just changing up that slight little edge, I think it makes a huge difference. Lots of utility stacked onto the server wall to Surya Gates, an Electro Claw, and some Wamai discs. There is Jaeger in play. We've seen Jaeger banned on Clubhouse before, and it could be very difficult to play without him. But Team 1 have decided not to bring Jaeger, instead opting for the Wamai. Sometimes we'll even see both on this site, but not so here. Neskin going to be on the roam with the Aruni. He'll be able to make some seriously good rotations with that fist, open up those drop downs and fall back. One of the more dynamic roamers out there, actually. It's something that I think is undervalued, her ability to make those rotations. It's going to be some Maverick tricking, and they'll actually open up the wall first on the soft side. Impacts to get the Claymore, and a nice cover from Dan as KDS is forced back. He was looking to make an opportunity for himself there and put his team in the lead, but it just does not happen. Neskin still on the roam in the middle floor as he finds himself over by Billiards and Club. Wall finally opened up, and the rest of the soft wall will be opened as well by Dan in a moment. Always with the hammer. He's got Joystick in tow, and they are going to be pushing towards construction, trying to lock down some angles in the site. With the platform and construction control in favor of Empire, they've got a lot going for them, but Neskins could still be the upset factor for this round, as he finds himself below and behind 3 attackers. Some early engagements. It looks like Neskin's taken some damage, not entirely sure where from, but that might mean that Empire knows he's there. No control by Garage just yet. Joystick's on the drone, so he is watching the flank. They are being diligent, making sure that they don't get flanked in an inopportune moment. Droning into construction here, or actually downstairs. I think Always wants to know if there's C4 from below. Doesn't seem like there are any right now. Good use of the clash here from Lagonis. And he's going to be calling out a lot of information for his teammates, giving a mark on pallets, and that actually might be a freebie for his team if they play this right.
I'm going to be jumping in here for a sec, folks. We're going to do a little bit of a tag team in the middle of this matchup, and I'll see if I can help out Kickstar for just a moment. But as we jump into it, the action boiling down at the end of this round. Scyther looking to work his way in first for the team as Empire pushes their way forward into the site. Shepard, in fact, now leading the charge, getting himself to the deep corner here. Going to try to go for the plant, Always as well as excelling with a nade frag there. But Dan will pick up the real first kill here for the team now as they start taking them down and pushing more of the defenses out here for Team 1. Lagonis, unfortunately, on the clash, really not going to be able to contribute from the back line there with just a measly little SMG. So going to have to get more of the team back, but there's no real room to cover this now as Lagonis is brought even lower. More damage put against him. Tries to find a headshot angle, but it's not going to line up as Shepard now takes another kill, and Empire continue to excel in the midst of this fight.
2 versus 5. It's not going to be easy in the post plant. 20 seconds left. These two defenders, they have to do something, and it looks like nothing is actually the result, as it's a flawless round for Team Empire, and they are going to go up 2-1.
So Empire taking control of that round. And hello there, Kickstar. It's nice to be joining you here on the broadcast. Now,
good to have you.
Did have to step away for a moment, but he'll be returning a little bit later. And let's get your thoughts now. What we've been seeing inside of these first 3 rounds here is Empire clearly in control on the attacking side of Clubhouse, it seems.
Yeah, we saw that first round obviously go in favor of Team 1, but you could say that's a flash of the in the pan, a fluke. I actually thought what we were going to see as a result of that would have been a much more close 2 rounds to follow it up, because we always talk about the hype factor with Team 1. When they get that hype, when they build themselves up, you expect them to be able to convert that over to more rounds. But you get a fast start from Team 1, and then it's immediately answered by 2 rounds in a row from Empire. So that momentum that they were trying to build, Team 1, is completely blunted. And, you know, we talk about momentum a lot when we're casting Team 1, and it's specifically with them, it's a very relevant factor.
All right, so coming back into it now. On the inside of the 4th round, we'll see what exactly Team 1 are going to have to offer us on their more extended defense now, wrapping over, I believe, their tertiary site as they work over into the gym side. But obviously this usual extension coming into Cache is going to be set up as we tend to expect as well.
You know, this is interesting because it is the tertiary site usually, right? But it's the first one that Team 1 is bringing for their rotations. The first one they played at the beginning, you weren't here.
Yeah,
so
apologies for that miscall there. But very quickly hopping into this one.
But yeah, it's interesting to see. And I don't think we've ever had a 3-caster grand final before.
I don't think we have
this
either.
Is a first
this is a first for Siege.
Got to do something new. keep it fresh.
Keep it interesting.
You know, Levy inside a club, we've seen Team 1 do a lot of these roams where they're putting themselves way offside, not even in a rack corner, but like completely removed from the action. Just counting on the fact that Empire won't drone them out and the potential of a flank. But as we've discussed many times with Empire, they have not been falling victim to flanks.
No, they have not. And as a result of that, Empire's been having great control over the inside of these early round situations, disabling most of the advantage that the Team 1 would be trying to get for themselves inside of these first minute or so of the round here. Speaking of that early action now from Empire, already opening up the balcony pathway. They're going to move their way forward and start to, beginning at least, of the clear out over here towards the top of red. Alamau's position quickly deteriorated. He does have a second reinforced shield to play off of there, but it is only to support for the play coming out. Nitrocell also chucked, but it's way too early, unfortunately. No one from Empire going to fall victim to that.
Yeah, bad timing here for Team 1 right now. And Empire, you can see a lot more passive on their clear for Cache. They've realized that this is an integral part of the site, but we were talking about the flanks and how important they could be. How the Empire has not been falling victim. It's the first kill for Team 1, and it's Neskin onto Scyther over by Cache.
The Cache hold still maintaining its position here for Team 1. And if Empire are not going to be able to work their way past this could be a major issue going into the late round. Even worse now, KDS sneaking in, but just as I say that, 2 trades come out from Empire as Always and Dan strike true, knocking out a large part of the defenses. Important to note, of course, that Cache setup still very much alive, but now that they've lost the player count, they're going to fall back and play into the site.
I think that's the right call. We've hit the last minute here, and there's only 3 players on each team. You may as well force yourself back and just say, you know what, we'll hold the bottlenecks we know will give us the most advantage here. And that's going to prompt Empire to start assessing the site, figure out, okay, where do we attack? How are we going to handle this? Is it going to be a balcony push? Will they be able to get open Jacuzzi? I doubt it. They could possibly with Shepard, but
no time, I don't think.
There's no time.
So they're going to have to brute force their way in through construction. And the first player to move in is going to have the case as well. So Lagonis dropping out Shepard limits the capability for Empire as they try to shift their way over, still to try and take some logic control away. Lagonis is happy with the kill he's got, and he's not going to hold the aggressive angle against the mirror window any further. It does open up a little bit of a pathway here for Empire, but still not a clean one in any extent. Always going to hop over into Logi, try to challenge Lagonis around the corner. He's got the M590 primed for this fight. Members of Empire will try to take it at long range, but it won't work out. Yes, so 1 for 1, and now a second hold on here for Always as he's got a triple on the round. 5 seconds left to hunt down Neskin, though. He'll look for him behind the mirror window. That's incorrect, and that hop will seal the deal in the round. The wrong call and the wrong play gives Team 1 their second round.
And you know he would have landed the shot, Blue. You could just tell from Always landing those shots inside of Office. He was primed and ready. SMG-11, highest DPS automatic gun in the game. It could have easily been an Empire round, but real props to Team 1 for making the right decision time after time. They get those picks early by cashing. Yeah, they get refragged, but they fall back instead of risking the round on an overextension. The roam from Team 1, it works out. They get the flank. That is not something that works against Empire very often.
Saw the great play assisting the stoppage of the clearance that was going on down over towards red by re-adding KDS into the play. We're by the front door there as well. Great stuff. And although he does get traded out, like you were saying, Team 1 does not overcommit to that situation. They make the smart call to get out of there before things get too hot, before they end up losing too much position.
Now, Team 1 find themselves at even round count with Empire now. So they're going to be in a much better position than they were just a moment ago. It'll be a bottom floor defense here for Team 1. So 2 more rounds left in this half, and it's, again, the roam from Team 1. I think, honestly, this has been the biggest problem for Empire so far. The rounds where Empire are winning, consistently what they're doing is they are getting those roamers. They're getting those picks. Even if Empire has to trade out a few players for those picks, it usually works out for them because they now have themselves a control advantage, if not a man advantage.
Thank you very much, by the way, Blue. If he's blue, am I red? Is that how it works?
You're actually wearing a green suit, and it looks lovely
Yeah, because
on you.
we're in Mexico. Thank you very much.
You do have red hair, though.
I do. That's why I said, am I red?
I guess so.
We tagged in.
Red
now
leader?
we tagged out again.
Welcome back.
That's how it works. You got to talk about tag team doubles when you're
We were talking
about
about, this is, I think, the first major finals where you've had 3 casters for the final match.
People have speculated about TriCast. It'd be interesting to see how it does. But before we get into that, Always drops a grenade on top of the head of Neskin, picks up some crucial map control inside of Logistics. But they'll have to do a little bit more than that, as Alimao is still up there, holding on to what is a tenuous defense. And they spot him out and try to flush him into a position where Joystick could potentially capitalize off of this, and he does so quite magnificently.
So, I guess you weren't here for it, Parker, but
I wasn't here,
what we've
actually.
seen consistently is Joystick really getting a lot of success against Alimao on this roam. He's been picking him off consistently. It's been good for Empire. And this is what I was talking about earlier. When Empire gets these roamers cleared out, and you don't even need the man advantage. Really, it's the control advantage. Once they've achieved that with Team 1, they can isolate these defenders. Uh-oh, not a third, actually, as KDS shuts down Dan. Impressive reactions. Lagonis eating a lot of damage, but he'll fall back. SMG-11 through the floor, not going to net anything. And as I was going to say, the roam clear for Empire, when they get it successfully, that's when they're taking the rounds.
Well, they did a lot of damage to Lagonis in that process, and Dan is down for the count. Obviously, the second frag right after Always, who's picking up exactly where he left off yesterday on that consulate match. Both he and Joystick led the way for his team.
Yeah, 20 kills for Joystick, I believe.
I think Always had 17 or 18 to finish off as well. Almost
Jeez.
40 kills between the two of them. Granted, there were 15 rounds played.
Still insane.
Tons of time for you to be able to get those kills, but Always isn't necessarily the one who's always top fragging, especially on a team with this level of depth. Same thing goes for Team 1, though, as I don't know if they got both Selmas or just one. Levied has no impacts remaining, and just like Lagonis, now he will be softened up by the firepower of Empire.
Yeah, and look at this. You got 2 players low, as you mentioned, and while the drop in kitchen was not opened up and cannot be opened up unless the Maverick rotates over, I don't think that's going to hurt Empire's chances too much here.
They're sitting on the bomb site right now, just waiting. The spread towards the back of Arsenal, also holding control of blue. A small line of sight opened up by Shepard as he reflexively fires through it. Can't find anything, though, and Levy takes one down before KDS falls. There's Always. He heads through Dirt Tunnel, and they'll need to isolate the last player of Lagonis, and they do just that as Empire grabs the lead.
Okay, now here's the scary thing right now if you're Team 1. They haven't been playing scared. They've been playing their siege. They've been playing aggressive. They've been on that roam. And it just hasn't been working as consistently as it has against other teams. Now, we did talk about this briefly yesterday when casting the BDS and Empire match. It was a topic for discussion. Team 1 are, in a way, in terms of playstyle, hard countered by Empire. They would have been hard countered in playstyle as well by BDS. I mean, that's just a matter of fact. Because the way that Team 1 plays, they tend to try and leverage well, I guess the word is negligence, and there's not a whole lot of that on Empire. There just isn't. There aren't as many opportunities that Empire are going to present you with. We've been seeing Team 1 consistently on the roam, and sometimes it's working out. More times than usual against Empire, so that's very impressive. But the consistency is not there, and it's going to cause some problems later in this best of 5, I believe.
Well, no real mood yet as to which team is going to prevail, but Empire taking 3 rounds on Clubhouse thus far is a pretty good scoreline for them on what is historically known as a defender-sided map.
Yep.
And I always use the word historically because you never really know how a map is going to play out. Consulate is relatively evenly balanced. And then they decided to ban Jaeger last night, and all hell broke loose.
That was
so,
fun.
I mean, small changes here can be made. The mute ban from Team 1 is potentially self-inflicted if it's hurting them on defense, and that's something to note as well.
Yeah, and I think it's going to help them against Empire when Empire switches onto defense, so keep that in mind. Now, we've got a gym extension here. This is not a gym defense. They've just decided to extend. They're going to lose somebody early on. Joystick takes down Neskin. Now, this is the type of thing that we talked about earlier. I'm guessing that roamer was over by Club. Didn't actually see the corpse, but that's the type of roamer the Team 1 has been trying to do consistently, and it's working sometimes. It's not other times. I think Empire is well aware that it's happening now, and it's at a point where it's not going to work anymore.
Opening up the wall well ahead of time so that the Maverick in and the Blowtorch can open up the rest of the panel clear as day. This is something that we've seen a number of teams do here, and the wall will just immediately fall once Shepard can get that middle beam. It's a split take from Empire now as 1 minute is gone in the round. The focus is over towards Jacuzzi. Lagonis could end up getting pinched with the position that he's playing off of. Levy floats through construction, and I think Lagonis gets the call that it's time to get out of there. That's the right time to do so, so you've still got half of the round to go.
Bomb located by attacker.
So, with that time factor here, Empire have control over by Master still.
Alimao creeping up the stairs, SMG in hand. There's no dedicated flank watch here for Empire. It'd be very easy for Alimao to exploit this. They'll set up some drones for flank and then be able to pull off and execute based on that intel. Mira window popped on out, and it will eject as Lagonis has very firmly made his way to the top of red stairs. Alimao here still on the flank. Will they be able to spot him? That's the real question. Nice shot on a joystick. He just goes right under the radar, but now Scyther's aware of this position.
It's the conversation that I've been bringing up over and over again. It's the flank, whether or not it's successful. Well, this time it is, and Alimao's primed for a second, but the pre-fire doesn't land. The SMG-11's not working for either player, and always very low, but Alimao with the shotgun takes 2 pumps, but he gets it, and Scyther is too late to the party. What a roam from Alimao.
That's some pretty severe negligence by Empire as they need to tackle this CCTV cache site. Now, with Alimao down on low HP, it's still eminently winnable for Empire, but Team 1 look mighty fine in this particular moment. The remainder of Alimao is spotted and buried on blue. Down he goes, and the skeleton key comes out as Dan will make life miserable for anybody who dares trifle over by A. Levy downstairs, a desperate attempt to delodge the buck, but he can't do it as KDS is next in line to fall. Empire very briskly sweeping through this bomb site. 15 seconds, and Dan with his 7 kills will march on in. Lagonis' Nitro Cell tossed over, but it doesn't do any damage to Shepard, who now marches in himself with Diffuser in hand. Lagonis shut down, and KDS' stand will be in garage. Does he have a point of entry to get over to the bomb site? An impact goes out, but it can't really do anything. He's still got 1 remaining. A fraction of HP as the Diffuser is planted in Empire. Look to secure this first half. 4-2, beautiful shot from KDS, though. He's going to have to find Dan. This is a challenging endeavor. Dan has looked mighty fine throughout this matchup. He's now down below in the very similar spot that most Bucks will play in that post-plant. Sit underneath the Diffuser. Wait for KDS to get to the Diffuser and try to disable it. The good news is that that skeleton key will kill him through the floor with how little HP KDS has. Only 10 seconds remaining for the Wamai of Team 1 to get on it, and he'll do just that. And Dan will shred through the floor. It moves KDS off of his spot, and Dan wins, unsure if there was enough time with how close it got. The first half goes in favor of Empire, 4-2.
Well played there from Dan, and, well, okay, Parker, I feel a little bad here because I have to stand corrected. Empire, I said they didn't really have a lot of negligence. They didn't leave a lot of opportunities for their enemy, but we saw tons just there, right there. That 2-piece from Alimao, yeah. Now, obviously, they got the cut, and Alimao didn't make it back to the site. He was traded out later in the round, and that's great for Empire. They're recovering their situation. By the way, real quick, I just have to say I've never seen Joystick so immersed in a round as I saw him on that replay. Did you see it?
I did.
That was crazy.
Did you not see him yesterday when he slapped his head after he got killed by Shaco?
Yeah, well, that was, I mean, okay.
Great clip.
In a positive way, I guess. It was funny. Yeah.
Wrong kind of anime.
Yeah. No, but as I was saying, Empire were very negligent in that round. You pointed it out, and you're absolutely right. Now, luckily for them, that was the last round of the first half, and they recovered it, which is in a way very impressive. So yeah, Team 1 down 4-2 on Clubhouse, and we're going to go to the second half.
Well, a solid first half for Empire. We'll see if the mute ban had any major impact now for Empire to toil with it.
Bringing the Bandit, so that's probably an impact, I would imagine.
The Hibana has been taken away from Team 1 by Empire. They don't want to run that Hibana. They'll run the Ace Thermite combo or the Ace Maverick combo, which is what we saw quite frequently. Thermite, in fact, not an operator that is trotted out by Empire anywhere near as much as the other hard breachers. For Team 1, Thermite, and for all of Latin America, in fact, Thermite, a far more common hard breacher than in other regions. It's something that's actually been quite common throughout LATAM for the last number of years. They can keep introducing new hard breachers, but Thermite always tends to be their favorite.
I really like Thermite because as a hard breacher,
like as a man, like have you sat down and talked to him?
You know, I've never done that.
You never say, so how do you know if you like him? What if you talk to him and he like
turns out to be a douche?
What if he puts the milk in the bowl before the cereal?
I probably wouldn't like him as much.
That's very fair.
Yeah.
But you do like him in this regard.
I like him in that he provides a useful function for his team and in this game. How about that?
See, I was just nitpicking.
Oh.
Yeah, I was being an idiot.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that's
You're trying to make it so I no longer like you, is that it?
Well, we casted quite contentiously yesterday, and I'd say we did a pretty good job. So
it was pretty good. It was really entertaining.
Exactly. So
we got to do something.
Maybe relive that magic here now, but you want to make sure that this game is kept close in that regard. It's incumbent upon Team 1 to try and figure some things out as they spray through the floor off of that intel. The mirror window's popped out, and the Monty of Ali Mao is ready to march in through the jacuzzi breach that's been opened up. An exothermic charge going off so well. Lagonis on drone, as a good hard breacher will do. I don't know KDS was aware of how close he came to seeing Dan off of that explosion.
I like the Monty pick here from Team 1 if you really just want to force it out. And we've seen some amazing multiplayer at this event. With the mirror window open, Ali Mao can really just get up close and possibly do some serious damage to the Mira of Shepard playing just behind it.
KDS is doing an excellent job of determining the locations of these defenders, but they're not really able to do too much with it. Outside of finding their position, Joystick punishes Neskin early on. The sledge is not going to be successful. Joystick is far away. Levy sprints in. All right, he's got bathroom control. That's a nice thing to have, but it's only him and Ali Mao left. And now Levy's gunned down by Always through the hatch. The Monty tries to pull out the pistol, and Ali Mao's out-dueled. Empire's dominance showing off in fine form as they're up 5-2 on Clubhouse.
So in retrospect, Parker, banning the mute might have been a mistake against Empire because now Always is always playing Bandit. And oh boy, does he pop off on Bandit. Now, most of that round actually starts with those two roam clearers that were killed by the roamers. Empire getting that cleanup with, I think it was Scyther and Joystick. Once they got that cleanup downstairs, they were able to transition that easily to a complete collapse on the site. And you know, it's funny because Team 1 were doing a really good job on site itself for getting control. They just lost so much manpower, and it caused them a lot of problems.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
So, to the bottom floor we go here for Team Empire. It's going to be a precipice of match point here, as Empire are looking pretty solid, honestly, on this map. I'm not going to beat around that bush. I think this is pretty clearly a Team Empire map. Clubhouse is really strong for them. It always has been. And that's actually one of the funny things, is that Empire has always been strong on this map, like forever. There's, I don't think there's been an instance where they've been particularly weak here, apart from maybe some of their general downfalls overall in the league play. So, looking for drones here. Empire just trying their best to deny information early on.
I am intrigued to see more Bandit play, but we're not going to get it on this round. Bummer.
No, I said always plays Bandit, and then
he doesn't always play Bandit.
Yeah, he heard me, and then he didn't play Bandit.
His name is Always, but
he wanted to make me look stupid, Parker.
He's not on it this time.
And now I look stupid. It is what it is.
I think you look quite smart today in that suit.
Thank you. I really like the green on you. It really suits.
Thank you very much.
Green meshes well with red.
You know, this would be if he's still. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Pause.
Shepard will be the one to try to shut this one down as Team 1 assesses that the bomb site is completely open for the taking. And they will burst on in. Empire on a retake right now as they open up some of this church wall, but the Monty is in to hold them off. KDS taking some damage. Down he goes. Joystick on the re-entry. Plant goes down. Scyther sees one. Levy falls two. And another will go on the pistol. How many pistol kills is Scyther going to be able to collect? The answer so far is only 2 as he duels right back. But Joystick slaps down Neskin.
Wow.
And it's a desperate attempt for Team 1 that is not answered by the rest of their team. Celebration for Team Empire now as they move to match point.
They're giving it away, Parker.
Okay, is it time for a free real estate? Really?
I mean, they did, though. I mean, Empire just gave side away. And it's free. Come get it.
Come get your damn land.
Now, the thing is, that's a really disappointing round for a number of reasons. Team 1, they realize, oh my, site's free. Empire are not holding it in the slightest. They have one anchor, and that's it. And even though they realized that, they weren't able to do anything with it. So it's disappointing, Parker, especially when you get that post-plant. And it's really impressive for Empire. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to take anything away from them. Great retake. I love the assertiveness of their retake. The fact that they're like haphazardly using their C4s to get site control again. They know they shouldn't take a risk, and they're not trying to play out the time. They're just saying, yeah, we'll go for it. But I'm more taken by my disappointment for Team 1, who had firm site control, plant down, all players up, man advantage, 5v4. I don't know.
Admittedly, a disappointing start for Team 1 here on Clubhouse. This is the Empire that so many teams across the world feared on this map, though. And with what we saw yesterday out of their matchup against BDS, it's no surprise that Empire are coming in banging on all cylinders.
Right.
It's been a much longer period of time since Team 1 7-0'd Liquid on Consulate, but this is a tough one. I mean, Empire had already knocked Team 1 out of SI 2021, as was discussed. I think Empire matches up significantly better than BDS, and this was something that you and I actually talked about in our cast yesterday. So it's come to fruition so far through this first map, but there's still 4 more to go.
Yeah, I do. I think everyone just, if you're watching this right now and we're getting a little ahead of yourselves, then I just want to say, best of 5. No map advantage. We've got a lot of Siege left to play. You need 3 maps to win it. It's going to go a lot longer. And we'll probably see some back and forth here. Team 1 certainly do not look like themselves right now, but they've got lots of time to find themselves.
It's a daunting play right now from Team 1 as, oh, Shepard could have started things off with a kill onto the Maverick, but he misses that opportunity. He's a little bit far behind the ball.
Yeah.
Because of that, Team 1 are capable of surviving. They do not want to forfeit that first pick. Empire have looked absolutely lethal. And when you've got Joystick and Dan playing as well as they have, it doesn't matter what the other 3 players are doing, by the way, but when Joystick and Dan are on this level on their own, the best teams in the world struggle against them. But then you add that third punch of Always, as he's actually top frag on the team, which is incredibly impressive at this present moment.
Oh, Dan looking for a play, and he's going to get it! Down goes Levy, but the bikes will save him. Still, though, low HP on the Maverick in future engagements, and that is a big win.
The one thing about those strip club runouts, though, is that you now know that there's a player who's going to be burning tail to get back to the bomb site. If you're able to catch them inside a bar or by billiards, you can relatively win that 1v1 in most occasions.
In this instance, I don't think there's anyone in a position to get that cut, though, Parker. It looks like they're wholly focused on Garage, Rafters, and the main plat.
Oh no, is he going to do it again? A Nitro Cell goes out onto the Montaigne, and Ali Mao is calling as he sees Always in that position. The Kaid out of utility right now. Scyther takes down KDS. Dan could potentially run as it's a joint effort on Ali Mao. Everybody dying on the side of Team 1. Neskin, a desperate attempt, but he's not able to hit the broadside of a barn at the moment as Levy and Neskin combined for under 50 HP. An unideal spot as every single player from Team Empire still very much alive. And they've got good coverage across the entire map. The entry points for Team 1 largely cut off. And Empire sit on this match point with only 30 seconds to go to seal one of the 3 maps required to win this major. Neskin can try to start some work now with Dan going down, but there's still so much to do. And the patience from Levy might not be rewarded as Joystick down below could be the next one to contend with him. Neskin is up top. They don't have Diffuser. It's miles away. Team 1 realize that this is a virtually impossible task. under 10 seconds remaining, and it might be an anticlimactic finish as Empire sweep the floor with it, and they take map 1 here in the grand finals.
Well played there to Empire. Frankly, they were through and through the better team on Clubhouse. No question in anyone's minds, and a big win to start off this best of 5.
Absolutely, and this is the dominance that you can see from this team on this map. For Team 1, only 2 rounds on Clubhouse. Coming in the first 4 rounds of this map, well, they lost momentum, and they completely ended up in free fall. Empire start off this series on the right footing, and boy, oh boy, if this is the Empire we're going to get for the next 2 and onward maps, this might be a much shorter grand final, map advantage or no, than some of the ones that we've seen before.
That is really the tricky thing, Parker, is that I do think that Team 1, and I've said it before already during this match, really do need the momentum. They're going to lose it early on. Now, the best of 5 is long, so there's plenty of time for them to regain it, but I'm still a little worried.
I would be worried for Team 1 at this current moment, but I mean, we were worried for Empire yesterday, and we were worried for Team 1 after their matchup against Liquid through that first and second map. But you know what? Sometimes I find your lack of faith disturbing, Michael.
Why are we doing all these references?
You can't have a team named Team Empire and not make Star Wars references.
Well,
it's physically impossible. It's in my bones.
Empire does have the high ground right now, but we'll see if the jump up is going to be good enough for Team 1. We know they have the potential. We've seen it from them before. They've had some amazing comebacks so far through this tournament, but let's hand it over to the desk to see what they think about map number 1.
Well, it was tough going here for Team 1. A new hope in the Brazilian scene, but still struggling against Empire.
I think this was the expected result for map 1. I mean, this is a map that Empire have dominated for a long time, and Team 1, I really don't think this map suits their playstyle. That said, I was a little disappointed their defenses didn't go at least a little bit better, but Empire, I mean, their attacks are something to be scared of.
It didn't really seem like Team 1 could have been a Phantom Menace on this map in any sense of the phrase. If we're making Star Wars references, we got to make a couple good ones here. Come on.
All right.
Yeah, perhaps the Force will awaken in the next map, because this was legitimately probably the most one-sided map on paper. Is it fair to say? So we shouldn't be despairing for Team 1 yet.
No, certainly not yet, especially with 2 maps that I think they're going to be very well versed in coming up with both Chalet and Coastline. Both of those, by the way, are guaranteed in the best of 5, so we're seeing both of them, and I do think there's a chance, a very slight chance, that for the Empire map pick of Coastline, Team 1 very well could run away with it.
I mean, they both picked Coastline as their map in the semifinals, so that's the map that I'm looking forward to the most, just because we should assume that they're both quite comfortable on it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Empire chose to pick it. I thought it might be left for a decider because both these teams like it so much, but Empire choosing to go for it anyways. I do think that on this map, like one of the biggest problems is just that Team 1 on their defenses, they were so easy to get pinched out and they were so easy to get cut off when they were so far away from their site, right? Those church defenses are so hard to roam on because you don't have the support of your site players, and particularly with the mute ban, that only gets harder.
Which I do think was the right idea in this case for Team 1. I don't fault them for thinking that that was probably what they needed to do in this scenario. Problem is, with a team like Empire, who have a map like Clubhouse as their bastion, they do not let this map go very easily, ever. They're going to understand every single possible avenue that might disrupt a potential attacking plan, and they still won 4 rounds on Team 1's defense, and then when they switched to defense, it was textbook, roam clear, late site hit, easy stuff.
Yeah, I will say that the cash extensions that came out from Team 1 were really nice. I loved how aggressive they were. I loved how it caught Team Empire off guard every single time. The second time they worked that flank from KDS down below in, that was really nice. So that was one positive thing about their defenses, but otherwise they did look kind of lost.
Well, they did better than they did at 6 Invitational on Clubhouse. Hey.
True. They've won the exact same amount of rounds as they did in that entire series against Empire.
See, it's already going better for Team 1.
There's progress, yeah.
It's already going better. All right, guys. We are going to take a look at some of these rounds here coming into it. I know you want to do some telestration, but let's start with some of the general highlights for this match so far. What were the standout moments for you, Jacob, when it came to Empire's performance on Clubhouse?
This just looked like the Empire of old. Honestly, even back when Shockwave was on this team, it still doesn't really seem as though Empire was skipped a beat, especially on Club. Team 1 are not the team that are supposed to be contesting this one very heavily. I felt like in many of these cases, even when Team 1 were capable of getting some of these early picks, Empire's follow-up was immaculate. Round 6, when you talk about Alamau getting a couple of very early picks, one of them being onto Joystick, but then Empire still managed to secure a perfect spot for a default plan on CCTV and turn it into a victory with Dan playing Buck from below. So even when you're losing a pivotal player for Team Empire, everyone on this team works like a well-oiled machine, so even losing one of them isn't really going to be that big of a detriment.
So before this match started, you said that you had some concerns about the droning on attack from Team 1. Were those concerns represented here?
They were, because they only had 3 opportunities to attack on this map because Empire won all 3 of their defenses, which is enough of an indication that they need a little bit more help when it comes to their intel. They did have a little bit of Yana play, but not to the extent that you need to be using the Gemini more. I'm sorry, there are cases where you have perfect chances to get intel. It doesn't all come from drones or from cameras. It does still need to be the use of the Gemini clone. And for like a lot of teams so far, it's something that they've really only used Yana for in a fragging capacity and considerably less for the intel she could provide.
Okay, and is this going to be represented on Chalet and Coastline our next couple of maps, do you think, as well? Or are these maps that require less intel or have less opportunities for intel on the attack rounds?
It's not so much less opportunities for intel, but there definitely are cases where you can get away with having some less drone work, just like especially for a map like Coastline. Chalet, I will say you need way more of it. So whatever issues you can shore up in the next, I don't know, 15 minutes to figure out what your game plan might be. Well, if you have a support player, have him hang back a little bit more, drone out first, then you can act upon it. The late round and mid-round decision making for Team 1 so far has been pretty questionable. Like early round, whether they're on attack or defense, that's where they've been able to shine so far, but everything else is already beginning to be a little lackluster, and we've only seen them attack 3 times.
Well, to get into a deeper run here and explore some of these rounds, we have Professor Chick to guide us through some of Team Empire's roam clears.
Thank you very much, Monty. Yes, we do have one of the clips here, 2 clips actually, to go over from the roam clear of Team Empire. Now, these are going to be the 2 CCTV cache extensions that we saw on the church bomb site defenses from Team 1. So we're going to start off, notice at first there are a couple of roaming operators at the top. This is very standard, but look how many of them there are. There's 1, 2, 3, all on the top floor. None of the members of Team 1 are playing down on this bottom floor, on the main floor. Now, what they've likely noticed is that Team Empire are often roam clearing down below. Joystick is usually a player who's going to be clearing that main floor while the rest of his team pushes the top floor. But as we see, he's up above. So let's go into this, right? And he's using this Jackal. He's going to be able to catch out one of his players. He's got a drone behind him. Amazing shot, first of all. Let's pause this once again. Amazing shot. And as we go down to the top town, once again, what we saw is Empire changing up their style. They're going through the top, they're entering in through the top floor and clearing them out this way. This is a surprise for Team 1, because previously, Empire haven't been clearing this way. As we clear this out, we'll continue to play the clip, and I want you to notice where these players are on Team Empire. So, take a look, right? You've got a couple players up on this top floor. You just saw them at the bottom. Watch for this Buck down here. And we'll catch the first person point of view. But there are a couple players from Team 1 that are trying to play this bottom floor. Lagonis and Levy are both kind of up here. I believe Levy's in the basement. We don't get a great shot. But as we watch this, what you'll see is we'll flip back to Dan's POV, and he's actually going to catch the player as he's rotating into cache. Now, what they're not doing here is they're not watching for the rotates down, right? They're not watching for the flanks that go down the main stairs. Nobody's watching like this angle at the bottom of main stairs. Nobody's watching this angle at the bottom of red stairs because they expect Team 1 to keep pushing them. And that's huge because this is what Team 1's playstyle is, and Empire are reading it perfectly. Let's keep playing now. And as you'll see, this last player, Neskin, he's in a really tough spot because he wants to be able to go for more picks. He knows if they just lose 2 players in this roam, he is absolutely screwed on the round. So he's debating going down the red stairs right now, chooses not to do so, and he's going to pressure into Cash's instead. It's just not the right play. Dan is ready for him. They've got him on the Jackal Bang. He actually gets out amazingly. He's not getting killed there, but it's not going to matter because they've got the cross. Joystick totally ready for this, and they catch him on the down. Really impressive stuff. Always does go down to Levy, so this is this main floor pressure that's going okay for them, but ultimately it's just not enough. Let's look at the next clip. So the next clip, right? This one's going to be a bit more of a different style. So first of all, it's the same roam. We've still got these players up on the top floor, and as we take a look at this, it's the same positions. KDS, Neskin, and Alamau, all on this top floor, right? We'll go back to the main POV, and they're just not even going to roam out Neskin. They're not going to push him. A nade is all it takes. A clean nade into Neskin. He's gone, easy peasy. And watch this. Watch Joystick. Levy's in the basement, okay. Joystick is actually down here on the main floor, just like he was doing previously. So Joystick is switching up his roam clear. Now he's able to walk up these main stairs, and you'll see him walk up, and Alamau is expecting this to come from the master side. The drone even comes in that direction. Just barely catches them. Alamau is not expecting this push because it didn't happen last round. And I love this adaptation to come in from Team Empire. 2 different ways to clear the top floor, and that's what I got for you.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Really cool to see those new tactics. Jess also, she brought up some of the new kind of styles of defense that we had seen yesterday and from Team Empire. So they've been really hiding some strats and bringing some new forces to bear at this event. It's been really fun to see overall. With that, we're going to stop on the analysis just for a moment and talk briefly about Lagonis, who is the support player coming in for Team 1 at this event. I had a chance to talk to Freya, who unfortunately couldn't be at this event herself due to travel restrictions, and she has been in communication with actually Lagonis' cousin, who works on the LATAM broadcast for Rainbow Six Siege. And we wanted to take a moment because Lagonis' story is actually very interesting. He was a tennis star who was coming into this event, his Rainbow Six Siege career, who suffered an injury. And he ended up dedicating himself to Rainbow Six Siege. Here is his tweet from today. The translation is from Portuguese. I dedicate this qualification to the final to my grandpa who, shortly before the major, left us. He always took care of me and was an example to our family. He's the most honest guy I've ever met. He supported my trajectory, and I wanted him to be here to see it all. To talk about his esports career, he was an up-and-coming star tennis player, suffered an injury. He then started to get into Rainbow Six Siege. His grandparents then bought him a computer for him during his injury so that he could play the game. And then from there, he started streaming, became a very popular streamer in Brazil. And when he was 18, began playing in amateur competitions with Alamau. And they rose together. He was brought into this Team 1 team due to his excellent communication as a support. And he struggled early on in this event, but he was really great in the semifinals. And he's been a key part of this team. So now he is dedicating this to his grandfather who helped him get into Siege, which is just a wonderful story.
I think it makes the journey for Team 1 so much more extreme. The fact that they've gone through such a difficult bracket to get here, difficult group stage, and with that on his mind that entire time. I mean, that's got to be so tough, and that's got to make this major final so much more special.
Lagonis, when I first was introduced to him, was somebody who I was told was the the Portuguese Bolo, in a way. And I say that because he's somebody who wasn't able to start competing in actual amateur circuits until he turned 18 because of the age restrictions, and he also had a pretty big content following. So by the time he ended up getting into Brazilian Siege, it came at a time where a lot of people already knew the name Lagonis. He's got a charm in the game already. He's somebody who has had a massive impact on just the Brazilian scene as a whole. So the fact that he's here and competing at a high level is nice to see, but the main disparity between him and Bolo is Bolo plays more of a flex, and he has definitely been more of that support player. And in a couple of the games recently, he's definitely shown up big. So that dedication is very sweet.
Yeah, very nice, and we'll hope to see Lagonis and Team 1 bounce back here in Chalet and even up this series. First up, though, we've got a break, then we'll get into second map.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play. We're back for our second map here between Team 1 and Team Empire in our grand finals of the Mexico Major. And the first map for fans of Team 1 was a bit of a dud. A very dominant 7-2 performance for Team Empire as they're only 2 maps away from winning the Major Championship.
Yeah, Empire definitely looking really strong right now. We talked about how their play could potentially hard counter Team 1's, but temper expectations. That was Empire's map. That was Clubhouse, which has always been their map. So there's still plenty left to play.
Yeah, there's still potentially 4 more maps to go, and we're just a couple seconds away for getting into our second matchup here. Very nice trophy, by the way. I was actually talking to production last night about how much I liked this entire stage. Everything about it is quite nice.
It fits, it works, you know,
Yeah.
and I think they did a really good job. I love the lighting.
I love behind the players, you have the giant pictures of them when you're in the game. It gives that big fight feel, and then of course the huge logos as well. Anyway, we polled you before we got into the very first matchup. We asked you, are Team 1 that team? The only options were yes or no. And 75% of you said yes, 25% of you said no. Now, that doesn't suggest that you think Team 1 is going to beat Empire. It just suggests that Team 1 is indeed that team.
Yeah, I think, you know, it has an implication, clearly, but yes.
Right, because of the implication.
The community, stop. The community thinks that they are that team, and I can understand why, considering the run they've had to get these finals.
Like It's Always Sunny in Mexico City?
I don't even know that one. I didn't watch that show.
We're going to Chalet for our second map. Both of these teams very pumped. There were war cries echoing from both of their desks during the break and before we got into live action. The operator bans on the previous map of Clubhouse seemed to hit Team 1 a little bit harder than it did on Empire's side of things. Let's see how it works out. Chalet historically and most recently an attacker-sided map, but things have slowly changed, especially as that bottom floor site sees less play.
That's the first ban here, and I just want to briefly mention, since you were talking about how there were some, you know, some shouts, some yells in the interim between these maps. I heard Empire yelling. Doesn't happen very often. It's real cool to see, let me tell you. And whenever you get that, it's just a treat. Now, 2 bans done. Got the attackers done with here. It's Nomad and Thatcher. Obviously, Thatcher is going to be banned by Team 1 since they're on defense, and I am not surprised in the slightest to see Nomad banned by Empire. They do that so consistently. You know, actually, it's really interesting, Parker, because Team 1, the rounds that they got on Clubhouse, all thanks to the flanks, yeah? And Empire are still so confident that they are going to be able to handle those flanks that they still ban Nomad. And what that tells me is Empire are playing their version of Siege with no concessions to the enemy.
So the very first attack for Empire. We'll see what lineup they pick. I talked about how they don't always love to run a Thermite, and then they immediately make me look foolish. Not that I need any assistance on that front, but thank you, Shepard, for trotting out the Thermite. Very first defense for Team 1 is going to be on Kitchen and Dining. I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see an attempt at Garage downstairs, but...
More screaming.
More screaming, of course. They're very pumped about that one. But it does tend to be the least defendable bomb site across all 4 bomb sites on this map. The 3-site rotation that most teams will employ is on Kitchen and Dining, which is the one you see right now. Directly above it, as shown, is Master, which is where Levy is. That's the master bedroom. And then the last bomb site that most teams will play is Bar Gaming, over by the main lobby, right there for you. Obviously, very great differences in the way that the regions play this map. And, well, you see a lot of Frost in North America, you see a lot of Mute, and you see a lot of Valkyrie in Latin America and in Europe, more so than you do in NA, to really highlight the differences that we see there. But Valkyrie is banned out, as is Wamai. Those are pretty standard bans. It opens up a Mira to be played, and Team 1 are going to bring her right off the hop. Wow. Nice Electric Claws that we've seen. There was one that was played earlier on that I can't remember what team it was. I think it was Team 1 playing this map against Cyclops when they actually knocked Cyclops out, showing how dominant Team 1 could be, and they threw an Electric Claw downstairs on the dining room table to get one of the walls down below. And it's something that I've seen a couple times, but it was really nice to get a good look at this level of play.
Yeah, and these are the types of things, you know, when you watch these majors, you can now transition and stuff like that to your ranked play. That's, all that's very interesting with the Electric Claw setups. There's lots of stuff to do there. The mirror window interesting as well, as it goes on a soft wall in the closet. I wonder where that second one is. It actually, yeah, it has been played, so we'll find it at some point. What we are looking at right now is a top floor roam, and KDS gets the first kill of the map. Electroclaw has been destroyed on the balcony, and open goes the wall.
All right, well, that's the start that Team 1 needs on this map. The momentum was seized in map number 1, but it doesn't carry over outside of what's in your head. The Kaid of Levy dares himself an engagement against Dan. Not many have wandered away from that with their head intact over the past week, but good news for Team 1. Levy does. Now a Rotero drone will go on in, guided as well by this Gemini. KDS is felled by a grenade of Dan as he'd done some earlier damage to Levy, so at very minimum there's an assist lined up for him as another Rotero drone will go too. If the Kaid dares a second altercation, Dan will be prepared and ready, and the AUG goes a free fire. Dan knows how tough this shot is to make, and he decides to fall off very wisely as we hit the halfway point in round 1.
Yeah. Empire will clear out this top floor eventually. It's just a matter of time. The question is, how many bodies can Team 1 put on the floor before that happens? Sprays through the wall there. Still the roamers upstairs. Someone needs to confront this shield and deal with it, whether through a nade or some other soft or hard destruction. Either way, you can get it done. It's the nade, and it's actually going to get it down onto Lagonis as well, but nice refrags from Team 1, and we actually end at an even man count.
Grenade primed and ready as there's 50 seconds for Team Empire to translate this upstairs hold towards the bottom floor. Levy on even lower HP now as he and Neskin are hurting. Dan has taken about 20 HP's worth of damage, and that's about it. The bomb site is not upstairs, so when Shepard goes to get that diffuser down, Dan will need to cover effectively, and Levy was pushing the breach, but Shepard takes him down. Neskin will fire back. He's in a tough spot, pushed over to West Main by the stairs. He's got intel in the main lobby, but a smoke will go off, and he'll instinctively impact that. Does a little bit of damage to Shepard, but Dan is still up there. Another impact goes. Shepard's still holding true. 1 second remaining on that diffuser, and Neskin will charge up. He sees the thermite, gets him, but he pivots for Dan. Oh, beautiful opportunity to take out Dan. Neskin's on 1 HP. Dan just needs to hit 1 shot, and he'll do that. And Empire start off map 2 with a victory.
Dan has been so clutch through this tournament. From the start to the finish, the man has been on another level. And we've had Joystick dropping 20 kills. And always really performing whenever his team needs him. These players, Shepard on the anchor play, on the support, and it's been Scyther as well to tie it all together. Empire as a team have looked just amazing. And when you have rounds like that being clutched out, that's exactly what you need to assure your dominance in a finals. Now, I will say, though, Team 1 almost did the same thing. I mean, that was a really nice try from Neskin. He came super close, definitely an NT. It just didn't go all the way.
Neskin played that really well,
He did,
too.
yeah.
Taking charge, knowing that the diffuser was still going down. The impact's doing sizable damage to Shepard. Obviously not enough to get the kill, but you take in, you push in, you take control of the diffuser, you pivot towards where you think Dan is going to be. The thing is that Dan didn't need to drop if he didn't want to. He's a sledge. He could have very easily continued to wreak havoc above and then look downward onto that diffuser. And with how little HP Neskin has, I know that the metal bars on the floor are going to take most of your bullets away when you tussle at that level, but Dan only needed to hit a single one, and he's been on an absolute tear the last 24 hours. Second defense now for Team 1, Michael. They're going to play quite aggressively up top yet again, like most teams will want to do. We will hold that map control, but do my eyes deceive me? We have a garage defense, the Madmen, trying this, as we've seen them do before against other teams.
Yeah, so this site usually is one of the worst sites on this map. I mean, it depends on who you're looking at and like what exact stats you're looking at. You know, NAL versus EUL, for example. Through this tournament, it's actually been the best site, but it's only been played. Well, this is the 6th time it's been played, so it's not a lot of stats to pull on.
Here's some bad news for Empire. Your hot hand's been shut down very early on. Sledge is gone, grenades are gone. Dan killed by Ali Mao in the ensuing fray.
Joystick trying to clear here in Library. He's got the Jackal, so he can look for the footprints. And he's doing just that. He's actually scanning Mozzie right now. And as a result, Neskin will fall back to site. Ooh, difficult challenge there. And Joystick not going to be able to land the shot in time to get the kill. This roam clear is going to be super important for Empire, and they really need to punish Team 1 by at least getting a single kill on these 3 roamers. Make that 2 as one of them falls back.
Empire did suffer the first casualty back in round number 1, so this is not an odd spot for them to find themselves in.
Yep.
And they'll obviously trail, which is not ideal. though the Jackal will play a very critical part of this entry. Joystick will shut down a rotate from above. No smokes available on his end. The Claymore more crucial for flank watch, as there's no dedicated flank watch operator. An Electric Claw in and it'll be gone, and that should provide clear access into the garage. Levy has taken up space inside of Dining. He's now aligned with Neskin as they look to push into the lobby together. There's nobody there waiting. If somebody does hop in the window, they'll prepared and waiting. But Empire are much closer to the bomb site than I think one understands. The diffuser halfway with Shepard, a perfect lockout, but Scyther gets taken apart by Alimau. Another kill for Alimau onto Shepard. He's the hero so far of this round. A kill for every single one of them. And Neskin and Lagonis add in as well as Team 1 answers back on round 2.
Empire just a little too linear on that attack, and Team 1 punishing. They were able to get behind all of those attackers, and they were able to maintain their presence above as well. So Empire don't clear out the roamers, and they get absolutely destroyed because of it, thanks to Alimau's excellent play. He was still off-site when he was able to put up all that pressure, I believe. We also have the flank behind Blue, of course, but that, you know, I mean, the round was at that point pretty far over, but it speaks to one thing in particular. Empire have been so good at stopping the flanks from other teams through this tournament, but not Team 1. It's been a problem for them, and it was a problem for them on Clubhouse. Now, despite that, they still won on Clubhouse, but it's something that Empire need to address.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Over to Bar Gaming, Team 1 will go. They're not looking to replicate that kitchen defense that they had previously lost on. Pity them. Right, Michael? They played this map, Team 1, against Dark Zero, if you recall. And on defense, Team 1 ran with the same rotation that we've seen thus far. Kitchen, Garage, Bar Gaming. They did not once go to that top floor bomb site. I wonder if it's because they don't think they have a strong enough grasp on Solarium and potentially on the bathroom side of the map. You know how quickly a good team can isolate the defenders, take control of Solarium, open up that single panel, get a clear top, and then scurry out of the bomb site. But so far, the rotation for Team 1 in terms of sites is lining up perfectly what we saw with them when they played against Dark Zero 2 days ago.
Heavy roam by Library here for Team 1. Empire going for Solarium take, you can tell by their spawns. They're going to start on a clear over here on this side of the building and move it over to Library. So southwest, well, a clear to the southwest. Lots of cutoff here. Empire are expecting there to be roamers on this north side, and they're hoping to prevent those roamers from escaping with their lives. That's why you see Always setting up for a big window repel. He's going to drone in for Joystick. Got double drones going in there, so they have good information here. A third drone goes downstairs. This is typical for Empire. They are really good at gathering info. A little bit of redundancy with that droning, and that sometimes can be good if you're expecting a roamer, but right now there are none on the north side of the building.
Alimau's still downstairs. This Jackal can be a thorn in the side of the roamers and the people playing off-site for Team 1, but Joystick at the moment is posted up watching Chimney. Out on the balcony, and KDS might want to engage with that. He comes very close to doing so. Nobody seems to have that information, but they will instead drone out as a Rotero drone should clear out an ADS and a deployable shield. Maximum damage and savagery from that application of the drone in the hands of Always. This is usually Shepard's operator, but instead, no, they've switched things up, wanting to go with the Thermite instead on Empire side, and it's been working out quite effectively for them. Halfway point now with round number 3. Lagonis watching the bomb chassis and then also looking towards the lobby. Scyther in the first altercation. He gets doubled up on by both Neskin and Alimau, shredded to pieces in West Main. That's a big pivotal pick as Iana is now down. The intel that comes from those Geminis, no more.
Empire have consistently found themselves a man down early on. It's been a problem for them for, I think, every round, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to have to start answering a little bit faster, or it's going to cause the problems later on.
You were not mistaken. Every single opening pick so far in this matchup going in favor of Team 1 thus far.
Yeah. Now, Joystick from above, he's going to be scanning the foot, and he will find his target. Neskin downstairs. That's a pretty long journey for Empire right now, who find themselves all upstairs, trying to play this vertical game onto the site. They need to get some kind of pick and answer back to Scyther dying earlier, or this is going to be really tricky when they convert to the site hit.
Long-range gunfight for Joystick to go up against Ali Mao, who's having a tremendously strong game thus far. 5 kills, and we're not even finished the 3rd round. But Joystick looking to have one of his own. He tears up the feet of Lagonas. The Mira and Jackal fighting to see who's the superior Spanish operator in this regard. Smokes tossed in from Shepard will herald his entry to the bomb site. Joystick drops. They punish KDS, but immediately Lagonas fires back. Shepard in the midst of the smoke. Dan will have to cover. There goes the Nitro Cell, not doing enough work. He needs to now get on the case with only Always to watch. But Team 1 understand this. The smoke clears, and that's, no, not an easy finish, but then it is. Levy gets it. He runs out of ammunition for Lagonas, and things got mighty scary there for a moment. But they managed to fix their issues. Levy realizing that he's the hero of that round, and Team 1 grabbed the lead.
You can see Levy with a little levity there, as it's a pretty funny round. Still, though, a win for Team 1, and a big one. And you can hear them on the stage, I hope. And if you can, you could tell that they're starting to build that mental momentum we were talking about with Team 1. That's what is so essential for their play. And I say essential, and I mean it. There are a lot of teams like, there's like SSG, for example, TSM at full strength, Empire, BDS. These are teams that, yeah, they can use momentum, and they often do. They can, when they're getting in a good headspace, yeah, they'll pick it up. But their fundamentals, when not in that space, are solid enough to still win matches. That's not Team 1. They're not there yet. They need to be in that correct headspace. Now, I will say, they usually are. They're almost always jovial and like in a good space. I've seen them walking around in the lobby, all blasting music together and dancing as they walk to the stage and having fun with it. That's Team 1. They're just like that, and they're very unique in that way. So even if you're not going to be able to make things happen in a bad headspace, I mean, they're almost always in a good one.
5 seconds.
So we're going to see if Kitchen can go in their favor for the 2nd time. Team 1 did have some struggles here in that very first round. Team 1 want to run up the score here on Chalet. Not only is this one of their strongest maps so far through this event, but additionally, defense tends to be the better side for them. It was talked about on the analyst desk before we got into this matchup that the win rate for Team 1 on attack, irrespective of what map it is not particularly strong. Yes. Chalet is obviously a difference because it is such a strong map for them, but Empire are not a bad team on either side of the coin, and we have seen time and time again how despite facing terrible odds, they've pulled through on defense.
If I'm not mistaken, Empire are actually one of the better teams on attack for this tournament. I'd have to check those, double check those stats, but that's what I've heard and seen for their, what?
So you've got a better team on defense and a better team on attack.
Mm-hmm.
An unstoppable force meeting an immovable object.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry for the swears.
Did we?
No, the Shepard did the Thermite do it.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Don't say swears.
Yeah, you had my heart like frozen for a second. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are we saying?
Can't say gosh. Can't say gosh.
Oh yeah, my bad. Excuse me. Cover your ears, children. Now, Neskin, downstairs, he's on the roam, trying to make something happen, and this has been something that's consistently working for Team 1 on Chalet, actually. Terradrone going out for the shield, and there you go, Flores being ever useful. Again, it's that boom that circumvents all boom counter that you're used to having.
So the speculation, by the way, that this map would end up being banned by Empire. So
yeah,
surprising that it made it through. But I mean, in a best of 7, you only get one opportunity. Or sorry, a best of 5 with only 7 maps. There's only one opportunity. Now, the strongest performer thus far for Team 1, not just in terms of his playmaking, but also what he brings to the rest of the team in this map. Ali Mao is down for the count. Joystick's entry is successful, and for the first time in 4 rounds, Empire wins the opening duel.
Boom goes the dynamite there on the on the dining wall. Now with Team 1, a man down and facing firm control above and aside of the site from Empire. It's definitely going to be hard for them to stop this push into dining and prevent the plant, which is something that Empire have been particularly focused on.
Neskin being watched by those footprints, and oh, a grenade goes out, but just over the shoulder of Levy, who looks to re-engage from the same angle it was just thrown from. Joystick will now do battle with the one operator he's fighting against, Neskin with the Legion, as multiple Goo mines have been stepped in. Every single member of Empire don't need an IQ because they know exactly where they are going to step. Beautiful play from Neskin to isolate, patiently wait out Joystick, and now amidst the smoke, Shepard goes for yet the diffuser.
He missed.
Neskin is down below, though. What is going on? They have no coverage. Lagonis drops. Shepard falls to KDS, but the diffuser goes down in the process. It's a glorified 3v3, very quickly becoming a 4v3 as Lagonis is willed back to life. Empire trying to take the advantage and aggressiveness. Shepard just slapping them down, or Scyther rather, 2 big kills. He gets finished off by KDS. Neskin and KDS will have to do wonders against this Empire assault. Diffuser in a precarious position for them, and Empire does have top floor control. Duo top floor control, in fact. Going to stick the diffuser, but Always is there. The punch hole marks will be good enough for Always to clean up on. And the lead for Team 1 was short-lived as Empire fights back and equalizes with 2 rounds apiece.
I have to point out one thing in particular for that round, Parker, and it's so awesome to see something that Empire almost never does. In particular, Scyther, he almost never does this. He pushed in the post plant. Now, I hear what a lot of you must be saying. Why is he doing that? Oh, that's so crazy. That's a terrible miscalculation.
Michael, would you say, why aren't you running?
He wasn't running.
Why are you sprinting?
I'm not sprinting. I'm not going to do it, Parker.
Okay.
I will not let you degrade me like this.
All right.
What was I talking about?
That's for later.
Oh, yeah. So, something that Empire almost never does. Post plant and Scyther pushes. And it catches Team 1 completely off guard. They don't expect that against Empire, let alone from Scyther. And he gets a 2-piece out of it. That brings it way, way more in Empire's favor. I mean, Team 1 were maintaining a man advantage. There's one other thing I have to point out before I toss this away. Lagonis, he missed his C4. His C4 hit the wall. That would have denied the plant. And after he picked it up and tried to throw it a second time, he got downed.
Another thing to note is at that time with Empire trailing, if they did not get that pick, if Scyther dies early, it does not allow the players from Empire to situate themselves on that top floor. Not only did Scyther get 2 very important kills, but in addition to that, he bought time for the last 2 players, in Dan and Always, to get up top and hold that site from above.
Also, I mean, if you have a man advantage like a 4v2, which is what Team 1 would have had, even if you're above on a post plant, I mean, 3 players can challenge while one tries to disable. It's tricky. Now we've got Empire and Team 1 neck and neck here. Ooh, good spot there on the Vigil. He's not using his ability right now. Ooh, he'll pop it as he detects that he may have been spotted. And he'll fall back. That's the safe bet there from Levy. He's got great game sense.
Excellent play on the Nitros, or excellent play on that Electric Claw as well, stopping that exothermic charge to go off, as you talked about. So that will defang some of the push right now from Empire. It is critical that Team 1 run up the score here on defense. One of their best maps playing on their best half, with the operator bans not really swaying this map in either direction. So Team 1, at minimum, you want to pick up 3 rounds, but 4 is the ideal result. They've got 2 more to go to try and do this. They have not prevailed on that kitchen site, but the good news is that they're going to be going back to Bar Gaming after this.
Yeah.
That's the likely assumption, which is where they were successful before.
Because Boston 4 is also where Team 1 have found success. Empire really struggling with the roamers, and it looks like they might struggle yet again as Alimao finds himself in piano. You can see how he's using the sound, how focused he is on his awareness of the environment. And Empire just choosing not to clear that. I can't say I like that call, because they're very exposed to potential flank right now.
Always just narrowly losing out on the Rotero drone. Not ideal. Zali still holds from above, but there's the Jackal on the stairs. He looks the other way. Joystick sees the footprints. He doesn't need the scan. He takes the fight himself. Down goes Alimao with a minute still to go in the round.
So Alimao pushing a little too early there, and the roam is not going to have the same success that it had last time. There are still roamers, though. You've got Levy on the top floor, and he's actually kind of playing keep away with Joystick. They're far from each other, and they'll actually pass like ships in the night as Levy starts pushing his way towards the C4 hole that was made earlier. Neskin trying to do work inside of Dining. He'll be lit up. The marks go onto Levy, but he wins the fight against Joystick. Incredible shot.
The thing is that Levy is whittled down to such low HP that any ensuing fight that happens as he makes his way back to the bomb site, he will almost certainly lose. But as I say that, no, it doesn't matter how much HP you have. If Dan looks the wrong way, Empire bursts on in, Shepard fell as well, and Scyther locked out as that round falls apart for Empire in the blink of an eye.
And that's very reminiscent of what happened the last time we saw Team 1 go to the bottom floor. Their setup there is really good. And they're constantly applying pressure from both dining and the top floor. Great stuff from Team 1. Empire, on the other hand, gotta get slap on the wrist a little bit here, because you're not clearing out the roamers on Chalet. On Chalet, it's not actually that difficult to clear out the roamers on this map. Yeah, there are a lot of rat corners, but we shouldn't be seeing Joystick solo clearing over on the north side of the building. He needs assistance. We saw 2 players pass Joystick in that round, and those opportunities, I mean, that could have netted Empire a significant advantage if just forced. Empire know they can do it. They've isolated some anchors downstairs, so take your man advantage up and take the fight on those roamers. I mean, we knew they were there. Empire had to have too, because they were there last time they attacked the bottom floor. There's no excuses.
Located a bomb.
Well, back to bar gaming they will go. Hoping the same result happens here. For Team 1, of course.
Yeah. This is their last attempt at a defense for regulation. And a 4-2 half would be very bad for multiple reasons, as we've already discussed for Team 1. It's their map. They're really good on defense. And yeah, that just puts more pressure to take this last round and end it 4-2. 3-3 is going to be pretty bad.
It sure looks like Team 1 is going to emerge from this with the scoreline that they want from this first half, and that's best case scenario. Though both of these teams are very capable of greater dominance, and I think that's worth noting too. So for Empire, the good sign, positives to take, are that you've kept it close.
Yeah, these teams dominate regularly, and it's something that we've come to expect from both Team 1 and Empire through this tournament.
Oh, there goes Dan. The opening death. He had a strong start to this map, but since then he's fallen off a touch. This first half now, all the opening kills are in the books, and it's 4-2 in favor of opening deaths for Team 1.
Joystick on the entry, looking for the roamers. He's got the drones to work off of, and the footsteps. It's gonna be the smoke at the top of backstairs. Levy given away. Oh, but on the window, KDS doesn't spot Joystick on the cross, but Joystick doesn't know either. Neither player aware of each other's position. Joystick's just gonna hold a passive angle, and he's gonna switch to a drone, but he might be trying to bait something out here. I think KDS knows based on the comms. He must know. He's playing such a passive angle, and it's going to work out great for him. The patience nets a second kill from KDS.
It's a bit messy on his end, but he pulls it off admirably. And if he plays this right, a third could be there for him as well, as now Shepard looks to assume the same position that Joystick was just punished in. KDS will jump, though, and Shepard doesn't see him in time. The vault a little bit early. One of those smokes or a drone will need to be burned to take out the Surya gate, as we now hit the halfway point of round 6.
Decided advantage here for Team 1. They're going to start opening up above. That's Empire trying to do some work. The clone goes out. They'll spot a lot of players there. Both Levy and KDS given away. Good information gathering from Scyther. And 0 risk on that Yana. I mean, it'll just recharge and you'll be able to use it later.
Scyther will just slowly inch his way down the stairs. Could be on a collision course with Levy, who's playing this angle. I don't know if they have intel on the bottom of blue. If they do, then Scyther will have the upper hand in that engagement, even though it'll be an SMG-11 staring him down. That rate of fire is usually too much to deal with. Miro just jiggling back and forth in the back of the site, and Empire are prepared and ready for Lagonis to get a little bit too brazen. This could be a huge round here for Empire, but they've got some work to be done.
Yeah, quite a lot of work to be done, as a matter of fact. With 34 seconds left, Empire have to find 2 kills just to equalize. It's going to be a tall order. They've got that top floor control, and they're going to be able to use it to try and get a pick, but they're running out of time. They have to do something now. There's no lenience left for Empire. A run out from KDS is not the play, and Shepard will capitalize. That's going to bring us a little bit closer here. Shepard has Diffuser in hand. Scyther needs to cover from above. Always has to make a play over by Chimney as well. Empire's got to go. They've got to go now. They're running out of time. Team 1 are just waiting this out and happy for it. Shepard going for the plant, and it's 1C4 to deny. Team 1 will take the first half 4-2.
Hello there once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be jumping in for just a moment here, as Team 1 does indeed excel once more, bouncing back truly so in this second map of the series and looking to leverage their own first control to try to get them ahead here. And hopefully get a first map on the board overall.
So a brief summary for those of you just joining us. What happened in that first half? Essentially, Team 1 on defense, they had amazing roamers. The 2 rounds that Empire managed to get are when Empire directly addressed the roamers, confronted them, took them down, got the man advantage, and then went for the site hit. But so many times, Empire got distracted by the prospect of objective play on site, and Team 1's roamers punished Empire, really making it hard for the actual site hit to be successful. So that's why Team 1 find themselves up 4-2. Empire figured out that they needed to clear the roamers way too late, and ultimately, it cost them a lot.
And now with the sides swapped, we'll see if Empire will be able to excel in the defensive end of this map whatsoever. Obviously, a very different take going to be coming in for them. We'll be starting out with the downstairs defense over here on the inside of Kitchen, with the usual extension coming up into the master bedroom right now. A little bit more probably going to be built up beyond that, as well as the team can try to maintain this extended position, waste the time away from Team 1, and obviously prevent the opening of all of the top-down angles that they will want to try and get an easy attack, at least onto the Kitchen, but slightly into the dining room as well. So we'll also be part of this site. Team 1 now out and about on the board, bringing their first attacking lineup. The Flores will be in play to try and deal with all of this extended utility play, specifically such as the ADSs and everything else that we'll see from the defenders, such as Maestro utility there as well. Let's see where exactly Team 1 is going to try to work their way in first, and it's we're going to get some access towards the car garage.
Yeah, Team 1 coming in downstairs to start things off. That's actually, I think that shows great awareness, because Team 1, just as Empire are doing right now, roamed upstairs. That's what we see from Empire. They're trying to, delay from above as much as possible. It's also a great position to retake from if you need to. But if you could do something underneath, possibly cut off some rotations for the anchors, maybe get a pick that Empire's not expecting, with that buck, that could be exactly what Team 1 needs to get the edge on the Chalet.
We've already seen this from, I think, Team 1 themselves earlier in this tournament, where they were able to pull off this play against another squad. So they're going to look to try and see if they can find that advantage again. Unfortunately, specifically for Alamo here, nothing being presented just as of yet. They won't have that winning angle they're looking for. Dan actually does see the angle getting opened up from down below as well. He's going to try to spot that out, but he's got to be careful. He nearly gets spotted out himself from the rappel way over by Library. There was a drone sitting on Dan here from the looks of it. Oh, and unfortunately, Dan not looking at much at all here. Levy going to be able to take him out, and Team 1 get the initial advantage yet again.
They've been good on these picks early on. I think Team 1 are leading significantly on the leadoff picks. I think it's 5-2 now, and Joystick's going to go down as well. So Team 1 finding themselves up 2. Empire on the back foot, and they've got plenty of time for Team 1 to start to open from above, or maybe work another pick or two. Here's number 3 as Scyther goes down. Neskin with the cut.
Empire continuously getting pushed out from these hard lock positions, or trying to aggress against the Team 1 attack here, constantly failing and losing so much of their presence across the map right now. It's fallen out just to the site players, Shepard as well as Always, to try and fend off the rest of this assault. They'll try to work their way forward, but it's not working out. Shepard now pushed out of position. Always is all that's left. And he's not even on site right now, playing upstairs, trying to extend himself out from that position, looking for a futile attempt at a 1v5 here, but it's not going to be easy. And I believe Team 1 already have an idea that he's up here. Levy still holding the rappel angle in the big window into master bedroom. The good news for Always is he's semi-aware of that at least, but still, Levy continues to excel, gets another kill from that rappelling angle, and Team 1 pick up the first round of the half as they move up on 5.
Blue, this looks much like Clubhouse, but in the opposite direction. And what we're seeing right now, clear map preference on display. Team 1 looking just the better team on Chalet, frankly, just as Empire looked the better team on Clubhouse. And to be fair, those are the picks for the team. So, yeah, Empire wanted to go to Club, Team 1 wanted to go to Chalet. Up next, we've got Oregon and then Cafe. So we've got some interesting maps here on the lineup, but I don't know. Or actually not Oregon and then Cafe. I believe those are the ones that were banned. Yeah, it would be Coastline and then Consulate, actually.
Well, we are going to go into an Empire timeout for just a moment here, as they'll need to take a moment to figure out what exactly is going wrong on the insides of these rounds. Often, the difficult part of the best of 5, to go back to your point, though, is that it really stresses that full map spread, having to go through nearly the entire pool, obviously save for the 2 that get banned out there, and that can really stress teams, especially if it ends up going the full distance there, too. That's a long period of time these players will need to be seated down and playing one continuous matchup. So Empire certainly has their work cut out for them. I was checking out even some of the community reception over on the Reddit and other social media platforms for map number 1. A lot of them were saying this series doesn't really get started until we hit the Chalet.
And I think that they were pretty right about that so far, as Team 1 is certainly coming back with a vengeance here in map number 2.
I mean, I'm expecting this to go 1-1, frankly. I mean, I don't normally, in best of threes, I don't normally like to make early predictions on maps. But we can see the clear preference here, and the reason for that is, again, as you talked about, you only get one ban per team. And as I mentioned, Empire banned out Oregon, Team 1 banned out Cafe, which I mistook for being the ones that were actually playing. I was misreading the graphic.
All good.
But with that in mind, there's a lot of siege. So even if Team 1 bring this to 1-1, I mean, what is there really left to say? You still need 2 maps for either team to take the series.
Basically just resets the series down to a best of 3 at that point, and we continue play until we hit the end there.
And you know, the crazy thing is, I don't remember the last time I casted a best of 5 that didn't have a map advantage. Because
it's very true.
Frankly, the map advantage makes a best of 5 feel very claustrophobic, you know, and it almost it almost sets the expectations right out the gate, which makes things a little uncomfortable. We haven't seen a lot of wins when you have that disadvantage before. We have, of course, but it's uncommon.
Not to mention, it just gives that team in front a massive boon to play off of, a huge mental boost. Now, we've already got a 1 map plus over our opponents here. That obviously gives you a lot of sigh of relief. Not going to be the case here. And Team 1 continuing once again to excel in those early picks. Dan tries to take the challenge out for one of the second-story windows. Pays the price for it. This Team 1 are going to be able to knock him out, bringing us down towards a 5v4.
So what is that? I think it's 6-2 for opening picks now for Team 1. They have just been working those picks perfectly on this map.
Perfectly dominant so far here. Unfortunately for Empire, that's left them very weak to try and reply to that. The good news is they do still have some hard-locked extended positions. Bad news is that utility has a limited usage time, specifically because, as we can see here, quite a few of those explosive drones going to start working their way in from Levy, and they will certainly be primed right towards all of those setups that Empire has over at the top of Solarium. And then a few other key pieces of the map here always will potentially become the victim of that if he's not careful. But Empire are now playing careful overall themselves, as they do not want to try and waste any more of their player count here, having already lost Dan, who's been one of the more influential players here for the team. Always, of course, still on top of the scoreboard here inside of this specific map, but we'll try and see if he can get the first pick for his squad by finding Neskin. It's going to be hard for Always to get out of this position now. He's locked in because of the buff play. He's going to get aggressive here, dodging the frag grenade as that moves itself forward, takes care of most of the utility that was blocking his way. Once again, having to try and swing forward and dodge these grenades. Successful as he goes down to just under half of his HP. But remember, he cannot fall back. He can't go down to the bottom of that staircase. And I think he knows it, so he's just going to reactivate these laser gates and continue to hold the staircase.
Yeah, Always has been really impressive on this position. We just saw 3 players from Team 1 try to pincer on him, onto Always, and it didn't work. It was a complete sidestep from Always, and it's really impressive when you see stuff like that, because usually that would have just easily resulted into in a death. I think most players in Always position would have fallen back and died down now. Here come the stuns, possibly a repel in. Always is blind. The Starry Gates need to be cleared. Another nade, and he finally realizes that he's being watched from below, and it's a down. But they might not know about this down. There's no point notifications, and they didn't see the down clearly. KDS is going to go for the repel in, though, and he should be able to finish it off. There you go, Always eliminated, but it took almost half the round to get that done.
That's the big issue now. Only 30 seconds left to make up the difference in the 3v5. And while, yes, that looks like a very palatable advantage for Team 1 to play off, if you still players off the side, as we just saw there from Joystick. He misses his opportunity, though, to take down a player in Solarium, and has to fall back through the hatch very quickly to get himself to the inside of the kitchen. Coming down the wire here now for Team 1. Let's see what they have to offer us on the execute. And it's going to work out. Shepard should have had KDS dead to rights, but it turns out not the case. Lagonis as well quickly makes work of Joystick, and Neskin finishes it off. Team 1 continue to frag their way through this matchup as they go up on the map point.
What an amazing play there from Team 1, all hinging on the Solarium take. And Always, oh my, was he slippery? Was he sly? Was he the right man for the job? But didn't matter.
Not enough.
Yeah, wasn't enough. He wasted almost half the round. So much utility, like 3 players utility. And yeah, I mean, they still got the pick on him. And after that, Team 1, with barely 20 seconds, were able to clear out the site. I mean, there were
pretty much every frag grenade being used specifically to take him down too, so none of that to try and artillery out any of the players in the site. Really only had their gun skill to try and push their way forward, but even still, unfortunately, the 5v3 advantage they'd already built up in that made it a much easier job to get in.
Yeah, frankly, the same way that Team 1 didn't look comfortable on Clubhouse, now Empire don't look comfortable on Chalet. I have to say it. So I wholeheartedly expect this to be a Team 1 map for us to move forward in the series, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more Siege as we, after this one, we'll go to, I believe, Coastline.
Coastline is indeed going to be our third map of the series, so much more open affair for these teams to play into, and should give us probably some of the most exciting rounds of the matchup, I'm hoping so, as Coastline is always a fun one, giving teams a much greater degree of freedom to play into, and more importantly, play aggressively across the course of the map. We'll see what Empire's setup looks like for potentially the final round of this map. They are going to be prioritizing the bedroom once again. Same setup, though, going to be emphasized on the double windows inside of Solarium, and there will be accompanying utility to support that.
Yeah, it's going to be a solid setup here from Empire, I would imagine, but we've seen an even more solid attack consistently from Team 1. Empire have been struggling on this defense. They have yet to take a defensive round on Chalet, and see if they continue to struggle here. Joystick on the roam with the Vigil. You've got lots of options available to Empire, but none of them have been working for them, really.
And so it all comes down to this now. Will Empire show us anything different, or is it going to be more of the same, more of the extension hold, hoping that they can find an early kill? And, well, that plan seems to have panned out, at least for Dan. He gets a fight outside of the trophy window. It's very quickly exchanged, however, by the Team 1 roster, as always now goes down. The teams stay even for the time being. Neskin looking for more, though, as he will still maintain that same rappel position. More than likely caught someone from Empire getting just a tad too aggressive, playing around the thresholds there. So I think with a good spot on the drone, knows he's been revealed, knows the pressure will broil out against him. He's got a little bit of a treat for his opponents, too, but unfortunately that Nitro falls a little bit short on the windowsill and will not do any significant damage against the attack here from Team 1. Alamau still trying to work the bottom angle in order to push Scyther out of position and force him to go down once again, but it's not worked out. Scyther's going to continue to sit here, waste time, and even a little aggressive now. Almost goes down to the second player on rappel, but instead challenges Alamau and suffers from that same fate.
Great job there from Alamau, and now Empire, once again, man advantage against them. That's rough to see if you're an Empire fan, but this looks pretty much over for Chalet. We'll see if Team 1 can lock out the round and move us to map number 3. Shepard, playing just outside of Bathroom. Now he's going to try and delay as long as he can. He's got the gas canisters to do that effect. You can see he's playing in a much safer position than some of the other defenders have played in this spot, because he just wants to maintain control and delay as long as he possibly can. He doesn't need to get an answer back as the smoke. Oh, with the vault, he hears the nades being tossed in. No rappel in from Team 1, and oh no, now Shepard's in a desperate position, and you could tell that Neskin is aware. He heard that vault. Now he's just waiting for his kill to walk into his crosshair. Alamau very close to these defenders, but he's going to get flanked by Joystick, who whiffs! A massive whiff and an inopportune moment to do so. Shepard, the only defender left on his team, and there's a plant going down. He'll spot Alamau. Finally, he goes down. Lagonis, though, gets the plant. You have Neskin, I believe, or Levy, one or the other, on that big window rappel. He can see that diffuser, but there's the half wall. That's going to be a problem for Levy, but it's Lagonis to get the last kill, and Team 1 will take Chalet.
Very quickly after a bump in the road on the first map, they will be able to take control for themselves here on map number 2 of Chalet, like we were talking about before, evening out the series in a 1-1 fashion, and now sending us to a very interesting map of Coastline where, in my opinion, really anything could happen between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this has been an incredible series so far, but we've had some really one-sided maps. I want to see these teams go neck and neck on one of these. I think Coastline might be a good candidate for that. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be as well. This tournament has really been, in a lot of ways, about how teams have been able to properly leverage aggression, as well as on the defense, be able to peel that back with an appropriate amount of time to play into the site and not get overwhelmed by these all-in attacks. So it's truly going to test that element to its core for both of these teams. And I think that's a big proponent of what's been deciding these matchups, not only in this finals here today, but throughout a lot of the tournament.
Yeah, so Coastline, the next map up. And so far, two very one-sided maps for this series. Clubhouse and Chalet, really pretty dominant, but for different teams. I wonder what it's going to look like when we get deeper into things. We're going to go ahead and throw the desk and hear what they have to say about Chalet.
I think these two dominant maps are exactly what you want if a series is going to be very even. You know, we have the 7-2 on the pick of Clubhouse for Empire. We have the 7-2 response on Chalet by Team 1. And as I learned from Futurama, perfectly symmetrical violence never solves anything. So
God,
we
I love that you know that reference.
So coming in, like, we talked about Clubhouse. This is the really, Coastline. This is going to be the really exciting map because this is the team, both teams pick during their semifinal matchups. So that's going to be very fun. They have very unique strategies on that. But at the same time, you know, if it's going to be a close series, there aren't any bans before the teams first pick these maps. So they're going to pick their most confident maps, and if they win confidently, I hope that means we're going the distance 5 games.
Yeah, I think you can expect the next couple of maps to be a lot closer. I think these two kind of played it how you'd expected. I will say I was hoping for a little bit more on Chalet from Team Empire, given the fact that with that last group stage map, they left it up. IG could have picked it. I was hoping maybe Team Empire would have a little bit more stored up, a little bit more hidden for that map. Unfortunately, they just seemed like they were falling apart. They couldn't handle the roams of Team 1, and their defenses were just falling apart.
Both teams so far have completed their objectives, though. If the entire idea is win your map pick, both teams have already done a stellar job of that. Thing is, when we head to Coastline, both teams seem to like this one, so I do think when we head to a map 3, that's going to be what makes or breaks this series for either one team or the other.
Coastline is going to be so good. I'm so excited for it. Just given the play styles of these two teams, I mean, we'll get into it later, but I'm really excited for that one.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the rounds in this map, Jacob, you said that Chalet still needed a little bit better intel, you thought, from Team 1, especially on their attacking side. Is that what you saw? Did you get what you wanted?
There was more of it for sure, but the cool part about this is even in moments where there was not a lot of intel being used on the side of Team 1, you want to know what they still did? They still won rounds. Every single attack that they had was a win in their case, and none of it really seemed like it came off the back of super heavy, or sorry, not Shepard heavy droning, because that man will do it, especially when he's got nothing else to do over the course of a round. Team 1 on a map like Chalet can get away with there not being nearly as much drone intel, and they played into that pretty well.
I think the map's made a big difference due to the fact that, like, Chalet is a much harder map to defend on than Clubhouse.
Yeah.
It forces the defenders to get more aggressive to try to balance that out, and Team 1 are so good at shutting down that aggression.
And 2 players, Neskin and Lagonis, with 100% cost on that map. Kills spread evenly across the board there for Team 1. Great, at least statistical team-wide performance.
Yeah, I mean, 100 cost means they were impacting every single round. 78% cost, I'm going to assume, based on the fact there was 9 rounds, that's probably what? All but 2 rounds, all but 1?
I think so, yeah.
Something like that. So, I mean, huge performance from all of the players. It was a team effort, and that's what we expect from Team 1.
Well, we're going to take a look at round 1 to kick things off. This is a 2v2. Shepard and Dan are up on the Empire side. If you had to pick 2 players from this tournament that you would want in that scenario, it's probably those 2 guys, right?
Yeah, we've seen this combo time and time again just dominate in the late rounds. Their coordination is perfect in the 2v2. They really do a good job. If we can get into the replay, that's just the end of round 8 right now. But when we can look at round 1, here it is. So we'll watch it get down to the 2v2, and Dan and Shepard just coordinate this so perfectly. First of all, their operators are great. You can still open the wall, and you can rip up these floorboards from above. Obviously, Team 1 have to fall off at this point. They can't continue to hold up above. Look how Dan's going to push from up top, and Shepard's going to go actually into Fireplace and try to pinch from the other side. Their coordination is so in sync, despite the fact they're on completely other sides of the map. Shepard's able to open the wall because, again, he's playing that Thermite. Dan's providing pressure from above. Shepard gets the opener, and now he's got room to plant. He's still got his smokes. He's got everything that he needs to use here. And Neskin will do his best with the impact grenades, but he's mistimed them a little bit. Also, they're just impacts, and Dan from up above is going to have a great cover. Now, it will get down to a 1v1, but the plant happens anyways. So Neskin gets this kill, great, but now the call has been made. Dan knows where he is, which means he's an advantage in this 1v1, and of course, he hits the shot.
Arguably in that round, yeah. Sorry, no.
Had the HP advantage there, too, at the end, so it's going to be very difficult. So, Jacob, I'm curious what your thoughts are on why Empire didn't win more rounds, because they win the first round of this game, and then they lose 7 out of the next 8. So how did Team 1 adjust after losing that first round?
It's a map where you're so more susceptible to a roam game, especially in this case. There were opportunities for Team Empire to go right in for an execute, but it was stalled out early before it could even get to a point, whether it be a wall getting opened up or a plant going down in the first place. If memory serves, Shepard only had 2 plants over the course of their entire attacking half, which is kind of crucial considering they're the attacking side squad. They really love trying to execute in, and they're are plenty of circumstances where they should have been able to, but there was 1 or 2 players from Team 1 in several different locations to disrupt at different moments.
Yeah, and in round 1, we see Empire get the plant. In round 3, you see the plant denial, and you wanted to look at this, Jesse.
Yeah, because this is an area where Team Empire would always fall back onto this, right? If we play the clip, we'll see that when Empire failed to get the roam clear, when Empire lost on the roam clear, they had to go for a direct take. They try to get the plant down, but they smoke this angle off, and usually the smoke is great, but what it actually does, it makes it harder to catch this C4 that just got thrown by Lagonis. Dan could technically have an angle on that, but he had just dropped, he was prone, he had so many difficulties in actually shooting that, and always couldn't get the angle because of that smoke. Usually a smoke plan is what you want to do, but when those C4s are flying through, it can actually be a disadvantage.
And so many times when you have a smoke right on the default plant spot on Games Room, that's just telegraphing to your opponents, hey, we're here, we're trying to mask the plant, because you only have that very small half wall that you're able to actually get the diffuser down behind. So it's telegraphing your position when you're trying to plant in that spot. So what does that require? Somebody holding in on library hatch, probably looking down into the of the door frame in that little closet section. And then once you're at that point, you also probably need somebody either holding the window or holding Game's door, none of which was something that Empire had set up within that couple of seconds that they were going for the execute. So what does it require? 1 nitro cell, and you're dead.
All right, later in the second half, I'm really glad you picked this this clip, Jacob, because I think it's going to do a great job of illustrating these team styles. And by that, I mean Empire playing fundamentals, having a good stall game, and then what's so fun about Team 1 is you're like, well, why can they hit the site this fast? Like, why can they execute so quickly? Are they crazy? How are they picking up these kills? So you were very excited about how Empire played this out, but then Team 1 just hits like lightning and are able to win the round.
This was probably the one time I thought Team Empire could have escaped with a win on defense, but it wasn't to be. We're heading into round 8, and if you look all the way at the far end on Solar, Always has been down, but he's stalled for 2 minutes and 20 seconds up until getting to this point. So Team 1 now have to do some calculations and figure out what's the most optimal place to hit the site. KDS is going to vault in, he will clean up Always, and there's still 3 members of Team Empire left to find. So what do? They're going to group together and they're going to find a way to swarm all as one. There are so many of them on the north side of the map, and Levy is capable of joining them from a different angle, but they're not all going to hit from Solar. It's going to be KDS by himself down the staircase. Alamau is going to make the complete rotate all the way back towards main in order to ensure that he has that cross all the way to kitchen, and then here come more of the gunfights. This turns into a flawless round for the rest of Team 1 because all of the gunfights are exactly where Team 1 expects them to be. This was the problem with Team 1 being so systematic. Their positions are probably going to be known to Team 1, especially if they're in a 5v3 scenario. And what do if you're down in man count on defense? Turtle up and wait for the attackers to come to you, and Team 1 knows exactly where they were.
And I love the way they were able to clear out that roamer on the trophy stairs, because they did this actually the round right after, too, round 9. What they did is they've got a Kai playing on the windows with those grenades, trying to open up first the Surya gates and then throw those grenades out to force the guy out of position. They're not actually trying to get the kill with the nades. They're trying to force him back down so that Alamau in the basement on the buck can catch the angle going up. The first time they did that, they weren't expecting the angle, got downed by Alamau. The second time, they knew the angle was there, so credit to Empire for that, but they lost the gunfight anyways.
All right, now we look ahead to Coastline. This is the one I was rubbing my hands over. This is the one both of these teams picked in their semifinal matches. Can you guys describe each team's style on Coastline? Because we saw 2 radically different coastlines in the 2 semifinals.
Yeah, so Team Empire, they really run this map in Europe and internationally as well. They're on a 6-game win streak on Coastline. Ooh. And they do play it a bit odd. They do love to focus on those plants. They love to get those objectives down. And that's really something that you don't see a whole lot on Coastline. Often it's a frag-heavy map. We talk about how the defenders have to just run around and get as many kills as they can. But Empire still find a way somehow to get those plants down every single time. So it's odd to see such a playstyle on a map that usually favors more of those frag-heavy playstyles.
You could say that Team 1 will go for the kills, Empire will go for the plants. There's a difference between, going for your frags and then playing more for your objective, and we already know that when Team Empire attacks, the reason for them being so potent is ensuring that Shepard gets the plant down and there's plenty of adequate coverage for it. But this is also Coastline, where it's great for roaming and for roam clearing, both in equal spades, so this should be really interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Question for you. Does the team that wins Coastline win the finals?
Oh boy. If Team 1 were to win this, that would be them winning Empire's map pick. So yes, if Team 1 can win this map, I think they probably take the whole thing. That being said, Empire picked this for a reason, so...
Ah, man, I think the next couple of maps are close enough that you can't call it after this. Now that we've had 2 picks and 2 bans, these last 3 maps are so equal, I couldn't say that the winner of this wins the whole thing.
Yeah, we're down to a glorified best of 3 at this point, aren't we?
Good stuff, good stuff. And we're going into map 3 after the break. We'll see Coastline then.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
Do you think the European region on the whole is underrated right now because there hasn't been a big European win in a long time at a LAN?
It's hard to say because I think right now just like the skill, the level of teams are kind of the same. Like any team can beat anyone right now. Just it matters like who will adapt faster during the game, and the team from any region can do it. Like as for me, during the games I'm not even like looking who I'm playing against. I'm just playing the game. I can see only like the operators, and I don't care much about like who is playing against me, because I will think, oh, there is Palo, there is Nesk. I will sit and hide because I know that they can just go and kill me. So I think you just need to play the game. Don't think about who you are playing against.
Is there a team that you really want to face, that you want to play? Do you want revenge on Team Empire for the Six Invitational?
Yeah, I think 100%. Like we all want to face Empire again and have the rematch because of the conditions that we faced them and everything that we involved. We're gonna like prove that we were better than the last time that we faced them.
At Six Invitational, the top 3 teams were all Brazilian teams. Are you expecting the Brazilian dominance to continue here at the major?
I think so, but I still think that Brazilians are current knowing more the game than the other regions, like us and IP and Liquid as well. And I think Brazilian dominance will continue this event.
All right, map 3 is upon us after a 7-2 to start us off with. A 7-2 answers back on Chalet, and so far the teams have won their respective maps, and now we go to Coastline. This is Empire's map as well. Are we going to see another 7-2 for them?
I doubt it. I mean, I talked about this with Blue when he was with me earlier. I do think that Coastline is probably going to be one of the maps that goes a little bit closer. I mean, we've been seeing some, one-sided stuff. I don't anticipate it here for map number 3, but I mean, I've been surprised by what we've seen so far, so yeah, we'll see.
I mean, with the way that they're playing it out right now and the teams winning their respective maps, I wouldn't be too shocked to see us need all 5 maps, and Villa being where the score is settled between these 2 teams, but we got to get through Coastline first. And no matter what, we are guaranteed yet another consulate.
Yeah.
Will it top yesterday's Consulate? Well, that remains to be seen. I don't know if anything ever will. It might be one of the best matches on Consulate we've ever seen.
I was about to say I doubt it because I'm racking my brain here, and despite all the jokesters referencing XSET BC, I do think that was probably one of the best consulates ever. I mean, we've had some amazing consulate games though. I know you go back in history, there's a lot of those. So
absolutely,
I don't know. It's a tricky one to be definitive on, but what is for sure is that we will have that map. So yeah,
absolutely. So Coastline. What do we expect on this map between these two teams? It's been relatively lopsided through the two maps. Do you expect the same on Coastline, given the fact that this is Empire's pick?
Nah, I mean, it's Empire's pick, yeah, but we're getting to the point now. Okay, well, the first two maps in a best of 5, those are the maps that the teams really want to go to. Those are like yeah, this is our map. And we already saw that. Those have transpired now. They're past. We are now past the ban phase. There are only 2 bans for a best of 5. So now we're getting into the secondary maps, and it's kind of like sometimes even a tertiary map, because sometimes your opponent will ban your secondary, and you have to go down all that distance. So no, I don't think this can be that definitive.
They might have even effectively banned their maps against each other. Think about it. It's no different. We're now back into a best of 3 here, Michael, as the final 3 maps, Coastline, Consulate, and Villa, will be a glorified best of 3 between these squads, as they each have 1 map remaining. So we're just moments away from getting into Coastline, and then we'll see what exactly happens between these teams. Expect a very aggressive map, especially with the way that these two teams love to play it.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and load on into Coastline and see what we can get between these squads. It's Team Empire versus Team 1 in the grand finals of this Mexican Major, as we head into what is, as you mentioned, essentially a BO3 at this point. You can hopefully hear the shouting in the background. That is Team 1, as you might expect.
I don't want to be the guy who says this, but I don't think that Team 1 entered this event thinking that they would make it to the finals.
Nobody did.
I mean, nobody did, literally.
Yeah.
Nobody did.
I mean, you're not that guy because everyone's that guy.
That's true.
And it's awesome to see.
Ooh. A Ying band coming out, and I wish I spoke Portuguese because they see the Ying band, and Team 1 absolutely howled, and we don't know exactly what they were saying. A very conventional second band to follow, as Thatcher is no more.
So this map has been played once by Empire in recent history. They beat BDS on it just yesterday, so that was cool. On the side of Team 1, they've been playing it quite a lot, winning against Liquid, BDS, Furia, FaZe, Santos Dex, but that's, not yet this major. But the point is, this is a very comfortable map for Team 1 that Empire have brought us to, especially if you look further than just the major's results. So that the ban phase now concluded here, we'll see if Empire has the tricks up their sleeves that are necessary to take this one. We've seen Empire get really big wins on Coastline before, against like G2, for example, way back in some older tournaments.
Well, it's a good playground for them, and it would set up Consulate to be yet another opportunity for Empire to put it away. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Team 1 is going to start on attack on what is typically described as a very, very attacker-favored map.
It's often brought up that recently it's been kind of balanced as maps go. And I'm just going to check here because I'm curious what it's been at this major. You always see for each event some different results, not only from players and teams, but on what's good and what's bad for maps. If I'm looking at the stats right now, it's been 53% defender-sided rating, and that's actually of 7 played, so it's been played quite a lot. Chalet has been the most attacker-sided map at 40% for the defense in terms of win rate, and that's substantially slanted towards the attackers. Actually, believe it or not, Cafe is more attacker-sided for this event than Coastline.
Chalet missed, or Empire missed the attacker-sided memo on Chalet.
Yeah, they did. They really did.
You get 2 rounds, that's it. No more.
So, I mean, again, Clubhouse was much the same, so just the opposite direction. So, I mean, it balances out. All things balance, Parker.
All things considered.
All things considered. Are we saying it?
Considered. You can say all things considered.
I wasn't trying to say that.
Well, you can say it anyway.
I could say it. All things considered.
First bit of action right now, and Scyther has already taken a bit of damage. Don't exactly know what the game plan was here. It's a hookah defense to start off Coastline for Team Empire. Team 1 will look to clear out that top floor before they can transition to the site. The focus is going to be over towards Penthouse and Theater. Take control of that, then hold VIP, and you can begin to push onto the bomb site as well. Luggage will be an incredibly...
That's a player. That was, I think... No, it's not. Okay. Ooh. Looked like it might have been, but the silhouette is deceptive.
It's time for
the amount of times on 3-story maps where you see a silhouette.
I know.
Is it on the floor below? I don't know. KDS and Lagonas take a lot of damage. I don't know what exactly happened, but Shepard is here. Grenade goes in, eaten up. He goes ring around the Rosie. We are only a minute into action, and half of the server is dead. The advantage falls in favor of Team 1 once all the chips are down. Scyther and Joystick reign, but Scyther tags one, traded out. Joystick botches the C4. KDS getting the diffuser down. It'll be Neskin to cover. In the corner, does Joystick have any intel? He does on Neskin, but he can't land the shot, so he'll be playing behind a deployable shield, and KDS finishes him off as round number 1 very quickly goes to the Brazilian team.
Team 1 getting very loud. I hope we have mics on their table, or at least I hope you can hear it through my microphone, as they are excited and amped up after the win that they just acquired, taking the first round of the map, and that's the momentum that Team 1 needs. Empire, they'll be fine. They don't need necessarily to get that first round. But Team 1 nabbing that, so big. It will get them more rounds. It's weird because we're talking about this almost as if we're playing a game that has economy. But there isn't. It's just that Team 1 is very particular in the way that they play.
Yeah. Well, Team 1 looking to put their stamp on this map already, and I'd say an admirable job through that first round. You're going to have a couple more of that. I don't think Empire is going to allow you to take up so much map control so quickly again.
No.
Obviously, the lineup from Team 1 this time around looks suited to do the same thing. You've got the Lion on the board, which always allows for a bull rush into the site if you choose to employ it that way.
Now, obviously, Empire, they're one of those teams that has slow starts. Talk about this. They're kind of similar to BDS in that way, although I'd say BDS typically has slower starts. However, Team 1 are the type of team that can go so fast that they lock you down and don't give you an opportunity to start up late. So that's going to be one of the worries for Empire as we progress in this. You can see that just now that was Scyther shooting all of the books inside of Office. The reason he's doing that is because there were actually a number of drones being hidden behind the books yesterday. We actually saw a lot of that. I think Empire just did some VOD review, and they're like, yeah, let's not let that happen again.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Coastline is a map that a lot of people say is played out. There's not a lot of room to do things differently on it. Oh my goodness. Well, Dan, I don't know exactly what the game plan was there, but Lagonas ends your round very early on before it's even began.
Yeah, so that's Dan the Man on the floor. And I think Empire needs Dan to perform. Having him dead early on, this is kind of similar to yesterday when we saw Shaiko dying early a lot. I mean, Shaiko ended up playing amazingly in that series overall, but he had some rounds where he would die, and it would be really easy for their opponents, in that case Empire, to take the round as a result. Dan being the first pick, not ideal.
All right, well, that early pick will potentially snowball as Team 1 look to take up more map control. The Jaeger, whose impact in terms of utility is already spread throughout the map, will not be impactful with the gadgets as they will persist, but you know that Empire, as you pointed out, a good comparable to Shaiko, as a player like Dan needs to stay until the very bitter end. But you don't make it to the grand finals without some major depth here. Joystick is a player that also needs to stay alive, and for but a second it appeared that he wanted to take a gunfight. He decides that it's not a wise idea, and he'll barricade Kitchen and head back. This is a double bar defense for Empire right now, so the parts that you need to control on attack could be Kitchen. Ooh. It could also be Cool Vibe Stairs. And that Rotero drone is going to go out, blow up the deployable shield, and also the Aruni gate goes too. The ADS is staying passive though.
That is maximum distance from that Rotero drone, and the second one will go in. Shepard takes about 30 HP away from him, and that's not ideal for Empire, but he's got the gas canisters to slow this down. Nades to cut the cross, and nades to get Shepard, but he stays alive, staying slippery in this position.
You can toss out another toxic canisters. There's still a minute to go. He's got none left.
Not ideal coverage. Another Rotero drone will go on in. That's Lagonis guiding it forward. He's still got one remaining, but it gets smoked by Shepard in that position. They're going to look to try to flash him out as he's on such low HP, and the smoke of Shepard is the target that they want. Another EE1D goes down, and a grenade is successful. They've blown their way in, and they'll continue to roll forward. A Nitro Cell answered back as Joystick watched from the window. He's gunned down. Team 1 are looking methodical in the way that they're holding these angles. Scyther's been compelled to action, but he doesn't know if there's somebody from above. He'll try as he might, but it's not good enough. And a flawless round for Team 1 awaits if Always can't get any kills. But he does, and it's a huge one. He'll have to get more, and he won't do it. Alemão seals the deal, and Team 1 goes up 2-0.
Wow, Parker, we are seeing some, as you say, methodical coastline from Team 1. Alemão letting them know. They can definitely hear that one, Parker, despite the headphones. So, up 2-0 here for Team 1. That last round, complete lockout for Empire. It's interesting because Team 1 looked like they were going to try and address other parts of the building. They looked like they wanted to pressure service entrance. They wanted to maybe do a top clear a little bit, have some fun with it, do some different things. But then they ended up just focusing all their efforts on Sunrise through mud. And I like that because there was a lot that they had to do to chip away at that mud hole that Shepard was bringing. They accomplished that goal. The utility play from Team 1 is something that is undervalued. Often people will just say, oh yeah, Team 1's they're aggressive, typical LATAM team, haha. That's total bullhooey. They are a very well-structured and very sensible team in their structure. What they are is dynamic. They're able to apply the tools that are necessary to fulfill the job at a moment's notice on the fly. So Team 1 adjusted in that round almost so faintly that you might not have even caught it. And then once they started hitting through mud, they stuck to that like a tick. And Shepard had no chance of getting out.
That certainly conjures up imagery, doesn't it? A tick.
I mean,
nobody likes ticks, but everybody knows what they do, and everybody knows how annoying they are.
Yeah, I as soon as I said it, I was like, I don't know if that really works, but I
don't think it's a bad
I had to push through with it.
I think it's perfectly apt.
Yeah. And Empire is struggling with that because they're not dynamic. Never have been.
Yeah.
It usually doesn't matter for them, though, because they've got the talent to back it up. Let's see here. Alemão, early damage taken.
Yeah, he almost loses his life. Oh, and, well, he will. Dan gets his revenge for being the first to die for Empire, and Team 1 finally find themselves trailing after that first pick.
Yeah, so that's a really good start there for Empire, and it's something that they haven't had a lot of as of late. Even if you go back to Chalet, they didn't get a lot of those early picks. Dan droned out there, but the bars are still available, and that's actually going to provide a little bit of cover. And he'll continue to try and contest. That drone was spotting him out. Really good drone work from Team 1. Their information game is another thing that I think is underrated when it comes to Team 1. They are excellent at droning for each other and having pre-placed drones in position to catch opponents off guard.
Dan's going to test his reflexes yet again, feeling good after that first shot. And there goes a Nitro Cell, but KDS expects it, and he just backs away. So Dan gambles on it, walks away with 25 HP.
The thing about C4s like that, Parker, is that they never work unless somebody's on drone right next to the doorway. Oh, KDS is in, down goes Shepard. They're looking for another. You could see that Dan is low HP inside the main lobby. He challenges Bathroom, and it's going to work for him. Not a single bullet landed by KDS, but there you go. Levy gets the re in almost a second, but it's an even exchange of HP just about as Levy uses his EE1D.
Trying to paralyze any of the players from Empire, but none of them take the bait on that EE1D. Flores of Lagonis is still very far outside as it's another double bar defense now for Empire, attempting to right the wrongs of the previous round. So far, they find themselves on even footing, and it was almost flawlessly done for Team 1 in the previous round, so Empire have a better shot at the moment.
It's a very different attack from Team 1 as well. They're coming from the main lobby side service entrance. They fully committed to it this time, and it ended up costing them a lot with the push in through service and Bathroom.
Seems to be making a huge difference for Team Empire right now as Team 1 will circle the wagons and try to get themselves into proper position. They spy the entire bottom of those soft walls open up, and a Mozzie Pest will actually grab the Rotero drone. Two players from Empire waiting in the same spot.
He gets spotted out. Levy will be the one on the chase, but he gets swung on by Scyther, instinctively hearing him marching down the security hall. Final 20 seconds left, and Empire looking to get themselves on the board. Lagonis toiling outside of office. He knows that he's got very limited time to get in and plant that diffuser. His coverage will be Neskin, and he takes out Always as Lagonis continues to steamroll in. Lots of damage to Scyther. Pistol out. He wins it, but only 4 seconds to get in and get the diffuser planted. Joystick's attention is elsewhere on 0-0. He gets it down, but Joystick now in a 1v1. All he has to do is stop this, and there's a second left. A Nitro cell is good enough, and Empire picks up their first round in this map.
Oh boy, Parker. Well, it's a good thing that Joystick was the last one alive, and you can see he's happy about it. You could tell it's painted all over his face. Because if it had been some of the other players that aren't just hitting their shots right now on Empire, I don't know. That's scary. And the reason why I say that's scary is because Empire were a shoo-in for the win there. But then this office hold goes disastrously. Always and Scyther having trouble with that, and it almost ended up going the way of Team 1. And you can imagine their hype levels would have been through the roof had it gone that way. So, Team 1 now finally losing a round. Took them a while, but Empire clawed that one away. And they'll go over to Kitchen to see if they can get another. And Oryx is being brought here from Dan. Now that's quite interesting.
He did this yesterday, by the way.
He did.
This was the same bomb site, and he ran it twice against BDS.
And it's, you know, it's because you've got those drop downs. There's so much you can do with those drops on this map. Offering yourself that movement enables a player like Dan, and I talked about this yesterday when he did this. Yeah. And it's just cool to see little niche plays from operators like this. So we'll see if Dan meets any success on that Oryx. There's no guarantee of it, but it's just fun. It's different. It's something to catch Team 1 off guard, potentially.
I don't think the Oryx from Dan, for the record, was successful at all against BDS yesterday. So I am extremely curious to see the way that he will employ it and if it will be any better against Team 1.
It's a very different team, right? So maybe. We'll find out. I mean, Empire versus BDS was it's like almost like fighting someone in the mirror.
Yeah.
But this is a whole different story. I don't know, Team 1 have been, I talked about that earlier, Team 1 have been so good with their drones. Same way that Empire's been really good with their drones. So, I don't know. I don't think it's going to work that well, but I'm looking forward to it. It's not the only factor, of course, in this round or in this map that's going to be really important to pay attention to. Joystick has been droned out down here. The enemy knows that he's there. You can see the drone behind the pillow. Joystick has not spotted it. Alimao is calling that out for his team. It might be the first pick if Team 1 decide to focus on it.
Scyther playing on Cool Vibe stairs in case anybody wants to push him from Hookah Valk. He will hold that angle that leads from the double bars into Kitchen. So the site that they just played on double bars will still be a point of focus for Team 1.
Oh.
Levy has control inside of his. A Rotero drone goes out. Empire need to be very careful of what happens next. And Levy just misses an opportunity, but gets the right call onto Dan. 2 big kills for Levy as he's still in that position, and it forces Empire to have to replay. Shepard takes down Levy, but there's more work to be done. Yana jumps in, trying to capitalize on the chaos that had ensued, but Empire was prepared and ready for that. There's still one player there's upstairs, always commandingly holding Penthouse. He's also got the drop opened up. Mouse position given away on Cool Vibe stairs. So there's some intel to help Empire moving forward.
A small lull in the action here as, Lagonis sprang through the wall. He's going to do some damage there, but not enough to get a kill. You still have players upstairs, as you mentioned. That's Always trying to hold the top floor. Spray through the wall for Alimao, and he's got 150 rounds in that drum magazine. He's going to be able to do quite a lot of work on the site. It's more like a barrel, actually. I don't know. It's huge.
Belt-fed.
Belt-fed, yeah.
I mean, I'm not a gun guy, but it's
yeah.
a pretty decent weapon. Anyway, with that said, Alimao creeping through luggage. Lagonis is right by main lobby. 40 seconds left, and I have to assume that the plant is going to go down over by that service door. But you have to make sure that you've got your I's dotted and your T's crossed, whether it be from above or on the wings and edges of the bomb site. That's the focus right now of Neskin as he destroys the floor of Penthouse. He's still going to hold this angle, and when that plant goes down, looking towards that B bomb, he'll ensure that there's no covers that can be had from Empire. A toxic canister goes out, and 2 as it also tries to smoke off Bathroom. In bursts Lagonis, and he wins his gunfight. Really remarkable stuff from them. Through the bars, Scyther's trying his best. He'll have to play around the deployable shield as Neskin holds the cross. He gets taken down. Lagonis is on such low HP, but the diffuser goes successfully and they scamper off. Team 1 looking to stretch their lead here. Flores playing, and that's a tough shot to hit for Shepard. He's only inches away from the diffuser. He can move to it, but he's going to have to take out these players from Team 1 first. Finding himself in his 1v2, this is a very hard way for Shepard to play the remainder of the round, and dare I say it, virtually impossible. He'll test them as he goes on. The sound cue gives it away that he's on the diffuser, and you know that he's not going to be able to do it with 2 players from Team 1 well outside. That's an easy hold for them, and they are up 3-1 on Coastline.
And the problem that round? Simple. Your smoke's in main lobby. He's not in a position to deny the diffuser plant. He could have been in bathroom. There was vertical play, of course, coming out from Team 1, so your typical position by the bomb chassis is not going to be an option. But look at this. Look at this start. So this is actually leading into a greater thought when it comes to Empire and Team 1. Team 1 are really good at finding the opportunities. Again, their drone work is impeccable. And when they find those opportunities, they exploit the hell out of them. Yeah. Nobody holding blue bar, you can't roam in Sunrise if you don't have at least Sun Hall covered, preferably blue bar or office. You can't do it because you're going to get what Levy just did. That's what's going to happen. So that's on Empire. But then Empire gets 2 kills to answer that back. And see, that's the greater thought I wanted to discuss with Empire. They are so rock solid when they're actually prepared, when they're ready for it.
I hate the Oryx pick that Dan has brought on this site every single time. I have now moved firmly into the camp of play anything else. Now, against BDS, the intention for the Oryx was to play upstairs in Aquarium and also be able to play through down below in Office. If you need to, Oryx can very easily vault back up through the hatches, and he can rotate through the map actually faster than anybody else because he can achieve speeds faster than 3-speed if he uses his charge or his dash.
Zoom, zoom.
He can sprint across the map quite effectively. But I have not seen anything out of Dan through those 3 rounds that lead me to believe that the Oryx pick is a good idea for Empire. And with how strong Dan is, he's been surrendered as that first pick on 2 of those 3 rounds he played as Oryx. It's not an ideal spot for Empire to find themselves in.
Generally speaking, Empire have not looked nearly as solid on this map than what I was expecting, but maybe it's just the first half. It could change when we switch to the second. We'll find out. Remember, Empire is vastly superior on attack to defense. It's their best side, as a matter of fact. But Team 1 equally not so great on attack. So it's an interesting equation. There's a lot of factors to consider here. What I can say is I'm very impressed with Team 1's first half so far. And even if they lose these last 2 rounds, 3-3 half, that's pretty good for them, I'd say.
There's another EE1D that'll get burned up. Levy's still got 1 left. He's used them both very early on, 1 minute off of the clock, and we're only a few seconds into that 2nd minute of play. So I don't know if it's done to just try and shove players from Empire into areas where Team 1 can capitalize off of. But it hasn't been able to net them a kill just yet, and it hasn't been used in conjunction with a strong entry. But Dan challenging a fight onto an upside-down repelled Ali Mao is not a smart idea. Dan losing some HP in the process.
Nate goes behind the Aqua Bar. There's no one there. I love that they use the EE1D to potentially force them to stay still, but, well, there's nobody in that position. So information would have been good there for Team 1 if they gathered it before trying that. Dan takes a lot of damage, and he's trying to run away, but, oh, he's just going to get caught from Ali Mao. I'm really not sure what was going through Dan's head there.
He'll go down swinging as Team 1 now confidently marches into Aquarium, and if they can translate that to the default plant spot inside of Billiards, then, well, they can do some significant damage to this defense of Empire and put Empire in a post plant. There's a minute to go, and there you have it. Lagonis on that default spot, getting it planted. Where are the smokes? Where are the nitro cells? None to be found. It misses, and a nitro cell also misses. Joystick picks up a big double kill, though, as Scyther will take the fight to him, and just like that, Empire are running through Team 1. As Scyther distracts, Shepard is on the counter defuse, and Levy out on hookah balcony is the last one left. He's not going to be able to get to Shepard in time. Empire win round 5.
You can see Levy wasn't rushing there, and I know it might be really frustrating to see that, but he had no option. If he rushed, if he sprinted, he would have died. So he was taking the one option he had available to him. Really impressive retake from Empire, especially considering how abysmal their initial hold was. That's the thing that I want to point out. Yeah, Empire won that round, but wow, I mean, C4s, gas canisters, where are they? Oh, in Narnia. Okay, cool. So, rough spot there for Empire. Again, they seem so good when they know what they're doing, but sometimes it's like they lose their train of thought. That last round, they knew what they needed to do as soon as the plant went down, and that activated everyone at Empire. They're like, okay, retake, retake, retake. But basic things like denial just aren't happening, and it's really it's weird to watch, Parker. I must be honest. On the other hand, good contain it from Team 1. You know, it's part of it is because they are playing well as well. That first pick on a Dan, huge. Opens up Aqua, and they just go straight for the objective, no hesitation. Love to see it.
I mean, Clubhouse is a map that Team 1 don't really play. So because of that, you go in, and of course Empire wins. Chalet is one of their strongest maps. You see them do really effective work there, and hey, they play great, like we've seen all week thus long, at least since Wednesday onward. Now it looks like Team 1 have definitely showed up. They're hitting their shots, they're confident, they're playing aggressively, and they are managing to outsmart Empire on a lot of these rounds, and it's keeping Empire on their toes. Some forced errors on Empire's side of things that need to be cleaned up, and then we would have a relatively even matchup. It's the final defense for Empire, so it is possible that they are able to tie this, but we'll have to see what happens in here in round 6.
Forced errors are a problem, obviously, but the unforced errors from Empire, I haven't seen many of those through the entire tournament, and I'm seeing them here now. That's what I think is more, you know, present for them.
A good distinction to be made as well.
Yeah.
So,
well,
I feel you on that one.
I mean, right now, this round, still early on, and keep in mind, Empire did just win that last round, very important, so I know we're being hypercritical here, but, of course, they are at least holding their own against Team 1 right now, who do seem like the better team on Coastline. So far.
So far.
Yes.
And I know that Coastline currently skews to the defenders through this event, but I just will never shake the idea that Coastline. I will never shake the idea that Coastline is not better for the attackers. I'm sorry, you cannot tell me otherwise.
It's like 2 or 3%, Parker.
I refuse to change my mind. I refuse.
I'm not trying to change your mind. No, you're right. Yeah, it's definitely one of those maps. But right now, in this round, we've had half of the round transpire. Ground has been gained from Team 1. They have VIP, they have Master, they've got good control upstairs, but they still need to convert that to this double bar. And they need to go for the vertical play, they need to start opening from above, get a pick or two on Empire. There's a lot of steps left to take as we hit the last 85 seconds.
Shepard is poised and ready for the member from Team 1 to greet him. Eskin will be in a battle for his life, fighting for his life on Cool Vibes stairs, but there will be no vibes, good or bad, to be had.
Oh no. Nil vibes.
Levy's got his backup. No vibes to be found, Michael. This is a very common spot for Shepard to play off of. I don't know if that was an explosion or bullets or what, but Levy takes some damage in the process. Shepard was previously nestled on top of those couches inside of Sunrise Bar, but he's not there this time. Down goes Levy, as always gets the lead-off pick. Alimao knows that he's got somebody in the corner, so he'll fire away, and there you go. He toasts what remains of Joystick, as Shepard will still hold this angle. All he needs to do is position himself over by Cool Vibe stairs, but Scyther is retaken above. The smoke will go off, and Scyther doesn't need to worry too much. An answer back from Team 1 as Dan goes down. Shepard losing some HP as KDS has walked into the middle of the site. He doesn't see anybody to the right. Shepard gets startled by Scyther, and one all of a sudden just clobber the remaining members from Empire, and they take the first half 4-2.
Oh my God, Parker. Do you know what we just saw? Shepard was playing under Cool Vibe stairs. Scyther's playing in Vase. Scyther gets the kill upstairs in Vase. And then Shepard smokes Cool Vibes, which is known to be clear. The communication on Empire is abysmal. I've never seen Empire struggle with communication before. Never. They don't do that. They normally communicate well.
Did you catch that look on Levy's face?
No, I did not.
He went wide-eyed when the team kill came in like, is this really happening?
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Am I witnessing this?
I was about to get to that. It's the smoke came out from Shepard on Cool Vibes, which is where, again, that's where Shepard's teammate, Scyther, was. And then after the smoke dissipates, Scyther's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll push down Cool Vibes to rejoin my teammates. And then Shepard pumps him in the chest with a shotgun.
Put one through his chest.
What?
Game over.
I have never seen Empire struggle with communication quite like that. It just doesn't happen with them.
You're gobsmacked at what you just witnessed.
I
haven't seen you this visibly flustered since a specific console game.
Let's not. Let's not jump down that rabbit hole.
Which one? Which one? How many consulates have we cast?
Lots of consulates, to be
fair.
We
got one more. Coming up next.
So, that's true.
settle in.
Hey. No, but No, Empire played themselves there. They really did play themselves. And Team 1 took full advantage. Team 1 is not tripping up. They are playing solid Siege. And
Very
they're like,
solid,
they're
yes.
like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to trip over yourself, we will not catch you. Haha.
You can tell you really care about something, and you just don't stop.
Wow, is it? You're gonna do me like that?
And just keep going.
Come on, this was a good tirade,
That
Parker.
it was a great tirade.
It was an
There's
entertaining.
never a bad tirade right now.
Are you not entertained?
The magic that Team 1 captured early on in the group stages clearly has not expired just yet, as they made mincemeat of Empire on that first half. But the good news is that Empire now go on to attack. The stats are there, and numbers may not lie, but I think they do. So in this particular instance, I think we're going to see an attacker-sided Coastline, and I have no doubt that Empire will be able to squeeze a couple rounds out and come back. But momentum is hard to argue against in favor of Team 1 at the moment. They are playing with confidence. They are playing with elation. You can tell that they are just presently dialed in, and because of that, that joyousness will show itself in the server.
Yeah, Team 1 are playing the Siege that they've been playing throughout the tournament, save for the beginning of the group stages. Because at the beginning of the group stages, Team 1 looked completely inept's not the right word. Lost. That's the one.
They looked like they were
lost.
suffering from communication. And you know what? We've said this time and time again against teams that Team 1 go up against. Oh, they look lost. When are we going to start to say, it's not that they look lost, it's that Team 1 make them be lost?
Well,
and
I mean,
unpredictability of Team 1, I believe, is the culprit here. You don't just have 3 outstanding teams fail to coordinate for no particular reason. Dark Zero, Team Liquid, and now Team Empire have all fallen off in many ways. Why? Because Team 1 have made them so.
I wasn't talking about Empire. I was talking about Team 1 at the beginning of the group stages. Because they, yeah, right, and then they changed gears.
My point still stands.
Yeah, no, your point is accurate, and I agree with it, Parker. And it was an excellent point. But yeah, I was just talking about different things. Yes, technically correct. So,
final minute of action here, by the way.
Yep.
And almost nothing has happened. So forgive our
here's
film,
something.
but it's going to start now as Shepard walks in. The slaughtering begins. Empire comes out ahead of the first couple blows, and they will continue to add to that tally. Levy wraps around, as always, has the diffuser in hand, but what target is Levy going to find? First one to see is Dan pivots. He sees the Lion, fires through the wall, the FMG. So good, but is it good enough? Into a 3v3 as now Neskin has been picked back up on Cool Vibe stairs. In the retake, Joystick here, a pivotal spot over by 90. Fires away, takes out KDS. Scyther will take the fight to Team 1. Looking longingly, down goes the smoke of Levy, and he gets both of them. Empire starting to come back into this matchup. They pick up their 3rd round, and their very first attack is successful.
There's Scyther once again getting aggressive on the post plant. You love to see it, and Team 1's never ready for it. It's just unexpected when it comes to Empire, but Scyther has a good read on those aggressive pushes, and it works out well for him. So Empire, that round, they throw caution to the wind. They're just like, yeah, you know what? Whatever. We're going to go. Who cares? And it works out great for them. They just rush themselves into Aqua. They come down VIP Hall, and Team 1 are just not ready for that level of confidence coming from a team that is being battered here on Coastline. And Empire, because of that confidence, they have managed to bring this 1 round away from being tied.
Attackers need to locate and
So,
defuse as many bombs as
it's
they
going to be a Sunrise Blue Bar defense next for Team 1. They're going to bring the Pulse. That's fun. Alimau, who is the top performer for his team, and in fact, close to in the lobby. Scyther's got 9 kills, so not right now. He's going to be bringing that Pulse. Good tool to have. I just want to point out, by the way, Scyther as the player who is top fragging on his team right now.
Say that again.
Scyther being the player on Empire who's top fragging right now.
Say that again.
No.
Say it one more.
10 seconds to go.
It's just unusual to see.
Scyther is actually top fragging. Did you know that?
And because
on Empire.
Because he's doing that, he's picking up a lot of the slack for his team.
And in the whole lobby.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's the number 1.
I didn't know if you know that. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Scyther, you're number 1. Yeah.
We're number 1.
Best around.
Nope. Double bar defense. This is the
So he
most
can do it,
played
but I
bomb
can't do
site
it.
so far. That is absolutely correct.
You see how one-sided this is? This is what I have to live with.
We don't live together.
Who said that?
You live in California. I live in Toronto.
But they don't know that.
Now they do. Anyway, Empire wins their very first attacking round, and they are lined up with a similar set of tools. Lion has a disproportionate impact on a map like Coastline. Hard destruction is not as vital here, and soft destruction can be accomplished with 1 or 2 operators, so you got that wiggle room. Nicely tossed out C4 onto Joystick, read by Alimao, who, interestingly enough, will be only playing close quarters with the shotgun that the FBI brings. So Lagonis can very easily play through the floor. Levy silences Dan on Hookah Balcony, as now we see Team 1 playing offense on defense, taking the fight straight to Empire. They'll be stopped for a moment as the EE1D goes off inside a kitchen, but Empire will reposition during that time. They only got 1 mark off of that. Nothing else came of it.
It's been a very slow Coastline, all things considered. We've had...
How you say that? The first round was over in a minute.
No, but it has been a slow Coastline. This feels like the most lengthy of all the maps so
More
far.
like slow slime.
You know, it kind of works.
Doesn't work at all.
But well, I know, because slow slime like almost sounds like slow slime, which makes me think of like slugs and. Kind of. It's I had to really mentally stretch for it, Parker, but I'm trying to be a good friend.
Thank you. Empire trails now on this entry as they forfeit that opening pick to Team 1. Team 1 are crushing Empire in these opening duels. And you know the statistics about what it's like to get that very first pick. Top frag in the lobby is at risk as Alimao now trails Scyther by a single kill. Scyther risking his life over in lobby for God and country, but he can't really do all that much. KDS gets downed and then finished off by Always from above. The Buck tearing it through. Alimao, obviously a lot of confidence as he has the pistol in hand. He'll guard over by Kitchen as a smoke canister goes off. Shepard is punished by Alimao with that pistol. A nice shot, I'm certain of. Scyther's the next one there. A second pistol kill could be in order as they get pings up onto Cool Vibes. Levy takes out Always, and Scyther is the last one alive. Alimao holding on this angle, and Levy takes him down as Team 1 continues their dominance here, and they're up 5-3.
Alimao hitting shots with the pistol. Who needs an ump when you've got that 1911? And wow, well played from Alimao. So, Empire trailing 5-3 here as Team 1 put up some of their, as we've started calling it, Miracle Siege. Looks like the community poll might be... well,
it might be semi-correct.
Almost. We're halfway there.
Almost the best kind of correct. No. That's copyrighted. You don't want to get DMCA struck like Bikini Body did this morning.
Did he?
Yes, and what a great day it is. Yeah. He tweeted today something along the lines of like, oh, you know, I've been banned for, you know, DMCA strike, and Fabian was like, good, I hope it's permanent. We are all Fabian today.
Oh, jeez. Sorry to hear that.
Nope.
Anyway.
Don't lie.
Anyway, so in this match here and now, if you want to check out the esports tab in the store, you can pick up some of the skins that are, I'm sure, being run by many of these players through this match. Great esports skins available to one and all. And if you buy the team skin specifically, it's a great way to support the teams directly. They do get a portion of the proceeds. So, as we go to Kitchen, Team 1 have been looking excellent on Coastline. They've been giving us their tip-top form. They're primed and ready to take 2 maps, in a row.
And that'll put Consulate as the fateful test between these teams. Empire is very familiar with that situation, but Team 1 knocked out Liquid with a tremendous 7-0 performance yesterday on Consulate. So this is a must-win for Team Empire here. Team 1 are looking so formidable, and they are just outfoxing Empire every step of the way, whether it be on attack or on defense.
Right, and the
team just continues to improve and surprise.
And the cool thing about it is that Empire they're playing poorly sometimes, but they're not playing particularly bad, and they're having moments of brilliance as well, which just goes to show how well Team 1 are playing. And it's really impressive to see them. What?
Official cast.
I don't know why. I don't know why, but Recipe was in my head. I think I was thinking like Recipe for Success or something.
Bartosz is just going to clip that in. Tear you to shreds.
It's actually only going to do it now that you did it.
There you go. See, now he gets another opportunity to do it. Just as Empire might have another opportunity here to close the gap.
Only because he said that.
In this map, they get the very first pick. Alimao goes down, who had briefly tied Scyther, or at least tried to tie Scyther.
Now he's
in
obligated.
terms of kills. Stop it.
KDS playing upstairs. Stop what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
He's trying to continue his roam on the top floor using his ability to great effect. He can fall back whenever he wants. What a shot on Always, who drops and is felled as a result. No second, though, as KDS gets a little overzealous, and Shepard will shut him down.
Shepard bumping shoulders with Scyther over in that position, and this is a hard shot to hit for Levy. Trying to track against Joystick, but the C70 does a bunch of damage. Levy's posted up, he's repositioned, and he has the drop on him. Joined up by Neskin now, as this is a kitchen defense. So all of this action occurring on the top floor, and yet there's still so much to be done for Empire. Despite that opening pick, they have only managed to equalize in numbers, and a 3v3 is where they stand with 1 minute left on the clock.
Both of the top performers still up. Levy and Scyther, 10 kills apiece. That's going to have to change as we hit the action when it comes. Dan inside of the main lobby. He's got a lot of opportunities to make a play. He's trying to isolate Levy, who's playing by that blue bar door. He also sees the rotation and he recognizes its importance. Levy, though, might be aware of his position as he tries to adjust to confront this. The drone is good there, and the information relayed.
Levy very deceptively now sitting on 10 kills while there's still some minor adjustments being made, anticipating the push coming in from Empire. Dan still standing sentinel inside of the courtyard. He'll look through the wall. Some bullets go over his shoulder, but he's not able to do too much. He is distracted by Levy right now. He tries to chunk away on Lagonis, who swings out again. One toxic canister remains, and now would be the time to use it. You've only got 10 seconds left. Neskin swings for the pivot. Levy gets caught from the back with Scyther to charge on in. No E1D, so it's just going to be a fist fight, and Empire doing a great job. But Neskin finds himself in a 1v2. That very quickly becomes a 0v2, and Empire claim the round to narrow the gap by 1 yet again.
12 kills for Scyther in this map so far. He has been on a roll. And he's going to be a big part of why Empire are even close to in this one, because overall in the team play, Team 1 are looking the superior roster, and we're seeing a lot of players on Empire falling flatter than usual. I mean, that kill upstairs onto Joystick when he was challenging from Billiards for Levy, that's massive. And it's one of those kills that shouldn't go the way that it goes, because Levy's holding the angle, man. He's the one exposed. He's the one at the disadvantage, but he's just landing his shots.
Well, there's been an incredible amount of variation in these two teams and how they perform over the last 6 days of action, 5 days of action. Obviously some differences in this team. Ali Mao had a slow start to get on the board. Lagonis as well, who talks about how he's dedicated this major to his grandfather who had passed away. That was brought up on the screen at the tail end of map number 1. Playing under those emotional circumstances is just, I can't even imagine, is unbelievably heavy coming here, but use it as motivation, and boy oh boy, if Team 1 are channeling that energy, well, they are doing an excellent job because they have looked so phenomenal thus far. And
they really have.
Win or lose, realistically, this Team 1 squad has so much to be proud of, and they're a very young team. The sky is the limit for them, but right now they have stacked up so well against the best of the best, taking out one of the best teams in North America, taking out the best team in Latin America for a considerable period of time, and now about to do the same if they can pull ahead on Coastline, get a lead, and then profit off of Consulate. They could do the same to Empire and manage to silence 4 regions, because they also took out Cyclops in the group stages.
Always will be felled low there, but not quite eliminated, as he's got about 22 HP-ish from that C4 that KDS threw out. Empire now at a disadvantage, but not in terms of man count. The nade coming out from Dan, and it's poorly timed, unfortunately. KDS getting aggressive, trying to take the fight to the enemy. He's been droned out. Now they know. And it's going to be difficult for KDS to make anything happen from this position, but he's still going to try his darndest. Hard reach going onto the projector wall. They really want to take out this roamer before they start hitting the site, and that's going to be a good advantage if Empire can swing it.
Well, the focus now is on KDS, who's got those mute jammers to deny intel. It's a double bar defense at the moment.
Hard reach also stopped by the mute jammer, luckily for KDS, as he's allowed to persist in that position.
Apologies, Hookah. Once again, those silhouettes.
Yeah, sometimes they can be deceptive.
They get me.
Yeah.
They're getting me a lot, actually, at this event. I don't know why.
It's, you know what?
Maybe it's because I'm a wash caster, Michael.
You might just be,
Well, that's it. It was a good run.
Yeah.
So, with the 90 seconds that have been burned off of this clock, and there's no opportunity to take out the gadgetry that is thwarting Empire, they're just going to have to run on in, and they decide to take the gunfight directly. Ali Mao is the first target. He takes a substantial amount of his HP away thanks to Empire, but so does Always. So both teams emerge from this with very similar HP. Nobody's really worse for wear than they were just moments before.
Still no picks, though. I mean, it's really crazy. We've had all this contact for 2 minutes. 2 minutes these teams have been shooting at each other, and not a single kill. And possibly it's because we're getting so close to the end here, as these teams are very close to finishing it off. Oh! Ooh. KDS exposes himself, and Scyther says, yes, thank you. May I have another? The answer is no, as Neskin swats him away. But meanwhile, Empire are starting to clean up. Levy has to introduce himself to the fray, and he'll do great.
40 seconds remain now, and the 2 players from Team 1, Ali Mao, who had been involved earlier on, will have to survive. A drop for Levy as he now scoots away. He's going to have to play below the site, leaving Ali Mao to stand the test of time on his own. Through the soft wall, Shepard seems to have some information, but he doesn't know where to look. This is dire straits for Ali Mao. He can get swung on, and then he's down for the count, if so. He's trying to assist, or trying to get an assist rather, from Levy, but there goes Joystick. There also goes Levy, so Ali Mao will need to clutch, but no, we've got a tie game between these 2 Titans.
5-5, as you say, Parker, and Empire are starting to wake up. They looked, frankly, a little asleep at the wheel for the first half and a little bit of that second half, but it's always starting to show up now, and most importantly, Scyther. Oh my, Scyther. What a performance he's had so far through this map. And I mentioned it earlier, he's not the typical player on Empire to pick up frag after frag after frag, but he's doing it right now. And it's because the other performance players on Empire are a little bit quiet right now. You can see that reflected on the scoreboard. It's a team effort for Empire, and it is equally so for Team 1, but it's Levy and Scyther who are putting themselves apart from the pack. You have to have one player at least every map where one of your players is just dropping tons of kills.
Now I know for this map, and I know for Chalet, or I know for the first map, all the way back to Clubhouse, but for Chalet, obviously, there's some parts of it I might have missed. Has a timeout been taken by either of these teams yet? Because from what I've seen, no.
Maybe on Chalet?
I was going to say, that's the question.
Because you weren't here.
Yes, I was not here.
Yeah, I want to say that Empire did take a tactical timeout because they were losing really hard, but I'd have to check the record for that one. So,
This is a question I don't have an answer to. That's why I was asking genuinely, earnestly.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure.
Very easy, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's frankly, on Chalet and on Clubhouse, it was the type of situation where there wasn't a lot I think a tactical timeout's going to do. Here on Coastline, though, I mean, it would be sensible to bring one out because this is a 5-5, and actually confirmed by production just now, there was apparently no timeout on Chalet, so there hasn't been one yet.
I will never understand that.
Not taking a tactical timeout?
Why, if you're losing,
try and
just take one.
Yeah, I don't really get it either, Parker. I mean, I guess for some teams it's about momentum, and even if you're losing, sometimes having the thoughts present in your mind from the last round could be relevant.
You're right.
I mean, I'm just spitballing here. Sometimes, as a player, it could be weird to stop.
Of course. I don't disagree. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
Of course.
That's all.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you're playing devil's advocate.
The devil has enough people advocating for him.
Really?
Anyway. Of course, Michael. Evil exists. Oh. Well, this is round 12. We're going to need every single round to settle the score.
I'm sorry.
We're going to need every round to settle the score here as Team 1 will ride out the remaining 2 rounds on defense. Right now they're defending the double bars, and in the position that they are in, they are very apprehensive about what might await them out on the hookah balcony. Only half of the round left to go, and the drone will scoot by, revealing Levy's position. Empire desperately need to take control of this top floor, lest they try to pull. Oh, Dan having an issue there, yeah.
No, that's just spectator mode. Sometimes it can be weird with falling and recoil.
Yeah, well, thank you for letting me know. They're trying to burn out the ADSs and any magnets that might be present, as now a grenade will follow in, and a nitro cell will claim Always as KDS gets the lead-off kill with still just a bit over a minute to go.
You can tell because of the bullet holes. Empire find themselves 1 down with a minute, but they've got the control that they want. They're going to be able to open up from above. I mean, they would be if they had anything to open up from above with. All they have really is Ash Chargers and Joysticks already in main lobby, so he's not going to be able to do that. It's really unfortunate that Always was the first pick of this round. And I mean, it's unfortunate in general how Always is performing, because he's been such an important player through the tournament to only be going 6-9 right now.
Yeah, a bit of a sluggish performance here, even if he is 6-9.
Nice.
So up top, 40 seconds remain for Empire. Even though they trail in numbers, match point awaits the winner of this round. It's our favorite round, because no matter what, the next round becomes do or die.
Right.
So Team 1 will try to hold off. KDS will be the first line of defense, and he gets droned out, preemptively firing away, but Scyther wins the duel, marching forward. Diffuser in the hands of Shepard, so he'll be guided into the A bomb site. And on the ground is Levy as Dan takes him out. Alimao refrags onto Joystick, pivots, and he's got the whole wall opened up, leading into the bomb site, but he can't find any kills with it just yet. Scyther's in, and Empire are cleaning up. It seems like match point is theirs for the taking, but they have to stop Alimao in the process as he fires through the wall, but he'll forfeit that opportunity. It's just Shepard and Alimao in a 1v1. Scyther will need to be picked up, and through the wall there they go, and he gets one! And what a clutch from Alimao! He'll get both of the kills, a huge quad, and it's Team 1 on match point!
Alimao, what a win! Team 1 had lost control of the situation in that round and in this map, but Alimao stops it cold. And Empire, they don't have the coats necessary nor the chops to land the shots, and we are going to go to match point.
Well, this is where you'd want to take your time out, but I don't know if Empire is going to do that or not. So far, no, as was told. No timeouts have been taken. And a quick glance over to Empire. There's no headset down on the coach's side of things. I don't think they want to risk that, because the one thing to note is that taking a timeout right now also allows your opponents to communicate with their coach.
It's true.
So not only does Empire get a timeout, but so too would Team 1.
Yes.
If you think that you have what it takes, and so far, Empire have 3 of these 5 rounds that they've played on attack. All you need is one more. The odds at the present moment are in your favor. All you need to do is just try to ride this out and potentially save that timeout if required for overtime, but you got to get there first.
Right.
3 minutes could separate Team 1 from going up onto series point if they prevail here, leaving them Consulate, their map, to shut out Empire with a 3-1 scoreline. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Empire have shown that they can very evenly match up with Team 1 on this map, and they need to prove that again on this round.
It's a little bit of post-round analysis for that last one, because we skipped over it. It was so exciting. Empire, they played it flawlessly. They contained Team 1. They got the picks. Team 1 way too passive. They needed to address the angles, be a little bit more, confronting the actual fights. The only oversight, the one from Empire that we saw, was Joystick in main lobby. He rushed down White Stairs because he saw the team fight popping off in sight, and he thought to himself, I've got to get into the action. But he didn't account for the echo that was in main lobby. That's Alimao. Because Joystick died there without even putting up a fight, that's what allowed Alimao to retake the site and win the round. Apart from that, Empire were nearly perfect on that execution.
And Empire seemed to want an aggressive first play as Alimao gets droned out. Dan could contest, he does, taking a chunk of HP away from Alimao, but not successful in the kill that he wanted. That's going to allow the Mute to continue to play inside of the lobby, and Alimao will just exist there if need be before making his way over to security. His avenue can lead over to office as well, as this is a kitchen defense. When you attack kitchen, as Empire will, you need to ensure a couple things. Number one, you need to make sure that your chief soft destructor, whether it be a sledge, whether it be a buck, in this particular case, it's going to be the Buck of Always, takes up residency upstairs in penthouse. Chew through that floor and make people pay. KDS taken out, and oh my goodness, how many alibis are there? There's so many, it's a hall of mirrors in front of Joystick as he wiggles around it, his position given away, and Neskid manages to get out of dodge with KDS falling, but Dan walks in and picks up 2 free kills. It looks like we're going to overtime with the way that Empire have cracked this round open.
Alimao, though, still alive. He could be the difference maker, Parker. He's been the difference maker before. He's got this 1.5 MP5K, a formidable weapon when you're landing your shots. It's all about finding those heads. We'll see if he can do that. He's going to be challenged, and there it is. Alimao gone. Dan will get his 3rd for the round. It's all on Lagonis. He's got to find an ace in a minute. No, it's not going to happen. A flawless round from Empire, and we go to overtime.
Really remarkable stuff done by Empire there. Ice in their veins. As cold as the Siberian winters, Michael. And now we have 2 rounds, potentially 3, to seal the deal and see what is going to happen. Oh my.
Yeah, it's an oh my type of map, Parker. And it's actually the first one of this series, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 maps were mercifully fast for people who are in different time zones.
If they're in a hurry, you know, they got to get somewhere else.
Maybe they, maybe they got to go somewhere. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the bathroom.
Why would you choose that of all the things?
I
feel like
couldn't tell you.
There's plenty of different things.
Random thought, you know.
Just let me spitball here. The bathroom. You know,
you know, it's a place people go.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you
does
gotta
happen.
Go. I was thinking more of a time zone perspective because we started at roughly around 11:30 here, which on the East Coast is 12:30, which in Europe is 6:30. So, if you are a fan of Team Empire, and Russia is, as far as I'm aware, even farther forward than we are, well, it's going to be a late night for you. That's for sure.
Yeah, I did hear about a lot of Europeans staying up to watch the final rounds.
We thank you for your sacrifice.
Of these matches. You have to do the semis and the groups and all that stuff. And I hope you're enjoying the show. You know, I certainly am.
I wanted this on all of the maps, for the record, but now we're seeing it here on Coastline. So,
5 seconds.
Of course, Coastline is the one map that is the closest.
I mean,
no, not Clubhouse, which is a defensive struggle where both teams win 4-2. No, of course not.
I did predict that. I mean, it's kind of honestly, it makes sense. This is one of the maps that both teams are good at. This is very dangerous, by the way, what Alimao is doing here. It's definitely a gamble, but I don't know. I think he could pull it off. He's been landing his shots today.
We'll see.
It's a Warden being brought, by the way. Is that 1.5 MPX so lethal?
It's the first Warden that we've seen between these 2 teams, by the way. So, rejoice as the operator variety continues onwards. The spice of life.
Yes, as they say.
Well, I mean, there's a Ying ban that was brought out, so the importance of Alimao on this role is significantly lessened, but do keep in mind that any smokes that might be present, he can see through as well. The good news is that there are no smokes. So the only thing he'll have to ride out are the flashbangs that are present and actually available in spades.
So Empire has firm Aqua control. I don't know if they've got below control, though, because they could get C4'd later on. They got to be careful about that. I remember BDS, when they were playing Coastline, was C4ing underneath in this map quite a lot, and that punished Empire on the Aqua take. So it's possible that Team 1 will exploit that as well. He's just going to be opening up from above. There's nothing below to see just yet. This is a very basic setup here. Levy and Alimao are the denial. They've got C4 and gas canisters, and Alimao can see through smokes. So this is a good set. You only need those 2 players from Team 1 to deny the plant. Meanwhile, the other 3 players from Team 1 can go on roams, try to pick off players from the side, come up from behind, C4 from below. Lots of options.
Oh, early action as KDS downstairs, 90 seconds in, and he'll be frozen in place by the EE1D as Empire very quickly uses that to begin their attack towards the site, burning out the ADS, and could another go as well as the Ash charges from Joystick look to be doing all right. A C4 in a relatively common spot below.
Love it.
That might be able to take out the planter when it goes down. It'll be poor Shepard who would be at the mercy of that.
No guarantee that it'll be successful, but it probably will be considering they placed it.
I thought we saw one similar to that in this matchup that did not work out, and while KDS had looked for a kill earlier on, he'll get it. He wanted it desperately. It's Dan to fall. The Lion of Scyther and Levy will be battling 1v1, mano-a-mano, over by 90. Scyther on 15 kills, leading the way in this lobby. He has been a very pivotal part of his team, and he will be no more. As KDS gets a very crucial kill. Nitro Cell goes up. It does not thread through the bars, so Shepard stays alive for now. Alimao takes a beating, disengaging those glasses as he'll still play around this angle. At some point, that diffuser will need to be planted by Shepard, which will leave Empire in a position where they only have 2 players to watch against the 5 from Team 1. A very tense moment as KDS has been a playmaker. Alimao goes down. KDS might follow, but Joystick is having some difficulties no longer. He gets the kill, and immediately, instead of finishing, will head over towards Cool Vibes, where he confronts those barbed wires. The Nitro Cell works out into Shepard, by the way. Always picks it up, but Laguna sweeps in, and that's it for that round. Team 1 go up, and they're on match point.
Huge round from Team 1. A couple things. Number 1, KDS, yeah, he didn't get a kill on his roam, but wow, what a good roam. Delayed for a really long time. Number 2, Team 1 did get the first 2 picks in that round, sincerely blunting the momentum on Empire's side. Number 3, so fun. That's C4. Oh, that's cool. I mean, it's the little things, right? It's hard for that to be countered. You have to do a downstairs clear, or maybe deal with it through a nade from big window or something like that. But it's basically a guaranteed stop on the plant as soon as you want it. And it's instantaneous. It's not a gas canister. There's no disengage option for the attackers. If they go for that plant, you know it, you deny it.
There's a way that they've reworked the whole explosion and shrapnel mechanic now, where if there's an opening beneath and it can loop around, it basically works in that sphere. It is very confusing, by the way. And there are countless clips that you'll see on social media of people being dumbfounded by getting killed from nitro cells or grenades that certainly don't look like they're even in the same area code as you are, and yet it still works out that way. It works very similar to the sound propagation system, which confuses players from time to time, but ultimately has a purpose to it in the way that it works. So a smart C4, and it's nice to see it pulled off.
Yeah, explosives used to be really simple, and then I think in an effort to try and polish them up, they got overcomplicated, and now they can be really confusing. But when you find little things like that, you can use them to cheese the heck out of your opponent, and that's exactly what Team 1 did. But I will say, even without that C4, there's no guarantee that Empire would have been able to take that round, frankly. Team 1 were set up very well to take it. So we're talking about the C4 because it's relevant, but it's not the only component of that last round.
I mean, the big loss was your lack of droning. How does KDS get to exist the way he does without ever getting spotted? And then every challenge that comes out, he's able to win on because you don't have the information to deal with him.
I would say, generally speaking, I think we've been seeing better information from Team 1 over this series, and especially over Coastline.
I am glad, though, that Empire banned the Valkyrie. They had some troubles with that against BDS earlier. They made Dan run on this IQ, and he'll engage. He'll take a shot onto Levy, fire across the bow, but both players walk away with about the same HP. Still, Dan's position has been given away.
That hesitation from Dan to try and go for the run out, but then not fully commit, I mean, that just goes to show how Empire is feeling right now. And Dan, as a player, if he does fully commit to those takes, those pushes, I guess you could call them, he is going to get the kill. But he has to really commit.
I mean, Dan has been okay thus far throughout this matchup. He hasn't been stealing the show for his team, but, I mean, he's hanging in there. The rest of Empire has actually fallen quite a ways behind. In terms of killing potential, Team 1 have been doing a magnificent job by comparison, even though it has been an absolute squeezer of a matchup.
Yes, it has, Parker, and we'll see who gets the final say. There's potentially only 1:30 left in this match, depending on the result of the round. Team 1, though, look poised to take it as they have top floor control above Sunrise and a sledge in hand. This is a really good position for the attackers to find themselves in, and they're probably pretty easily going to be able to convert this to a sight hit.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the question is going to be who blinks first. The opening pick has been particularly crucial over the last half of this map, and I have no doubt that it will continue on in that direction. With it being a double bars defense and the stack up that we see from Empire, this top floor control that Neskin needs to establish sooner rather than later becomes the most critical component, while the rest of Team 1 focuses on Mudroom. The Lion is lined up in such a way, and the Zofia too, to try and slow them down, but Dan has a long-range angle towards that doorway when they go to reach in.
There's still not a lot of control by B right now for Empire, and I'm worried for their sake because I suspect this is going to be an easy... Yeah, look how far removed they are from that position right now. The denial is going to be difficult. I mean, they've got the setup, but I don't know. Team 1 have been good at wiggling through this.
Always and Dan are so far back, and at some point, they're going to bait Team 1 in and fight for a retake, but just like that, Joystick gets Neskin, the grenade dropped, it'll blow up, some of the floor goes, and Joystick pushes forward. Ali Mao takes down Cypher, one from KDS, and Team 1 are sweeping in. They're just absolutely pummeling Empire, and now Dan goes too. Shepard has been magnificent, but he's in a 1v4, that becomes a 1v3. This is Team 1's map to lose right now as the diffuser gets planted, and they don't lose it, they win it. Team 1 takes Coastline from Empire 8-6, and they only have one more map to go to be crowned major champions.
Huge win from Team 1 as they find themselves now in the lead overall in the series, and they are looking super solid, Parker.
Unbelievable stuff from Team 1, and I have no doubt that that is a demoralizing defeat on a map that they absolutely expected to win.
Right.
Now, the good news for both of these teams is that Consulate is the last map that could be played. Both of these teams in the last 24 hours prevailed on this map. Now, it took a lot for Empire to win. Not so much for Team 1. They 7-0'd Liquid here, but both of these teams have some good vibes when it comes to Consulate.
who's going to be the team to take it home? That's the real question.
It's a big one, Parker, and there's no easy answer. The only way we're really going to be able to find out is by getting into that lobby, because Consulate, as you said, it's looked so good for both of these squads, and I mean, you'd be a fool to make a prediction. Let's see if the desk will do that as we toss back over to them.
I have to disagree there a little bit about good vibes on Consulate. Remember that this is the map that we saw Empire lose twice to Team Liquid, 7-5 both times in the groups. So I'm nervous. They almost threw that match versus BDS as well. They did close it out, and they did start strong. So at least they've got that.
I will say, aside from those 2 losses to Team Liquid, they are 6-0 on the map. So they are quite competent on it generally. My worry is if we get to that 5th map, the mental game from Team 1 has been better than literally every opponent they've faced this entire event. I don't know if a Game 5 for Empire is going to be good enough.
Team 1 have a really good ability to bounce back. Team Empire, if things aren't going their way, it's definitely more of a toss-up. The fact that they won Coastline, I said it before the map started, I'll say it again, is the single biggest factor working in Team 1's favor and working against Empire. They just won their opponent's map pick. What is that going to do to the mental of Team Empire, even if they don't show it?
Yeah, it's definitely worrying. I will say Team 1's map pick of Villa is also a pretty good map for Empire. They don't have to be too afraid of that.
That's if we get there, though.
Well, Villa's next map, right? So
Villa's Decider, yeah.
We'll get there. So
No, Consulate's the next map. Villa's Decider.
Consulate's next? Villa's Decider?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's where the struggle comes in, because we'll talk about everything related to Empire on Consulate in a second, but just the fact that Team 1 went to Consulate as the 3rd map in their semifinal against Team Liquid and 7-0'd them is enough to make me concerned already.
All right. We're getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit here because we do have to break down Coastline first. This was Empire's map pick, and it's been a little bit interesting here because both of these teams selected this map during the semifinals. We knew it was going to be close. It did go to overtime. T1 pulls it out 8-6.
I'm really impressed by Team 1's attacks on this map. This is definitely the best attacks we've seen from Team 1 all tournament long, I would say in their history. I mean, from the games I've watched at least.
Big
they
praise.
look so competent. Really, I mean, their droning was fantastic. Their utility clear against those bar defenses with Neskin up above and then the Flores work. It was beautiful, and I was really impressed by that throughout this entire map.
There were also some occasions where I wondered whether we needed to see a drone upstep for Team 1's game. Not only was there more of that in this matchup, but there were also times where guys like Levy could just walk straight in on attack and find 2 kills on unsuspecting defenders within a split second's notice. So times where that happened were very frequent in terms of Team 1's attack, and then we got the defensive switchover. Even though Empire do manage to bring things back on their preferred half, there were still times, like Alamau getting that 4K on round 11, that still managed to push this in Team 1's favor.
I feel like this map is similar to Chalet in that it's hard for the defenders to win, so they've got to get aggressive, and that's where Levy is consistently shutting people down. We'll see him 12-10. Obviously not the main star for Team 1 this map, but I still think he had a really impressive performance. Those 2 opening kills were big.
Yeah, making up for it in the cost as well, 79%, tying for the highest on his team. Meanwhile, on the other side, surprisingly, Scyther leading the board. That's not something we've seen much over the course of the Mexico Major.
God, he's somebody we really haven't talked about at all over the course of this tournament, haven't we? It's been Joystick, it's been Dan, it's been Shepard. Nice to see Scyther leading the way, but I do think it kind of came down in garbage time a lot for Team Empire. There were kills that didn't really help out over the course of a round, maybe a mid-round pick here or there, but still, it very much seemed as though Team 1 were in drastic control, and they also only managed to keep Shepard and Joystick to a combined 12 kills between the 2 of them.
Yeah, the fact that every other player was negative, I think is a big worry. I mean, Scyther leading the way is great, but if nobody else is stepping up, that's a big problem for Empire.
Okay, time for me to repeat your points back at you because I have one job on this broadcast. It's stupid, but I'm going to do it. So round 4, you touched on it while we were going over the general highlights right there. What you wanted to see coming in was improved drone work on attack from Team 1. And you said this might be the best attack you've seen.
Yeah.
So this was round 4. You do get to see that drone work. So why don't you walk us through how their intel has improved?
So, sure, for this highlight, I want to focus on these drones. It's Alamau's drone first, catching out the player here inside of Sunrise. It's Joystick, and Joystick doesn't realize he's on drone there. Levy now has that information, and he can go for this push onto Joystick. He's also going to get a ping to his right. Look at that ping, 1 ping right there. The information's on Dan and the information on his Joystick. Neither of those players realize they're on drone that whole time. That's the improvement we were looking for.
It's very minute. It's not even a case like where they needed to make a huge adjustment, because at the end of the day, it's just a very fundamental part about Siege. Thing about this, though, is I'm a little curious about whether Empire kind of looked at the way Team 1 played and made an assumption that, oh, they're probably not going to drone very heavily. Because there were some cases where you should be looking around a room before entering it, or at the very least trying to fortify a position. Make sure that you're clear before an attacker comes in and tries to hunt for your head. There were some times where I felt like Empire, especially when they run defense, got sloppy with the amount of intel Team 1 actually brought to the game.
Fair enough. And although macro plays like that and strategy are cool, it's also really exciting just to watch 4Ks. So what we're going to do is we're going to check out Alamau in round 11 when he managed to pull off the clutch. That might be the defining play of this series, in fact, because it brought us into a point where Team 1 was able to go ahead and win this map, and this map, I think, is very crucial. So
it was almost a comeback from Team Empire. We were this close to greatness. It was in Empire's grasp overall. They bring things back into a 5-on-5. It turns into Shepard having to get Diffuser down as well, but Dan dies early in this case, and it falls on Shepard by himself. Alamau has to come off of this attempt to stop the defuse, and then he'll swing back in through court and do the exact same thing again. He doesn't know that Scyther is down, but still manages to find the perfect time to swing, and this was the round that brought Team 1 to match point. If Empire somehow clutched this one back, we're probably looking at Team Empire winning the whole map.
There was a clear divide in information in that round, too. I mean, there were red pings on every single member of Team Empire, whereas Dan was swinging the wrong way. I mean, he was looking into kitchen. He had no idea where Alamau would be pushing from. That's a big problem.
Well, this is going to be really interesting, as we alluded to earlier, as we head into Consulate. Now, Consulate was the decider for both of these teams in the semifinals. So just like we just got a very good coastline, we have the potential for getting a very good Consulate as well. But, and there's a caveat here, it was a 7-0 shutout, the first shutout of the major in favor of Team 1 over Team Liquid. While on the other side, it was a very big lead, a 5-1 lead at the half for Team Empire that they almost choked away and lost. They eventually pulled it back 8-7 in the final round of overtime versus BDS, and they had played Team Liquid on the same map twice in the group stage, lost it both times. So with all of this wealth of information that we have about Consulate, including the crossover opponent of Team Liquid, how do you synthesize this information and shadowbox this match?
I think Consulate's a really weird map because for Team 1, it was actually pretty poor coming into this major. They've played it 8 times so far in Stage 2. That 7-0 over Liquid was just their 3rd win. So they weren't winning this map very often. For Team Liquid, it's almost the, for Team Empire, it's almost the opposite situation where they were running this map all throughout stages 1 and 2, really. But then they come into this major, they cannot beat Liquid on it in 2 attempts, and they've definitely been looking like the poorer team so far in this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see if they can finally bounce back and get back to their Consulate form.
This is where they need to really show some drastic improvement very quickly, solely due to the fact that they just lost their own map pick and now have to do the exact same thing to Team 1 just to force a decider. I don't think Team Empire is going to be that worried about losing one map overall, regardless of which one it is. They're no stranger to high-pressure situations, but they definitely are a stranger to being down in a best-of-5 scenario. Last time I did that, SI 2019, and that was a 3-0 victory for G2, where Empire didn't have a chance. They've got mounds of experience to fall back on since then, so please, for the love of God, Empire, don't choke this one, I beg.
So who's gonna win Consulate? Is this Team 1 closing it out?
Dear God, this is so hard to call. Jesse?
I think so. I think Team
so
1,
too.
I've beaten them on the mental game. They've beaten them recently on this map at the major. This has got to be a 3-1.
Based on how everything's gone so far, I would be a fool not to jump on the Team 1 train. So
yeah, I think given the performances on Consulate, I really do think that the coastline was must win for Empire, and also. I just can't deny the plot armor that Team 1 has right now. If you know anything about my career, I'm famous for saying that esports aren't animes, but there is nothing more anime than this run by Team 1. You lose your first 3 games. You're on the ropes. You barely get out via a tiebreaker, and then you're able to take out the second best team in the world, and now you're here on the cusp of a major victory. This is truly an incredible storyline. I couldn't have written this better if I had tried.
It's not quite the whole hero's journey underdog storyline that's present in a lot of movies, but for the love of God, Team 1 are making this look like the very ideal story. And like I said, I'm an NA guy. I love watching underdogs come from nothing and have like mountains of success like this, but it just doesn't seem real for Team 1 still.
I don't think you could write a better script for Team 1 winning this major. Like, you
it's actually
could not
impossible.
script this better.
It's actually impossible. It's truly extraordinary. So now Team 1 has a chance to close this out and put themselves on top of Rainbow Six Siege. We're going to go to a break, and we'll have Consulate after that.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play. All right, it's time for a fourth matchup here, Michael, and it's a good map for both teams. Right now, Team 1 finds themselves a single map away from being Mexico Major champions. Technically, back-to-back championships are available for Team Empire because we haven't had another international major since Empire prevailed in Raleigh. Crazy to think about that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a really long time, Parker. We've been lacking so many lands. And here we are with the land. It's been fantastic. It's been really good. I'm amped up. I'm ready to go. I want to get into this map.
You can see how much
Consulate is so exciting because we've seen amazing consulates from both teams. And
that is true.
This is going to be a good one.
Team 1 have been the superior team on Consulate, I would say, throughout this event, though. And it is their map choice, so go figure. They would pick the map that they feel most confident on. If you are Team 1, you watched Team Empire versus BDS yesterday on this map go all 15 rounds, and Team Empire did have some very noticeable struggles. The way that Team 1 has been playing, no team has been able to blunt this momentum and slow them down consistently. And now that they go to a map that they are very strong on, Team Empire have their hands full, but you cannot count out Empire. Empire have been consistently one of the best teams in Europe and now one of the best teams here at the tournament day in, day out. So this might be a bit more even than what we saw of Team 1 versus Team Liquid. But let's end the speculation, Michael, because we're ready to get into it. Is this a last dance for Empire? Is this Team 1 making their mark on history as major champions? Well, we have to play at least 7 rounds, but I suspect we're going to have more than that between these two juggernauts. Let's get underway with our 4th map here in Mexico on Consulate.
If you're wondering who that was screaming, I'm going to give you one guess. Okay? I hope you guessed, it was Alamo. Go figure. Not surprising, he has been incredibly hyped up for this event, and he's going to carry that all the way into the finals. We talked about the hype factor that Team 1 have, and yeah, it's funny to think, Parker, that Team 1 was inches away from being eliminated in the groups. Just barely made it in by the skin of their teeth. So, Buck and Nomad, the attacker bands, Empire with the Nomad as per usual. The Buck is a big one there from Team 1. I wish I spoke Portuguese.
I wish so as well, but alas, we only speak English.
It's because we are typical conceited North Americans. Smoke is going to be the final band, joined by Valkyrie for the defense. The Smoke and the Buck bands, quite interesting there for Team 1.
Absolutely. These are two operators that are played very religiously on this map in particular.
Yes.
By Empire, and these are calculated bans. Obviously, we're going to see a very different concept from what we saw against Liquid and then also against BDS. It was Team 1 to 7-0 Liquid, as we would like to remind you, but it required all 15 rounds for Empire to topple BDS. Without the Smoke available, could we potentially see a brisk attacker-sided consulate, just like we did when there was a Jaeger ban in play for BDS versus Empire yesterday?
It's quite possible, Parker. And I like the Smoke ban because it very much targets Shepard, who is such an integral part of any defense for Empire. So getting rid of that is going to be really important in the second half. Now in the first half, though, I don't think it's going to upset Team 1 too much. Obviously, it's their band, so go figure. It's going to be a Teller's Archives defense to start us off here. Nothing crazy going on here with the operators on either side. Joystick on the Jackal has not been as potent a force with that Jackal as I would expect. And they've also been putting Joystick on these roles, on these jobs, I guess you could say, where he needs to solo clear a huge amount of land by himself. And I don't think it's going to be as much of a problem on Consulate. We've discussed this before since we've seen Consulate like so much. How many times has it been played? It's up there. I think it's like 7 or 8 times through the tournament, but it's been played quite a lot at this tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, actually it's the most played map, by the way. This will be the 14th time it's been played.
Wasn't it the most played map at Six Invitational as well? If memory serves me correctly, it was the most played map.
I can check that real quick.
Which was funny because we went from almost never seeing it in, like, I think it was the EUL and NAL to then it being played like the most across the Six Invitational, as the best-of-1 system just brings it out quite often.
Yeah, Consulate finds its way into the map pool at these events for some reason, and it is kind of interesting to watch, and especially considering it's one of the more balanced maps out there. Looking at the stats, it's not the most played at the Six Invitational. It was the 3rd most played, so it was played quite a lot, but not that much. Not as much as this event, or not as much as in this event. Empire still have yet to get the initial pick that they so desire. No roamers being cleared out here, and that's been a problem for Empire throughout the series. Team 1's roamers have been ever elusive.
The one thing I will say about Empire is that they attack this map very similarly time and time again. And if you're Team 1 and you've done your homework, you know what to expect. Now, obviously, a lack of Buck might change that up. But instead of Dan playing the Buck or playing Ashe, whichever role you want to find him on, he's going to play Ashe or potentially IQ here. Now you're going to have always on that sledge permanently. Yep. Teller's Archives defense, by the way, is what it appears to be in the silhouettes. Once again, not wanting to be led astray. And because of that, you're going to need to ensure you have visa control. Then you also want to take above it in admin and hold most of that second floor. Right now, Ali Mao still exists up on that second floor, so he will be a nuisance, and you'll have to get rid of him.
Again, this has been consistently an issue for Empire. These roamers, they're not leaving, guys. You got to do something about them. Ali Mao and KDS are going to make problems if you just leave them there. And Team 1 have been allowed to do this time and time again on all of the maps we've been playing. It didn't help them very much on Clubhouse. Actually, no, now that I think about it, Empire did clear roamers on Clubhouse, but they haven't been clearing roamers since they left Clubhouse, and it's been really weird to watch.
Well, KDS might get the first kill here, but sloppy aim as always walks away with 1 HP. That was a gift to Team 1, but instead, Empire finds their footing quite admirably, I would say. And that's going to hurt for Team 1. Lagonis now will try to get back to the bomb site as the diffuser gets planted in the very capable hands of Shepard. Every member of Empire still upright, and Dan will hold off Cross. Neskin gets one on the Scyther, but this is an almost impossible task, as there goes Neskin as well. Lagonis in a 1v4 to start this off with. He finds one, but that's a lot of damage to take as he still continues to fight at the top of Banana, and Dan ends his reign. Well played by Empire to start off strong here on Consulate with the very first round victory.
Very big start there for Empire, but I mean, what happened with those roamers, man? I mean, okay, first of all, the roamers did catch Empire off guard, okay? So, number one, Empire's not droning out the top floor. Number two, they're not even face-checking the entire top floor. And number three, Empire are not watching their flank on the top floor, where there are 2 players from Team 1. And yet still, despite that, in both engagements, Team 1 get the heads up, they have the advantage, and they just lose. That's hilarious. It's negligence from Empire, but great reactions from individual players to salvage the situation. And it's just whipping from Team 1, who are in the advantageous position. Hilarity incarnate, Parker.
Well, Team 1 are not quite eager to repeat possible mistakes. They'll go upstairs to console office. The one bomb site that we tend to see with these bans get played less frequently is that garage bomb site down below. But both of these teams will be prepared for it should it show up. Team 1 likes to bring out the unorthodox. We saw them successfully defend the garage of Chalet, which is usually the most attacker-sided of all the bomb sites on that particular map.
5 seconds left.
So, I mean, if the smoke ban is any indication, then there won't be as much of a fight for the defenders when they go down below. We'll see, though. All we can do is speculate.
The roam upstairs, obviously going to be a problem as they extend into admin. I like those pests on the admin windows because it's really annoying to get a drone into there. And yeah, the admin windows, if they're just pested up, you're gonna have to come from somewhere else entirely. So maybe Skyroll Spylight, maybe the balcony, something like that. But
Skyroll Spylight?
Yes, Skyroll Spylight.
That's what you just said.
Yeah, I know.
It's my favorite kind of Spylight.
Bomb located
Spylight. I like that.
Droning out yellow, by the way, first 30 seconds of action. Team 1 are not really eager to fight over towards console offices. I repeat the same phrase I said at the start. Levy's the first one to take some damage right now as Empire are on the windows watching the bomb chassis in the console office. Top of Banana is Neskin, and Dan is actually in, and so is Shepard now. Okay, no smoke to stop them. No toxic canisters to go out. There goes the shield. Lagonis doesn't understand this, and Shepard with 1 minute off the clock gets the diffuser down. There was 2 minutes remaining, but now it's 40 seconds. The timer will work very much against Team 1 as all of Empire try to vacate the site. Ali Mao goes down, but technically the first kill goes out in favor of Team 1. They're going to need some really, really strong work here to be able to make this one a possible comeback. And they'll hop out, but down goes Ali Mao. Nice play by Team 1. They're actually doing an excellent job taking the fight to Empire, and Team 1 have the upper hand in this one. But on the windows, the repel play is just way too strong. Team 1 trying to battle back, but they've only got 4 seconds to go. Levy with a potential run out, but they don't have so much time. 7 seconds, nobody's on that diffuser. KDS gets on it, but it's hopeless. It's 2-0 for Empire. Even if Team 1 gets all the kills, it doesn't matter.
Well played there from Empire. There was just, I think, a second too late there for Team 1 to be getting on that diffuser. And, well, talking about time, you mentioned it as it happened, Parker. Really fast plan from Empire. And no counterplay whatsoever from Team 1. Yeah, they had Yokais, the Echo, but those got shot. So, no other denial. You talked about the smoke ban. That was a major factor. I mean, yeah, I think Empire's smoke play is better, but still having a smoke is super nice for denying in situations like that. I mean, imagine what it's like on the bottom floor, let alone on CEO. So that's a problem for Team 1. The Echo, again, doesn't work. There's nobody near the site.
Protect your bombs from being defused
Super easy plan for Empire. And they didn't even take any risks. They placed their smokes well. They had the good coverage, the cutoffs. Everywhere they were looking good. It's crazy that Team 1 almost brought that back, but it was so stacked against Team 1. There was almost no chance of that plant once that plant went down.
Well, I mean, they're just taking full advantage of this. Team 1 were the team that got rid of the smoke, and yet despite that, Empire realized that they can make quick work of these sites, especially if they can isolate the players who are playing off of that site itself. So Team 1 need to figure something out. They just need to be able to slow down this rush of Empire. And even though Team 1 were very strong in the post plan, playing off of the windows, Empire just simply realized that the map plays effectively well for the attackers, especially if you can hold those windows and just continue to wear down. If Team 1 had more time, I'm sure they probably could have made something work, but alas, only 40 seconds is what they could have, and I'm not really sure what Alimao was doing here, but an early grave is his reward, as Scyther gets the first pick with only 15 seconds off of the round.
Here come the exothermic charges from Empire, and open goes the garage. Neskin has good control inside a bathroom, and he's going to use that mirror window to make it even more deadly. But it's just Scythe Blade for Empire. They don't seem to care about the roamers.
They're in already, again, taking advantage of the fact that there's no smoke. Teams will trade out. Dan dies as Neskin and him are a perfect 1-for-1. Joystick goes down to Lagonis, and it's another post plan. Immediately, Empire turns tail and gets out of the site. It's a 3v3 as Alimao had died early on. Lagonis feeds himself in, a jump from the Malusia Levy, goes nowhere, and Empire perfectly stopped them, and it's 3-0.
I mean, the objective play there was 10 out of 10 for Empire and 0 out of 10 for Team 1 for 2 rounds in a row. Haha. Yes, this problem persists, and Team 1 have not made the correction. It's really weird to watch, frankly. Frustrating to watch, too, and that's why you might hear that in my voice. A big part of this, obviously, I remember last round on CEO defense, where I was like, oh yeah, the smoke was a problem. Imagine what it's going to be like on the bottom floor. Well, we just saw it. We just saw what it would be like on the bottom floor. Team 1 suffered from having no practical denial, and Empire cut all the possible crosses to directly confront the defuse planter. I don't know. Empire are outplaying Team 1 by playing minimalist Siege. And Team 1's not ready for it. They don't know what to do to answer it. It's causing us to go to a 3-0 right now. And this is still far from over. I know you can hear the frustration in my voice, so don't let that get you thinking that this is a done map yet. It's just, there's mistakes being repeated here from Team 1. And it's weird to watch. They've been so good at adapting in the past. Where is that now?
There's no way they just killed their chances on this map with the smoke ban, right?
There's no way.
There's no way.
They
right?
had to have contingencies, right?
I mean, they've now essentially lost the first half because they can't win it.
Yeah, there's no denial. And like it or not, Smoke is still, along with Tachanka actually, but you have to, here's the thing about Tachanka, you really have to practice Tachanka. You have to know the lineups. But Smoke and Tachanka are the only 2 good options for indirectly denying a diffuse plant from way far away. Yeah, you've got Echo, yeah, you've got Maestro, but those are very counterable. Yes, you have C4, but they don't go very far, and they're easy to shoot mid-air because they're very slow. So it's Smoke, and it's Tachanka, and I guess they're not playing Tachanka because they aren't practiced on him, and yeah, he has a very high skill floor.
I gotta say right now, I mean, 3 rounds Empire have been able to walk in and get a plant down. And yeah, Tellers was a bit slower, but Console Office and Garage were so quick.
Yeah.
And both times, it was solely because there was nothing to stop you. Your Echo play wasn't good enough. Your Maestro play wasn't good enough. You didn't have anything else to really stop them. And the only other viable option right now, as you pointed out, is that Tachanka, but clearly, Team 1 are not comfortable on that role.
Yeah, that's the thing. When I saw the smoke ban from Team 1, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, they're countering Shepard, and they probably know how to use Tachanka here. But guess not. C4 from Always, and it misses.
Nobody's home. The rappel is way farther down.
I also think he didn't even make it onto the windowsill there.
No, Alimao's toss was not particularly good. The intended target was Always, but he was looking in a different direction.
Ooh.
Joystick falls, though, by the way, and KDS is next in line to greet 1 player for Empire. An opening pick for Team 1. This will be their 2nd so far, but it's answered back. Alimao goes down. He's now 0-4. That is not ideal. A grenade goes in, but not a good target. And once again, Dan up top. He cuts Levy down from that spiral skylight.
See, I got you doing it now.
I know, you got it in my hand.
The spiral skylight.
The spiral skylight. The spiral skylight.
There you go.
So being held by that angle, Neskin will look to re-peek. You're now at the position where because Team 1 trails, they want to get ballsy with this, and they can't really do too much because Dan is just on another level right now. Unworldly.
Yeah, and it's KDS and Printer to be the shining light for his team, but he pushes into Admin, exposed to Always, who tries to land the shot. Nate goes out to force him into an engagement, but it's bad timing. Someone's got to cover the push. The aggression from KDS as he picks up a triple kill, putting his team in the advantage 2-1. Dan will rappel down, but he's caught by Lagonis. What a play from KDS. And you can hear Team 1, they are super excited.
Extremely sloppy work from Team 1 and from Empire on that round, but KDS is the knight in shining armor for the team. Puts them on his back, and Dan was in such a good position, but this Vigil, just what are you going to do in that position? Both Always and Shepard get confronted upstairs inside of Admin, and there's no answer for KDS on that spot. And if I'm Team 1, I am just as surprised as Empire is right now. Goodness me. I gotta say, you know that he's gonna push you. You have to hope that somebody on the window has that line of sight to help you, because the moment that you pull out the grenade, what happens time and time again? You pull out the grenade, your opponent hears it, and they run at you, and they get the kill. And we have seen this a dozen or two times so far throughout the major. Why would it be any different in this particular round? That is a rookie move by Always, unless Always thought that Shepard was watching on the window, in which case that is Shepard's fault, not necessarily Always's. But either way, there's a blind spot in the attack of Empire that is fully taken advantage of by KDS.
There's been a lot of blind spots in Empire's attacks and defenses so far through this match, and I suspected going into this that Empire's playstyle would hard counter Team 1's, because Team 1 relies on those blind spots, relies on those openings, those mistakes, that negligence, as we've discussed before. No, Empire have been leaving plenty of gaps, and Team 1 are taking full advantage. That last round, we should be 4-0 right now, Parker. Frankly, it was a 4v2, and KDS just stepped up and popped off. And all he had to do to achieve that is push into the enemy, who's not expecting it. Well, sometimes that's the right play.
Absolutely. So, it looks like we're going to see a lobby defense right now, and that means that Team 1, through these 4 rounds, or through these 5 rounds, have now gone to every single bomb site. Good for them. Kudos, I would say.
Keeping it fresh.
Once again, the silhouettes are leading me astray.
It's hard to tell on Consulate because a lot of the bomb sites are actually like...
Yes, very similar spots.
Yeah.
Yes. Lobby and console office tend to look in the same area, and then garage is also very similar. They're basically all the same floors. Just
horizontally, of course, different vertically, but we can't always tell.
Yeah.
Now, it's a hacked drone there from the Mozzie of Alimao, and he won't get it out. He has unfortunately been not very successful on this map so far, whether it come down to his drone work on Mozzie or his ability to get kills, which is particularly problematic as he is that star player for Team 1.
He sees the rotate as well down below, so you have to be aware of somebody playing in that particular direction. Well, try to take advantage of it if you can, but it'll be something that Always will call out, and then KDS taking some damage from either Scyther or Always in the process. That's really all that's happened thus far as we hit the halfway mark of round number 5. It's a Nitro Cell that goes off that does not have a target in mind, so Alimao pulled on that one a little bit too early on. Superstar of the previous round, KDS, will now take upstairs as he gets Jackal tracked.
He's been the performer for his team this map. He's going to need to do something here again. Once more, I must mention that Empire are failing to full clear the roamers before addressing other parts of the defense, and it's dangerous to leave KDS in this connector. They're going to need to deal with this problem at some point. Alimao will be coming up to support him from yellow stairs. Team 1 just trying to hold on to that top floor. Here comes the mark, and that's on to Alimao. So he's made the long marathon over the other side of the building. That mark is not going to be very useful.
Yeah. Well, Alimao watching this angle. This is an oddly quiet and very slow round for both of these teams, Michael.
Yes.
Nobody seems to really have an answer.
No
here.
way.
KDS has a nice angle, and no way they don't manage to see him up top. He can be the thorn in their side. Diffuser going down, and KDS looks away at the wrong time. He manages to get the kill on a joystick, though. Starting things off, Shepard looks to be successful as Dan answers back. KDS no more. Shepard also down. But Alimao's a little bit too slow, as the diffuser still goes off quite successfully. Scyther sees Alimao trying to retake lobby, and down he goes. Now Empire in a 3v3. Dan looking for one more, a double kill on his end. He takes out Lagonis and also Neskin. What an incredible play from his end. Long range, it's Levy to try to keep his team from losing this first half. Empire looking for this 4th round, a knockout blow in the first half. They've got the diffuser down, and Levy will look for the doorway, but no, the sledge outduels him. Always is better in that regard. And down, Team 1 goes. 4-2 at the best for Team 1 this half, but 4 rounds for Empire. They can make it 5-1.
Parker, it's really weird to go to 3 different sites and have the same analysis for every single one of them. Once again, Empire, objective play, 10 out of 10. Team 1, objective play, absolutely abysmal. No denial whatsoever. There were things in position to deny C4 from below, through the drop. We're used to seeing that. Just came out way too late. Also, you have to admit, it is hilarious that we saw Shepard crouch under KDS's line through that drop in Projector. I mean, I was talking about how if Empire doesn't clear out the roamers, they're going to get punished for it, and they almost did.
Yeah.
It's just that Shepard was just underneath KDS's line of sight, so he didn't see him as he just creeped by into the site. That's tragic. Absolutely tragic for Team 1. And, I mean, yes, Empire got away with it, but frankly, I think that particular push, that hinges more on Team 1 than anything else. So, Team 1, struggling on the defense here of Consulate. Main lobby now working for them. They're going to go to the bottom floor. They've been here once before. It did not work out. In fact, last time we were here, they did the same thing that they did last round. Empire just walked in, planted, and held the post plant, and that was it. That's the story. That's been the story for a lot of rounds through this map, to be frank, and I'm wondering when that's going to stop for Team 1. We talked about how influential the smoke is in this equation, and it surely has been. There's no real direct denial being brought from Team 1 to avoid that. Also, opening up the walls for free because of the Thatcher, that's a big factor too. The bans are a little wonky here, and it's just catching, I think it's catching Team 1 very off guard.
Would you call them funky bands?
I would call them funky bands, Parker. I mean, these are some of the most funky bands we've seen so far.
We started the event off with this meme. We have to end it with the same meme, Michael.
Of course.
Breach has been opened up, and Empire are not going to have the same gusto to walk right in that they had previously, so poor Shepard, not able to get more diffusers down. He's been so successful, though.
Yeah. Now, the mirror windows are going to be a major factor here, of course. Specifically on this bathroom position, it's hard to take it when there's a Mira entrenched there. C4 pre-placed from KDS. He's waiting for information, I would assume, before he triggers that. Got some hacked drones. That's going to be problematic for Empire. Empire's been real bad at clearing out the roamers. Every single drone that they lose causes problems for them.
First bit of action is Dan inside a lobby. A Nitro Cell goes out. Down goes Joystick. It's not ideal for Empire, as they want to be able to push us to a 5th and final map here in this best of 5.
Yep. Team 1 could still rally this situation, especially if you get the 4-2 split. That's pretty solid, all things considered. There goes the exothermic charge. Not sure exactly where. Something's open, that's for sure. It looks like it's, yeah, going to be on the bathroom wall, and Dan has firm control of bathroom. That's going to make it hard to play by pipes, and he's actually going to Ash Charge Security Hall. Plan's going down, though, and there's no denial once again.
Nobody's watching, no smoke in play, no Nitro Cell. Yellow control right now being held by Empire. Even though they trail in numbers, they get out of dodge very quickly. This is so tough for Team 1. Look at that. 3 bodies of the 4 for Empire are as far away as the diffuser as they can be. And it's planted in the wide open, but nice shot from Levy. Almost looked like Ali Mao collected on that one. Scyther swings. Levy still on 1 HP playing on this panel. Ali Mao drops, gives his position away. Levy gets another to his name, but always is the insurance policy. Levy's last one alive, and look at the hurt he's doing. Now he's on the diffuser. Dan is there, and Levy's looking the wrong way. The first half. 5-1 Empire.
Wow, what an almost comeback there in the round for Team 1. They very narrowly lost that. It was a 1 versus 1 in the end. But they did lose it. The score is 5-1. The attack heavily favored here on Consulate. I've got a great idea, Parker. Shepard's really good at smoke. Let's go to Consulate and ban smoke. That'll be great, right? That'll definitely work out. We won't be punished by that. We can deny in other ways. That is like 3 or 4. I think it's 4 rounds now that Empire have won simply because there's no denial for Team 1. Oh my, it is frustrating to watch. And now that we've switched halves, Empire are the ones who are going to have to deal with that frustration. We'll see if they can handle it. We might see the very same thing done by Team 1 onto Empire that Empire did onto Team 1 in the previous half. It's very easy to do the objective play when you don't have a smoke and play. Especially if you could deal with the other counters like the Evil Eyes. The C4s are too far back to be influential. Maybe that's why we see Empire going to CEO to start things off. Because you can play the C4 from below. That's one of the best ways to consistently deny the plan. We'll find out. I don't know.
Really remarkable first half by Empire, and this is not the Team 1 that showed up yesterday on this map. That is absolutely for certain. What can they do to right this ship? Well, Empire are currently maybe having some flashbacks here because it was 5-1 against BDS. And Empire, we turn around and we go, ah! Empire certainly got this one in the bag. What a slog. What a slog this is going to be for BDS. There's no way they're going to come back.
And then they do.
And then they did the damn thing and they came back.
Yeah, so we are in a similar position right now. We'll see if Team 1 have got the chops. Again, these bans are very difficult for the defense, and look at that. First pick for Team 1.
Not a good start for Empire.
No, sir. Good start there, in fact, for Team 1. And Joystick, actually, though, has been pretty bad through this map. All things considered, not holding it down the way he has done in previous series. In fact, last time Joystick played Consulate, he got 20 kills. So you can just add a 0 to his 2 that he has right now, and that's where he ended against BDS. So, with Team Empire down a player, Team 1 will slow down a little bit here. They want to consider their options. They know they've got the advantage, but there's no reason to throw that away. Be very careful with the push that you decide to commit to. And it's definitely going to be an admin office as they have firm control now. Here come the zero cams, the Sam cams, as you like to mention, Parker. I think that's the...
I think it's a funny, quirky way of talking about
them. It's the correct way to address them.
It's not even just Joystick who's having a bad game, by the way. Shepard, in terms of kills, has not done a great job of finding the scoreboard. But hey, guess what? He's got 5 diffusers planted.
Yeah. I mean,
and
he's doing his
all of them have been successful, for the record.
Yeah, I mean, it's been him getting that plant down that has won all the rounds for Empire, practically.
It shows right then and there that, hey, the smoke ban did not hinder Empire at all on attack. It obviously hurt Team 1, but I assume that we're going to see the same Consulate shape up the way that we saw yesterday. And well, right now, obviously the smoke is not a critical operator right here, as Team 1 have picked up 2 very early kills onto both Joystick and Dan, but it's a run out from Always, and he's going to take one down, immediately burst on through with the pulse right next to him. Shepard falters as he finds his very first kill, and it's Scyther and Always in a 2v3. Diffuser, though, being planted by Lagonis. KDS trying to stop any possible retake from these defenders. Down below, Scyther has some intel, and there goes the Nitro cell, and it manages to down KDS. I don't know if this intel has been given. The Thermite of Lagonis hopped out onto the balcony with Levy watching. KDS still down, which means that it's a 2v2. And KDS at this point is not really recoverable. Levy sees them both pass, and I don't know if he's going to give that information to Lagonis, but at some point they'll have to play off of it. Always is waiting, looking for this angle. They see him on the foot, but no, Lagonis wins the fight. He pops up. Always his patience might be rewarded here, but he's going to have to go in a hurry over on the window. He sees the Thermite. Bullets go out, but the Thermite drops onto the ground. He takes the fight. He pivots, but no, Lagonis stops him, and Team 1's comeback could start now.
The foot, Parker. He saw the foot and chose not to shoot. Team 1 take full advantage of their balcony control, and you can see Alan Mal is feeling it. Team 1 in general, very loud right now. I had to shout to talk over them there. Maybe I should just let them talk. I wish I knew what they were saying for the umpteenth time. Oh yes, that's a failing on my part. So Empire, 5-2, but clearly Team 1 are feeling better on attack. And that's, I mean, as you would expect, as going into a Consulate with the bans shaping up the way they have right now. So 2 players on Empire with 10 kills, by the way. And then 2 players with less than 3.
Defenders, protect your bombs,
excuse me, fewer than 3. Empire going upstairs. Let's see what they can do on this top floor.
Well, Empire at least had one saving grace yesterday. They won their very first defense. And that's what allowed them to stay on match point this entire time. That was a bit of a sluggish start for Empire on defense, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Now Shepard is no longer on that very fateful smoke roll. Instead, on the Maestro, a suitable operator for him. The rest of the team will need to play around that. And Shepard's importance on attack comes solely from what he brings in terms of that objective. Obviously, he can kill very well, and he knows how to do that as Smoke extremely effectively. He's got a killing machine with the Alda in hand, so we'll see what he can do in this particular instance. As Empire failed on console office previously, and they'll go right back there. It was still relatively close, but close is no cigar.
Nice holes being opened up here for Vertical from Empire. They're just trying to make sure they can control the main lobby to avoid anybody clearing the players out downstairs. Because if you're going to have a roam downstairs for Empire, it's nice if the anchors can assist those roamers when the roam clear comes out from Team 1. The roam, by the way, existing because of the C4s from below. The potential that offers for the defenders to deny a plant or retake later in the round.
It's the first 45 seconds off the board. Ali Mao also having a sluggish performance for his team, but you don't make it to the grand finals without depth. We've said that exact line a number of times, and it's very true for Team 1 as well. They've been led right at the moment by KDS and Lagonas. Lagonas might not be able to do the same amount of damage on attack, given the role that he's currently playing on. That ace can still frag well, but he will likely be your primary hard breach. And oh my goodness, okay, Shepard from a kill hole from above, or actually rather through the window. He takes down Levy. A nice start for Empire there, and an ADS will catch the grenade. One still in the pocket of KDS as they look to try to equalize against Team Empire. Got some protection behind them. Those Surya gates on the windows. Shepard knows that there's somebody else out there. Is he going to be so brazen enough to swing? Yes, he is. But he misses out on that advantage. He'll re-engage, but this is a fight that he really doesn't need to take. And yet he still is so intent on taking it. Joystick is there. He runs in, runs out. There could be another kill for him as Ali Mao on top of the balcony. Could have exposed himself. He'll hop in. Why? Because all of his team is dead except for him and Neskin. He realizes what needs to be done. And they start to kill, but there goes Ali Mao. And Neskin with a 6-7 record will need to go positive. Finds himself in a 1v4, and Ann will shut him down. Empire move to match point here on Consulate.
They're looking super solid on Consulate, Parker, and it's been Empire, Empire, Empire all the way. That first round was a little scary for Empire as Team 1 managed the attack on the top floor. But it's a very different attack. And this time, Empire, crucially, they give us assertive, preemptive counterplay. That's what you need to see from Empire if they want to be successful on defense. In fact, that's what we needed to see from Team 1. Okay, you don't have the denial that you want. You don't have the denial that you clearly need. I mean, you put yourself there, but okay. So what do you need to do? You need to play in a way where the attack cannot get to the plant position. And frankly, that's not what we saw at all from Team 1 through the first half. And in the second half, already Empire are showing us that. It took them 2 rounds to figure it out. Can't deny the plant? Don't let them plant. Don't let them get to the site. Well done to Empire. It's a tactical timeout for Team 1, and they're going to go ahead and consider their options, see what they can do to correct course on this abysmal map.
Abysmal is a word you've used twice now, and you know what? I think you could say it even a third time.
Abysmal.
Abysmal from what we've seen. And I'm glad that a timeout is finally coming here, Michael, because boy, do Team 1 need to take it. This confidence that has carried them all the way forward, that moxie that we saw on Coastline that allowed them to take an 8-6 stunner over Empire has been absent here on Consulate. And it seems like they're being outdone by their own band. They get rid of the smoke, and then Empire clobber them on attack. They get rid of the smoke, and Empire pivot and play around it on defense.
That's the thing.
In EUL, smoke bans are not that rare. We saw Na'Vi ban smoke earlier on in this event.
Yeah.
It was something that Jess talked about on an analyst segment, describing the fact that smoke as a staple operator, same with Jaeger, are very common bans in scrims and in matches in the EU League. Empire were prepared for this. Team 1 thought they did their homework, but it seems like they only hurt themselves thus far.
I don't think it's homework, Parker. I think it's, oh wow, Shepard's really good at smoke, let's ban him. I think that's what it is. Because Shepard is easily one of the best smokes in the entire world. I think that's a pretty fair statement to make. At least top 5, and you could argue who else is in that top 5. But Shepard he does work on smoke. His placement is excellent. So yeah, I get it, but there's no contingency. You need a contingency. If you're putting yourself somewhere, you have to account for that. But yeah, I mean, it's like they walked out into the wilderness without a map. So Here come the Electro Claws. Empire, they're going to be setting up downstairs. They're going to try and deny that wall for as long as possible. Get this, everybody. Thatcher's not banned, but who do we not have on attack?
Thatcher.
Yeah. So that's going to be hard to open up that wall with the Electro Claws in play. They'll have to do some destruction, some nades or something.
Oh,
but look at that. Down
no.
goes Joystick, the
and
first
Neskin
pick.
looked so surprised, too. You see the look
Yeah.
on his face.
Yeah, he did not seem to be expecting that one, and I mean, he's happy for it, though.
Unideal. That top floor being held by Joystick despite the fact that it is a bottom floor defense, and I am fascinated to see how Empire thinks they're going to be able to pull off a garage defense given that there's no smoke. There obviously must be some confidence level here. The good news is that Joystick's effectiveness in this particular map has been about the same as a terrorist bot. So you've at least got the worst player on Empire off the board. That's still a win for Team 1, don't get me wrong, but Empire have tons of firepower and explosiveness left to deal with Team 1. The question mark is going to be, of course, the bomb site. The bomb site does not seem well tailored for a smokeless defense. We'll see if Team Empire can surprise us. They're on match point. They do not want a repeat of what they saw yesterday against BDS, so they've got to ensure that they make up lost time and ensure they don't repeat those same mistakes. We've got about half of the round expired, still about 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go, and a Nitro Cell goes, called perfectly as Neskin perishes. A grenade drops, but it doesn't do any significant damage, and both teams find themselves into a 4v4 with 1 minute left.
That Nitro Cell is just one of the examples of assertive play that you need to bring out in order to counter the lack of plant denial. There goes the wall opened up, so they got one of the Electro Claws, and now you've got panel 3 and some of panel 2 nice and wide. Levy also inside a bathroom. He can make a play from the drop. Scyther's getting aggro. He knows he needs to. He's also got his C4 pre-placed, or someone else's C4 actually. He'll be calling for it with the cardiac sensor.
KDS on yellow stairs, absorbing a bunch of damage, as Ali Mao was waiting very patiently to see what he can pull off. Scyther right up on that panel, very aggressive. There's a Nitro Cell there, and another one will get tossed out, but it goes onto the breach, doesn't do enough damage to Lagona. Scyther taking a beating, KDS on the flank, and he might be able to exploit this, but he misses out, and Dan can't win the gunfight. KDS is still there, and Team 1 are sweeping right in. Shepard on the retake, though, good enough. Lagona's diffuser in hand, he's getting it planted. This is the match on the line for Empire. They need to shut this one down. The Guardian right now is Levy, as Lagonas will get out of dodge, but down goes Lagonas. He can't do too much. He won't be able to get out of there. Levy's still holding this angle. They realize how tough this is. Team Empire just did this to Team 1, as they've all scampered off at the site. All was finished off by Levy, as Shepard will now need to deal with one player outside and one player above. He knows how challenging this is. No Nitro Cell in his hands, so he's going to have to wait for Ali Mao to make a mistake. Shepard will go on, and there's Ali Mao looking for him, trying to outduel him. Shepard will go back onto the diffuser, but Levy encroaches now, and he'll seal the deal as Team 1 stay alive. Do you feel that, Michael?
Yeah, that's the energy. That's
but
the
do you feel that?
I feel that.
Okay. Do you feel it coming, Michael?
I don't even know what it means, but
it's
I
coming
feel
again.
it.
I foresee overtime.
Score is 3-6 right now, and you can bet your bottom dollar that if we don't get to OT, now everyone will blame Parker. But
why am I to blame? I did nothing wrong. I don't have any superpowers.
Are you sure about that? No.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that? Yeah, no. Based on the results of that round, I mean, it's clear to me, at least, that
attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I don't want to talk about smoke again. I really don't want to talk about smoke.
You mean like
Parker.
you didn't want to talk about Jaeger or Valkyrie?
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, you have to do it, so deal with it.
I do have to, because that's what happened just now.
We'll do it.
Yeah, there was no denial. End of story. And we saw a much better go of it from Empire for denying without a smoke. You talked about how they're more prepared to not have a smoke than Team 1. That is clear. But it still wasn't enough. Team 1 got that objective down. They played it well in the post plant. Good job to them. It's definitely a lot more expensive in terms of manpower, but hey, job done. So it's worth it. Joystick had 2 pests in his pocket, and he chose to shoot that one instead. Interesting. So
attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
actually, now he has 3 pests. He just picked up his, yeah, he's them all active, I guess. Empire finding themselves in a good position, all things considered. But they're definitely going to need to do something to stop the objective play, and obviously it can involve the typical roles. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought out Tachanka, but again, you really do need to practice Tachanka for him to be viable. He's so viable if you practice him, but not everybody does.
I feel like we haven't had a good example of Tachanka yet. Na'Vi tried. Downstairs on the bottom floor, yes, but I still feel like there's untapped potential for Tachanka that we haven't witnessed.
Space Station on Villa, remember that?
Michael, I distinctly said on consulate, please follow along.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Unbelievable.
Half deaf, is my excuse.
You can't keep using that as an excuse.
I totally can, and I just did.
4 years of casting together, ladies and gentlemen, and every time he doesn't hear or doesn't listen to what I'm saying, he goes, oh, I'm half deaf.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Oh my God.
I'm half deaf. You're going to have to speak up.
Empire are on match point, Michael.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Is that loud enough for you,
I'm
son?
half blind. I didn't see that. Thanks for pointing it out to me, Parker.
Oh my goodness. Anyway.
Not actually that one, though.
There you go.
So,
Joystick had died early in the previous round. Despite it, they still came close. That was map control that was held up top. With Empire losing that piece, then Team 1 were able to very quickly coalesce around the bomb site and get that diffuser planted. This time around, it's another garage defense. And it's been second times a charm thus far for Empire on their console office. More defense. Are we going to see the same thing here?
That was big from Levy, getting the mute jammer. You know, they could, of course, just bring a Thatcher. That'd be a lot faster. But, hey, job done.
Possible. Inconceivable.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Yes.
Not possible at all.
So, wall opened. No thermite being brought here from Team 1, so it's a small hole. And look at that damage being taken from Alimao as he tries to peek the breach. It appears there's another mute jammer on panel 3, so they're going to need to deal with that one as well.
Flank cam set up by Levy. Scyther's been down. That's the first player to go. The first domino, potentially. He's not really recoverable, or yes, he actually is. Shepard is right on top of him, and they'll lose some of the ceiling, but they have to reposition. Joystick is still at the back of the site. Given what KDS did, finding that loophole and sneaking down, sight unseen, they need to ensure that this is not happening to them again. But Joystick gets spotted by the Sam Cam. His position is known. And in come the Candelas. Smoke might go out at some point. Lagonis gets the diffuser down. Always falls first. Team 1 with the upper hand in the ensuing fray, and they'll get out of dodge as quickly as they can. No yellow control for Empire. They will fight from the back of the site as the rest of Team 1 just simply vacate the premises. Another kill comes in for Alimao this time, and he gets shot away at by Dan onto Lagonis. Down he goes. Joystick on yellow stairs. He will try to outduel, and he does a good job of it. And all of a sudden, Empire have a fighting chance, and it gets even better for them. But still, they lose Shepard. Joystick will need to clutch. This one gets real tough. His position given away, he'll fight, and then it's a simple kill, but no, Alimao puzzlingly missing it. Neskin has great patience. 11 seconds left. Joystick is on it. From above, Neskin needs to wait. He can see the head of it. Can he? Joystick falls off. No, Joystick is staying on it! Joystick stays on it! Empire gets the round. A huge blunder by Neskin, and that's the map for the Russians.
Oh my, Neskin, you cannot do that. Just about as bad as it could have gotten there, Parker. Vertical control is basically unwinnable for the defender in a post plane. In that situation, Joystick has no right winning. Absolutely none. But he gives himself the only window of opportunity. And then all that needs to happen is Neskin needs to mess up. And, well, guess what? He did.
That is such a massive, massive mistake. I cannot tell you how a team at this level should not be committing to that, and it might not even be Neskin's fault. It might be that he got bad information from somebody. I don't know, but you cannot be making it to map 4 of just a grand final at a major and have that happen. There's nothing we can really say. There's a lot more that happened there, but that will be a huge blow to the confidence for Team 1, and now they're going to be put to the test. Yeah, we're going to Villa, the very final map. I said I wanted all 5 maps. We're going to get them. I said I wanted a war. We haven't really got that because so far 3 of the 4 maps have been quite one-sided. Will Villa fall that way as well? We'll see if there will be any dramatic hand gestures from the desk as they try to break down that map.
I don't know, man.
Where were you, Neskin? Where? Never mind.
That's tough. That's really, really tough to watch. They absolutely had that last round, and then he's not there.
I also was getting a little worried for Empire again because I thought the script was playing out the same way as it was yesterday. It was like 5-1 at the half, and then, oh no, it looks like they're coming back into it, but Team One end up kind of losing to themselves in the final round of that map.
Joystick was getting a couple of kills, and you were like, oh, like you were getting excited. And I was like,
I was like, Joystick quad?
I was like, no, it can't. There's a guy outside and there's a guy above. It's physically impossible to win this unless that happens.
Yeah, and even so, it wasn't even a case of can we see if he can see his head. It's more that Joystick ran out, got a frag, was detected, and Neskin wasn't there for the follow-up because he knew his position. Wall hacks exist when you're outside a building for too long as a defender, and he couldn't take advantage. What? Why? Why did this happen?
Well, if there is a team that is capable of mentally bouncing back from this at this event, I would say it is Team One.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Because they have showed that resilience just time and time again at this point. So I think they'll be able to make it back. Plus, it would have been very disappointing if we didn't go to a 5th map in this series. I know I said I was concerned about Consulate, and my concerns were well-founded, but this time, you know, we get to see Empire on the attack just like we did yesterday. They get the 5-1 lead just like they did yesterday. This time, however, they didn't close it out. And worth noting that in the Joystick interview we had after their match, he said that they threw it. You know, he categorized, he was like, well, when we started throwing was what he said. And so this time, the throw doesn't come from them, maybe comes from Team One instead.
Yeah, I think this was just like obviously a very attacker-sided Consulate, right? And I think the bans had a huge impact on that. But I was really surprised that I guess that they banned out the smoke and still had so much struggles on their defense from the side of Team One. Like, surely this should be your game plan. You should have a way to deal with these plants going down anyways. It wasn't that big of a shock that Empire were struggling with that because they didn't choose to ban the operator. But I don't know. That was a strange strategy from Team One. I didn't like it at all.
Way too many confusing operator choices or lack of operator choices in this match as well. Times where Thatcher was not banned, yet we still saw Team One running almost zero denial in order to be able to close up those reinforced walls. And then when we switched halves, all of a sudden we're looking at a case where Team Empire are the ones running wall denial, and there still is no Thatcher brought out from Team One. So very confusing overall in terms of what Team One were trying to accomplish here.
Because we almost always see Thatcher banned, is this just a case that teams don't practice it anymore, and so they're not comfortable with it on the off chance that it is available?
Stokes said it best yesterday, Thatcher is still a cheat code. Like, regardless of the nerfs that he's had over the past couple of years, it's still a case where if you don't run wall denial, then you're not going to have a different way through a wall because you still have Thatcher available. The fact that Thatcher wasn't banned here still means you should find a way to work him into your lineup, understanding that most of these walls still do require some hard breach potential, especially for a map that relies as heavily as it does on a garage site where it's a 3-panel wall that you have to open, and so much of attacking that site revolves on opening the wall in the first place. If there's no denial there, that means the attacking team can skip so many steps they would have to go through otherwise.
How important do you think not running Thatcher was then? Do you think this would have been much easier had Thatcher appeared?
Yeah, especially considering that when Empire were playing defense, they were running wall denial operators. When Team One were playing defense, they played Kaid probably once and then never ran a wall denial operator past that initial round. There wasn't even, like, and Thatcher's being brought almost every time on the side of Team Empire because they understand they're not running it very occasionally. We saw walls get opened within the first 20 seconds because of how easy Team One made it for Empire. It was pretty astounding.
Well, as you can see here, 7-3 the score on Consulate. Finally, Empire getting the Consulate win confidently. I will say confidently because it wasn't confident against VDS, against another top team at this event. They had barely won that 8-7 and then, of course, lost on it to Team Liquid. So finally, their choice is looking a little bit justified here. What was the biggest improvement in Consulate for Empire?
Something they did in round 15 of their game against BDS was they moved onto a garage attack, did it really quickly with as many people alive as they possibly could. What was their goal? Make sure they get the garage ball open, smokes in appropriate places, get the diffuser down as quickly as they could. They did that exact thing probably 3 to 4 times on their attack, which led directly to a 5-1 half and made it way easier for them to take control early on.
Wow, what a beautiful segue, Jacob, that we have. I don't even need to do this job because you could just say that and then we could just go right to the telestration with Jesse because that's what he's going to show.
Thank you very much, Jacob and Monty, for the introduction. Yes, we're here with the Telestration, of course, and this is the very first round that Empire go for their fast attack. They did win round 1, but this is going to be the one that they go for their execute so cleanly. And what I want to focus right away here, before we even press play, notice the positioning of Team 1. Let's draw a line right down the center of the map. Notice that everybody on Team 1 is on the right-hand side. This is a big problem because Empire are going for the plant right here. Nobody's going to be in position to stop this. And notice as well, these drones are catching that. Empire have realized there's nobody over here. We can do something kind of sneaky. So let's clear this out and let's watch how it goes. Now, notice the ways that this is going to get denied. There's 2 main ways, right? The first way is going to be Levy going for a push here and being able to stop the window player from jumping in. And the second one is people down below using C4s or just their guns to deny the plants. Watch how both of those fail. First of all, Levy's going to take a bit of damage here from Joystick on the window and runs away. He takes a little bit of damage. You can see about maybe 20 HP, runs away because he's too afraid of getting killed by Joystick. Otherwise, as we continue down here, Neskin, look at his outline. He's in the basement. He's in no position to come and deny this. Empire are now swinging in, and what are they supposed to do? The smokes come out, the frags come out. Now Team 1 realize what's happening, but they can't get the line of sight on the planter, and they are struggling here. So the plant goes down 5v5, and already we see the panic from Team 1. Let's continue to play this one out, and I want to show some pretty nice stuff going on, actually. This is going to be a really fun engagement. Alamau is going to be fighting on the staircase. He gets downed, but then watch this C4. Neskin throws a C4. I'm going to play it just a moment longer. The angle from Neskin, who's right here, is through the hatch, above the wall, through a hole that they created onto the stairs. Doesn't matter, they're going to lose this round anyways, but I thought that was super cool. We'll keep playing it, and from here out, it's pretty simple for Team Empire to clutch this round. Again, with the 5v5 post plant, it just makes it so simple. And sure, it's a 5v4. They know Team 1 has to get aggressive, so the aggression comes in. They're running out onto the balcony. I mean, there's really good play by Scyther. Joystick as well, or sorry, Dan as well, is going to have really good coverage on these inside and outside players. There's just not enough left here for Team 1. This is a good run out from Levy. I believe he's going to get this one. He does, but then it's traded out, so it doesn't matter. In the 1v1, KDS gets his kill, but it doesn't matter. And that is one of the reasons why these rounds were happening so quickly. On the side of Team Empire, they're going so fast for these takes because of the lack of smoke, keep in mind. And these rounds just kept on coming time and time again.
Well, thank you, Professor. Those fast plants certainly helping out for Team Empire, coming in with a strong game plan and forcing the retakes from Team 1. We also have round 5, which is another post-plant scenario that you wanted to discuss, Jacob, so why don't you lead us through it?
I felt like it was a lot of the same thing happening in this case, but it was very Sonics-esque almost in a couple of circumstances where they're looking for a site hit as fast as they're able to get a site hit off, but leaving as many of their players alive as they possibly can, and like you mentioned, forcing that retake scenario. So in round 5 in particular, it seemed like it's a lot of the same over and over again. The issue here is that it's more trying to get it done with as much time on the clock as possible, which is going to prevent all of those roamers from coming back with enough time to make it worth their while. So if we end up getting into the replay here, then I'll show you what's up. So we're already back in a lobby scenario, but Shepard wants this plant. He's already behind Circle at this point, and the cross from KDS is a nice one. Joystick dead is cool, but this is still going to be a massive issue. We're in a scenario where Team 1 theoretically should be able to reclaim control of Circle Desk and main lobby before going right back in, but the crossfires from Team Empire are impeccable. This is the other reason why this is such a problem for everyone, whoever plays Consulate. It's down to Levy in a 1v1 because Dan and Scyther have perfect post-plant positioning regardless of whether Shepard stays alive. He's willing to go in there with his smokes, get the plant down, and sacrifice his own life for the sake of the diffuser going down, and there isn't anything Levy can do with those crossfires in a 1v3 scenario. It's perfectly executed from Team Empire.
I feel like the plan with banning smoke here was for Levy to play on Echo for the entire time, and that would be their plant denial. And Levy loves Echo. He plays this operator all the time. It's his most played operator in Brazil. It's been his most played operator here in Mexico. But they were never able to get a yokai deny. I don't think there was a single time a yokai actually actually was able to deny the plant. So whether that was him just not having his drones in the right position, or whether that was Empire doing a really solid job of making sure they could destroy those yokais before they went for the take, it was hard to tell. Probably a little bit column A, a little bit column B, but that's definitely something that Empire did to counter that really nicely.
Smoke ban was a massive handicap. I think Team Empire decided, they can work around it. But it's been banned by Team 1 specifically because they don't want Shepard playing it. What's Shepard going to do? Play everything else other than that one area denial operator. I'm almost surprised we didn't see any Tachanka played in this game, but it still worked out really good. The thing for me is you can't take Alamau off the stuff that works. If it's mostly smoke, let him keep playing smoke. If it's any other op, sweet, he can flex to something different, but in a scenario like this, play safe. Play what you understand because you still have Empire in one more map to best.
Okay, last map is Villa. Villa is another map that Empire won over Team 1 at the 6 Invitational. They won 7-2 on this map. So is this going to be a repeat? Are we going to see the Team Empire victory? Have they now figured out with these kind of fast rushes onto the sites and these quick plants how to defeat Team 1?
This is such a tough question. I don't think this map is going to play anything like Consulate. I don't think we're going to see a similar smoke ban, and even if there was, it's so much harder to rush the plant on a lot of these bomb sites. Like maybe Kitchen, you can make that work, but generally that's going to be very tough to do on a map like Villa. So I think Team 1 have a good bit of hope there. The momentum, though, I mean, it's with Team Empire. I am afraid for the Brazilians. You know what? I'm sticking to my prediction. I think they're going to win this one out, but this is going to be fun.
I'm going to stick with Empire. Overall, this is a big deal, a big blow for Team 1, but the last time, or probably one of the more notable times we saw Team Empire play Villa, was the last map of the 6 major online back in November, and it was Empire versus BDS. It was like a 7-1, 7-2 route or something like that. And what was most notable for me was Empire ensuring that everyone who was attacking on BDS's side died insanely quickly. People not getting into buildings, Empire playing aggressively. I'm sure we might see a very similar style here, mostly because if they can do that kind of decimation against a BDS, what would they be able to do against a team of Brazilian, almost rookies who haven't been in a scenario like this before?
You know, all I'm going to say is every time at this tournament when Team 1's back has been against the wall, they have delivered big time, like big time. Not just a little, but like hugely, right? So Team 1, I still have faith in you. We're going to go to a break. After that, final match here at the Rainbow Six Mexico Major. It's going to be Villa.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play. Well, we wanted all 5 maps, and Michael, we have made it to the 5th and most pivotal map in this series, and it wasn't in the fashion that we expected, in fact. While the teams took their respective maps to start, they then traded each other's maps, and now we find Villa as the ultimate tiebreaker, where the winner of this map in a single best-of-1 goes home as the winner of the Mexico Major.
It's a large build-up here at Parker, as we've seen a best-of-5 go truly to the end. And with no map advantage, it makes it even more exciting, as these teams have been trading blows back and forth. So, Villa for the final map. This will be an interesting one to be sure. I honestly cannot say who I think is going to win this.
I have no clue.
Because frankly, I mean, Consulate, we just watched that played out. I think Empire's a better Consulate team. I think people were billing that wrong, saying that Team 1 was a better Consulate team.
Spicy.
I do feel that way. And on top of that, Team 1 completely shot themselves in the foot. It was hilarious. I already talked about the smoke. I'm not going to bring that up again. Now, Empire versus Team 1 going on to Villa. This will probably have something to do with the bans too. I expect to see much more default bans here, because I don't think Team 1 want to put themselves in a corner again. If you're wondering, that's Alan Mao, assuming you can hear him.
Team 1 are a very young squad, and they committed a couple rookie errors on console. They got a little bit ahead of themselves, and they got punished for it by the more dominant and older experienced team of Empire, who have been here before. Yet still, if you were in this room and you took one quick glance over to the bench upon which Team 1 are currently sitting, you would not think that they just ended up with that map ending that way. Now, the rest of the team might have come back, but Neskin is the one to watch, because that misplay on his part can haunt you for the remainder of the series. If he's not capable of bouncing back almost immediately, then you know that it's impacted him, and it is very much in his head, rent-free. But let's get into Villa. We've got the operator bans up on your screen. Hibana and Thatcher are both to go. You talked about standard bans, and well, Team 1 is going to ban Smoke again, Michael. Do you have any immediate thoughts here on this?
I get it. On Villa, it's not as bad. To straight up, just go and get it out there. Villa is not as bad as Consulate. Consulate's always been one of those maps where there are a lot of places you can plant that are far removed from the rest of the defenders, so it's hard for you to deny. Indirectly, you need that smoke. So Villa, number 1, is better for Tachanka, in case that happens to be your plan. And number 2, yeah, you can deny the plant in a lot of other ways. The C4s are much more practical here, not as much on Consulate, especially with that garage take. There's lots of alternatives. Oh, look at that. Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
You talked about it. You said that he's a viable alternative. You got into some fighting on social media, though, about Tachanka.
I mean,
Doki, explain this.
Doki was saying, he was saying that, like, he doesn't think that Tachanka is as good an alternative. And to be clear, he thinks that he's not as good as Smoke, which... duh, nobody's as good as Smoke at what Smoke does. He's the ultimate denial operator. That's not what I was trying to say, though. I was trying to say that don't go on Consulate, ban Smoke, if you don't have any alternatives. Like, if it's going to completely... Don't shoot yourself in the foot unless you have a crutch. That's what I was trying to say.
There you go. Doki, your response?
Nah, he can't.
Thank you for coming out.
That's unfair. I mean... To be fair,
anything else to say, Doki?
It's unfair.
You up here with the bully pulpit. He can't even fire back. Oh well. Round number 1 starting underway. Empire will spend the first 6 rounds of Villa on defense, and then the sides will swap, and then Team 1 will go on defense. Villa, characteristic of this map is that it is strong for the defenders. Go figure. Most of the maps currently in the map pool tend to skew towards the defense, so whether you start on attack or defense tends to have a disproportionate impact. Now, with that said, as defender-sided as a map like Villa might be, a Smoke and a Valkyrie ban could completely upend that, and we could in fact see a very attacker-sided map. So, look for Team 1 to have a bounce-back performance here. Neskin in particular needs to make the most of this and ensure that he is not still shooketh from the previous map.
They shaketh and they shooketh and they've put them down. Empire not able to get the first pick there. Neskin trying to challenge on the main stairs. Alan Mao with the assist. The nades unsuccessful. Empire not encouraging any, or rather encountering any damage as they continue to persist on site. this vertical play for Team 1 is going to be really important to the outcome of the round. If they're able to, leverage a pick, maybe with the skeleton key or with the nade, that could make all the difference in when they go for the actual hit on the site. Stun's going out to clear ADSs, nade's going out to clear out players. Dan is going to reassess this as the nade detonates, and there's Neskin with the first kill on Always.
To try to show that he's still very much back in the game, and obviously his confidence is back as he is fighting all across this map. 2 big kills for Neskin to start things off with. Empire will trail. Shumika launcher goes, and KDS looking for 1 as he sees a cross from above. The Tachanka's still there. Want to make sure that that fire doesn't do any damage to Scyther as they explode. Molotov's right in front of him. Down below, Joystick lurks, but Alimo is prepared and ready for him. Almost winning in that engagement, but Joystick manages to get away.
This Tachanka play is exactly what we saw from Space Station, and I think it was pioneered by them, if I'm not mistaken, and it's a good alternative to Smoke to hold that main staircase from a far-removed position. Despite that, though, Empire are still down 2 players, so even though they do, yes, have very useful tools, they are in a position to lose this round if Team 1 just don't make any major mistakes.
Shepard watching an angle now will have a lot of work to be done as Scyther gets punished for it. Joystick down below, he's also silenced, and Team 1 looking to make up for lost time right now as they get a flawless round to start the final map.
Now, to give credit, of course, what Doki's talking about, if that were a gas canister instead of a Molotov from Tachanka, then Tachanka's not getting pushed on that corner, and that's the difference between Smoke and Tachanka, and it's why Smoke is still a much more viable operator in terms of denial. Now, in general, when you're looking at this, those picks from below, I think, are probably the most important thing that came out of that round. I talked about how the vertical is going to be big for Team 1, and they didn't just put a light vertical play on the board. They straight up, I think, 4 attackers downstairs trying to play from below, nades, skeleton keys, the lot. And it's worked quite well for them. They managed to get a pick on main stairs. They also managed, main stairs. I always get main and red confused, because confusingly, red is in the middle and main is on the side of the building. So that's counterintuitive. Anyway, they managed to get a pick on main stairs. They follow that up with a shot into the site, and Empire, no answer back. The reason why they couldn't answer back, by the way, this is important, is that even though Empire tried, because when you're down on defense, you do need to get aggressive to get the kills back, depending on the site. Even though they tried, Team 1 were playing so entrenched on the vertical from below that it's really hard to push that. The flank watch was up. There was a lot of manpower for Team 1 downstairs. I mean, that is just, you're not going to get that kind of a push successfully as the defender.
Oh, what a start for Team 1, and that's a statement for them, as there was no way to slow them down. The Tachanka obviously not working out the way they wanted to, and that experiment for Empire is short-lived. Empire will now go the North American route and bring Frost, an operator that sees it in abundance in North America, into the fray. Given that this is going to be a kitchen defense, as they're down on that bottom floor, once again, do not let those silhouettes confuse you, even though they are very similar. Not the same, but very similar to the trophy statuary bomb site above. You want to be quick and get into this site and do some damage? Well, then Team 1 have the lineup just for that. Empire need to be prepared and ready for this. They hold a lot of control on that top floor and can prevent Team 1 from establishing a vertical presence. But the thing is that Team 1 have seen this type of defense from Empire before and decided to directly hit the site. Can very easily take advantage of the lowered numbers.
No way.
Oh my goodness, a Frost mat kill. I believe the EUL casters call that a pog mat. And Lagonis is down for the count, but KDS is going to sprint right in. Wow. Flash goes out over his shoulders. Shepard is the first to fall. Joystick answers back, immediately gets out of there. Dan's Nitro Cell kills Scyther. Oh goodness, that's not what you want. Lagonis has been picked back up as Joystick's Nitro Cell goes out. Plant going down as always will look to come in. Very easy kill for him with the Roni, but he needs to reload and be cautious of somebody aiming from behind. Down goes always, so Joystick will need to clutch out. Diffuser going down right in front of him. Joystick running up. He gets the kill, but he doesn't know where the last remaining players are. They're in close pursuit, and he has to play ring around the rosy. Only Joystick can hit those kinds of shots. Lagonis now with just 20 HP will be the one to outduel as Levy's been downed. Joystick looking for the secure as he's crawling away. More information being given to him. Lagonis and Joystick in this 1v1. A tense moment, but Lagonis still has over a minute to go. Tons of time for Team 1 to figure this out, but what is Lagonis going to do? He doesn't have access to the diffuser. It's being camped by Joystick, and he knows that.
He's going to run on over to Piano and try to move his way back using the drone. This is what happens when you have so much time. So he's going to position that drone in a position where he gets information from his dead teammates. He doesn't necessarily need to use it actively. So that's going to be good information for Lagonis to enter into Memorial. Now he can directly confront Joystick on the 1v1.
Lagonis is the one who has to bring the fight to Joystick, but through the wall he tries to engage on. Keep in mind that AK is such a deadly weapon. Joystick doesn't need to do anything. Just play off of this mute here. A single bullet or two at that range from the SMG will be enough to fell this ace. Joystick can even play a little bit more reserved if he wants to, but that's not the way that he likes to do things. Still around the bomb chassis, Joystick takes the fight to him, and Lagonis loses as both of these teams now have 1 round on the board.
A legendary 3-piece for Joystick, and he's been the one to step up and perform when Empire needs him most. We talked about this last play day against BDS on Consulate, where he managed 20 kills. And look at this save. I mean, Team 1 completely lock out Empire from their own site. And I just briefly, okay, enough talking about Joystick and his amazing clutch. I have to mention Empire, they're not even trying to hold Memorial on a kitchen defense. What? And okay, I get it if you're trying to force a retake, sure. But then your Frost is completely exposed, not expecting a push through Memorial, sidearm shotgun out, trying to make some holes somewhere. And then, okay, you lose the player, you lose the control, and everything's gone absolutely awry. I mean, I don't know. I've been pointing out that we've had massive gaps in Empire's attack and defense throughout the playday. It's been really weird to observe because they didn't have these quite as much in previous days through this tournament. I mean, you also have to commend Team 1 for realizing that there are these opportunities and absolutely punishing them. So, Empire on the roam south side of the building here. This is a trophy defense. Once again, the Tachanka is being brought. It's always cool to see. See what exact use they get out of him in this round. Though bringing the shield is super important as well, and you've also got one there for Alibi, so lots of options for Empire in terms of setting up extra lines of defense, and Dan's just going to try and delay as long as he can for these 2 roam clearers that are coming over on the study side of things.
I assume that we're going to see a very calm Villa here, Michael, between these 2 teams as they pay absolute respect to one another, given how close this has been. And
yeah,
close in terms of maps, but not necessarily in the actual server. Right now, I think you have to give a nod to Empire, because even the one map that Team 1 came out ahead on over on Villa, and they're going to get a massive leg up, taking Dan down first. Dan is 0-3, but don't expect that to stick around for too long. Was that it was still very close. Empire have been competitive on all but 1 map thus far. You can't say the same for Team 1. Scyther realizing that he's lost his teammate will have to go for broke. Team 1 looks to reposition. Always falters now as well. And I said that it was going to be a slow matchup, but I guess not. Team 1 have now taken out 3 players on Empire. Joystick looks to come back to the site, but Ellie Mao is prepped and ready for that. Scyther in a 1v4, watching the stairs. Could get jumped on. I don't think they know where he is, but yes, they do. KDS, a great flick. And these teams are just going to trade back and forth. Michael, I feel a close one coming, and it's starting to brew.
Yes, sir, it absolutely is. And you can see Team 1 are very hyped up. I have to make the same observation I made on the kitchen defense, Parker.
Make it.
Obviously, it went the opposite direction here. We didn't see it because we were watching the roamers, but once again, a light presence on site for Empire. Team 1 realized there's a light presence on site. They kill the 1 player that's stopping them from taking site, and then they flood site. It's just weird to watch. And well done to Team 1 again, realizing they have the opportunity and seizing it without hesitation. I mean, there were 2 minutes left in that round when Team 1 had effectively already won it. So there you go. Empire will change up the site. They're going to go to Aviator Games. I think this is the right call to, you lose a round like that, just mix it up, change some things around. Maybe try Aviator. I don't know, it's these basic mistakes in coverage that are just weirding me out. Especially, this is the last map of this entire tournament.
Yep. Well, Empire have had 1 good crack at it. Once again, this smoke ban coming in from Team 1 might be playing a disproportionate impact on Empire on this map. It did not pay dividends whatsoever on Consulate, but as you very wisely pointed out, Villa plays out extraordinarily different from the way that we see Consulate. Consulate's a very thin, very linear map that is a lot of rappel play, a lot of exterior gunplay. You get in, you plant, you get out. Villa, far more expansive. A sprawling map where you need to take map control either on the floor above or below on every single bomb site. The basement exists, though seldom used, unless for a deep lurk from a Caveira or a Vigil or a Pulse, or just a rotate from another operator. So there's a lot more flexibility on a map like Villa for players. It means that a smoke ban has a little bit more consequence. And it seems to be hurting Empire thus far, but we don't need to get too far ahead of ourselves.
I'd actually say the opposite. I would say it has less consequence here than Consulate.
Well, okay, what I mean is that it's hurting Empire more.
Sure.
Oh, a nice walk-in from KDS to take out Scyther. Opening duels so far for Team 1. Well, they're looking pretty sharp. And taking out some important players, as there are 3 people on Empire who have yet to find the scoreboard. There's an opportunity for Dan and Shepard to fix that, but
oh no,
Scyther will not be able to for the remainder of the round as he is as good as dead.
Really unlucky timing there for Dan. We actually saw Alimau vault in there, and he would have been exposed, but no one was holding the angle. He's going to be on 90 Repel now, trying to put in some work, see what he can pick off. Team 1 have been really good on these opening picks. They're going to continue that trend here. Oh, I want to see what's happening elsewhere. We've got the 90 Repel. Okay, so this is a study split, actually. Team 1 want to cut off study, prevent it from being used by the defenders. Ooh, down goes Alimau, as I believe he tried to go in below. Yes, indeed. Neskin, though, will get Shepard, so the answer back is swift and firm. Team 1 maintain their advantage.
Neskin having an incredible performance. We don't need to keep referencing back to what happened in the previous map, but a strong play from him is obviously going to bolster his team's chances, and he's got 5 kills to lead the way, tied up with KDS. In fact, he, Joystick, and KDS all sit at the same talent at the moment. With the final minute to go, Team 1 are trying to take charge over towards 90, looking down Classical Hallway. On the stairs, not too far off, is Dan playing this angle. He gets droned out, and we'll go right back to the window. A grenade could get tossed in, but it won't land all the way. It's stopped by a magnet. Another goes out as well, and a drone swatted too. Down goes Joystick as Neskin picks up his 6th kill and his double in the round. Right now, Team 1 are very firmly in the driver's seat here on an attacker-sided Villa. Dan gets punished for it, and always will have to be the one to hold on, but he won't. A 3K for Neskin. What a performance. And Team 1 are up 3-1.
Team 1 are just walking in on these lanes, and Empire have nothing in their pockets to challenge with. That last round, we saw a Sledge vault study window while there was a defender still at top main. That's not supposed to work, Parker. And yet for Team 1, going against Empire right now, it is. So, tactical timeout for Empire. If there's ever a moment you're going to take it, it's right now. They're bleeding out on attack, and they need something to correct that. They need a bandage. I don't know that they're going to be able to correct this. Frankly, it seems to be like a fundamental advantage for Team 1 in the terms of like the play styles we're seeing. I think Empire are taking for granted a lot more passivity, and there isn't any from Team 1. They are not slowing down. They are taking their plays assertively. The only round we've seen Empire win thus far was a 1 versus 3 clutch from Joystick.
Well, an individual performance like that, and it sure seems like we have a spectacular end to Villa in mind, but if you want a close matchup, you got to hope that Empire will find some magic of their own when they swap sides, because right now there is no bark and no bite whatsoever for Empire. They are languishing on most of these rounds, and absolutely we talked about that smoke ban, and we will continue to come back to it time and time again. 7 kills for Empire. Right now, nowhere near good enough through 4 rounds. Less than 2 kills a round.
Yeah, that's...
Neskin alone is 7 kills, by the way.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's really rough for Empire right now. They are... they're in a bad spot. Now, I think it might be different when we switch halves, to be fair. Empire go on to attack. That's going to change things up. But I also don't think that Team 1 are going to let Empire regain momentum in the second half. I have a sneaking suspicion that when Team 1 switch onto defense, they are going to play incredibly aggro to keep Empire from setting up the way that they're comfortable doing. And because we're likely to see Empire go down in the first half, that's going to be a really tall jump for Empire to make. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to manage it.
No, I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen Team 1 play offense on defense across this entire event.
Yeah.
They did so against Liquid on Consulate. They tried to do it against Empire a couple times. They definitely did it on Chalet, the brief window that you saw.
Yeah.
But I just, if you're Team 1, you got to keep that momentum going. And we can never discount this team. They just had a humiliating loss on Consulate. Their map where they could have sealed the deal, and it was a massive rookie mistake that caused them to go to map 5. And you know what? it hasn't faltered them whatsoever. They are still very much in this game, and they picked up right where they left off from Coastline. I would even argue that they're back on Chalet with the dominance that we've seen, but of course we won't know until the sides swap as to whether or not this is just the way that Villa will play out.
Slow going here. Empire trying to be very cautious. Now, they did lose some HP on Dan, but for the most part, they're playing it safe. And I understand that. You know, every single round means so much in this map, as it's obviously it's the last map in the series. They're trying to do their very best to make it as impactful as possible. And Empire, their focus now is on staying alive. Shepard could do some work with that pulse. So he hasn't gotten a kill yet, so he's trying his best to do just that. In fact, neither Dan nor Scyther nor Shepard have
3 zeros right now.
Yeah, the triple
on
zero.
the Empire. Yep, on the Empire side of things, triple zeros for Scyther, Dan, and Shepard. These are players who are too good to be performing that poorly. They need to find the scoreboard, and they need to find it quickly because the utility war from them is not particularly vital and hasn't been very good either. We hit the halfway point, but it sure seems like from the sounds that Team 1 are looking for a knockout blow. And oh my, no! A team kill, Neskin, but at least he collects onto Always. He was going for broke, and he messes up, but that's okay. Still secures it quite well. Down goes the Alibi. At least the Alibi clone. Dan's still upright. Which one is it? How many more exist? 2 more? 2 more Prismas?
Neskin's trying so hard to compensate for the fact that he messed up in the last map that he's accidentally flicking onto his teammates. And I don't know, that's tricky as Alamau goes down. It's Neskin for his second, technically his third, as he picks off yet another player from above.
Those 3 zeros, Michael, become 2 zeros, as it's Dan and Scyther looking to break that curse that's on them right now. Lagonis and Neskin in a 2v3 that very quickly becomes a 2v2. That could become a 2v1. They have them both lined up, and they know the positioning, and there you go, trying to box them out. Neskin looking to not take any damage as he's slowed away by the Melusi Banshee, and Joystick will head back into the site to try and give Scyther some support. Joystick playing off of this panel over by China. And there goes a Nitro Cell over to the A-bomb. Lagonis, a Selma, will look to take out some of that wall. Neskin takes out Joystick, and Team 1 only have to find Scyther, and they'll do just that. A huge round from Neskin, a 4K, technically a 5K with the team kill. An ace, if you want to call it that. And boy, he is just making up for lost time. The first half will decidedly go to Team 1 as they now take 4 of these 5 rounds.
Neskin says, if I couldn't do it then, I'll do it now. And he certainly is. 4-1, oh boy, for Empire. They are seriously struggling here on Villa. Definitely seems like a situation where they are just not comfortable. Now, given that scoreline, Empire's going to have extra pressure going on to the second half to succeed on attack. If they aren't able to, oh, that's tricky.
Attackers need to locate
I mean,
and
this could
defuse
be a
bombs.
much more one-sided map than the consulate that we just watched.
Team member find themselves in hot water right now, so
yep.
You don't want the temperature to rise too much more, or else they'll be boiled alive.
But it looks like they are being just that right now, Parker. As I mean, frankly, that defense downstairs, and again in kitchen, there's a lot of things, right? My main focus for the kitchen defense for Empire is their distinct lack of memorial control. It's such an integral part of the site, and almost every round where Team 1's attacking kitchen, they get memorial practically for free. It's it's not what you want to see. I mean, frankly, at this level, it's odd to see. There are so many distinct instances of Empire not holding where Team 1 pushes. So there's 2 things going on there. Negligence for Empire and Team 1 realizing and taking full advantage. And that's been the main story for how Team 1 are taking rounds through this entire series.
So much confidence right now in the way that Team 1 look and the way that Team 1 play. Boy, I mean, just try not to be a armchair psychologist here, but based on what we see at Empire, you can never tell what they're feeling because almost never do they have a look of joy unless something goes really, really right. They are very stoic in everything that they do. And I mean, they managed to come back against BDS, and they've come back against other teams time and time again. The mental fortitude plays a huge role for Team Empire, and right now, Team 1 are showing that they are just as capable of doing that, given how heartbreaking that last map was.
Ooh, Dan, he's looking for his first kill. very dangerous the way he's playing this. Aggressive on 90 is not an easy thing to pull off, but Dan might be able to. Good information there on the roam clear over by Master. That's relayed to these roamers for Empire. This is, of course, the last defense for Empire in regulation, and they're going to have to switch on to attack after this round. It really does have a lot of weight. A 4-2, that's not too bad. If this is a 5-1 for Team 1, I am terrified going into the second half if I'm Empire.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen so many 5-1s happen, Michael, that it seems like it's almost...
standard?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen. It's so obvious at this point. Forecasted, whatever you want to call it.
Prognostication.
Are we not the prognosticators in chief?
We are just that. It's our job, Parker.
Absolutely. So, Team 1 right now looking for yet another round. 1 minute to go for them to get their wagons in order, circle those wagons, begin their assault on the bomb site. Empire have stayed alive and not forfeited a pick longer than most of the rounds thus far, which is a good note for them to end this half.
Yeah, all they need to do is wait a little bit longer because the time is starting to dwindle. And, oh, it's the first pick. There it is, and another for Team 1.
Oh, my goodness. Team 1 looking absolutely unstoppable at the moment, and Empire are struggling mightily. This is not the position they want to find themselves in. That smoke ban paying dividends right now. Empire realize at this point that they need to get real aggressive real fast. A Selma goes out. Scyther needs some backup. Dan sees one on Repel, but he can't hit the shots. The perspective works in favor of Ali Mao, who's only got 1 HP. A flawless round could be lined up. Always says no, but Team 1 says yes. And it's a 5-1 half as they're 2 rounds away from being major champions.
Team 1 are carrying this momentum all the way to the bank, Parker. They need only 2 more rounds. And that is all she wrote. It's so close, and Empire look absolutely flustered. I mean, not literally, you can't tell, but the way they're playing looks like they're flustered. They're missing default setups. They're holding lanes poorly. When they get aggressive, it's not working out for them. So you can tell that Empire's trying to adjust. They're trying to say, okay, this isn't working. Let's try this. Okay, that's not working. Let's try this. You know, it's the constant rotation of what are we going to do? How are we going to change things? And none of it's working for Empire. However, now we switch sides. And with that smoke ban still a factor, the defense is definitely at the disadvantage. It's such an impactful ban in general. The question is, can Empire rally from this deficit? Because it's not just one in terms of the round count, but you've got to be frustrated right now based on how decisive that first half was.
I mean, Empire took their time out at the tail end of the 4th round. Empire are notorious for not taking rounds, but also taking them later in the map. The fact that it took Empire only 4 rounds to call a stop, that suggests that they know that things are very wrong. And I mean, that smoke ban is obviously going to have huge impact here. Now, because it was banned out by Team 1 and they brought out the Tachanka, this was something that you were hypothetically talking about in the previous map. You said, well, why don't Team 1 run the Tachanka? Well, now it looks like they're going to do just that. Right. And it might have just been a map too soon for them.
Yeah, I mean, Tachanka is obviously not as good as Smoke at what he does. But he's better than nothing. You don't have any denial. You don't have any way to stop somebody from pushing a lane. That does present an issue. And to be fair to Team 1 in this instance, they're just straight up winning their fights. So it might not actually be as essential for them as it would have been for Empire, who, I mean, they still have 2 donuts and a breadstick.
Yeah. Might as well be a full bakery here for Team Empire.
It seems like that's what they're getting into.
Isn't Cafe Dostoevsky part bakery?
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. So
there you go.
Coincidence? I think not.
Empire, obviously, are currently almost on the edge. They have played so well throughout this tournament, and this would not be the result that they want, but you can literally never count them out. Team Empire are always fighting, no matter what.
Yep.
But I feel like so many teams before them. Team 1 just simply punishes even the best. The first bit of damage that had been done was to KDS. Other than that, there's really nothing else to show for it. Dan is on the Lion now, not Scyther. Scyther on the Giannis. There's been some juggling of roles here as they slowly but surely get ever closer to the bomb site.
Technically speaking, you know, this is really impressive stuff from Team 1. We haven't talked enough about this, but they're a 2021 formation team, technically, as it being Team 1. So there's such a new roster, and there's such a young roster in terms of players. And seeing them go this far and potentially make that run, I mean, even if they were to throw right now, it would be incredible. Dan trying to challenge 90, and he's going to lose so much HP. Nate from below, and down goes Levy. This has been a good round from Empire so far. Tons of damage being done to these Team 1 players.
They get the mirror window, but Levy will be recoverable as the Lord himself walks on over. Empire need to make sure that they are not falling victim to the clock, as there is a minute to go, and tons of times for those Shumika launchers and those Molotovs to be put to work. Given how low Dan's HP is, he will die if even the smallest portion of the flames tickle him, so he needs to be very wary of playing farther back. That's Shepard's job, to get in and get the diffuser planted, and they will just continue to shoot those Molotovs in the same spot, giving an upper hand to Team 1 based on the clock. Empire relocating, and they're in the site, in fact. They'll get the pick on Neskin. That's technically the very first kill to go, but look for a fight back, as there's KDS making some serious noise, and all of Team 1 are wiping them out. It's a jump in from Joystick, but he's got so much work to do. With 10 seconds left, the diffuser is there, and nobody from Team 1 are going to give him a single inch. They don't need to do anything, as he crosses right in the line of sight of Levy, and that's a knockout blow on the round. 1 round away from the championship for Team 1.
And you can see the emotion clear for Team 1 on their faces. They are absolutely zoned in on this match. There was the potential that switching to the second half might give something to Empire. Maybe they'd just be better on attack. Maybe without the smoke, things will be different for Empire. But it is safe to say at this point that they are struggling, regardless of the side and regardless of the operators available. Empire are just not in it right now. They had firm control of the plant position. They read the Tachanka play correctly. They planted in a different location, but they just couldn't hold the push, the retake from Team 1. It's that simple. And it's really odd to watch for Empire, but equally impressive to watch for Team 1. As I was trying to mention earlier, there was a lot of action going on. Team 1, technically speaking, formed this roster on this org in 2021, I believe, earlier in the year. So it's very new as far as teams go. And nobody had them going this far in the bracket. Nobody had them, I mean, getting this far in the playoffs. I don't really think a lot of people had them getting to the finals. And yet here they are, 1 round away from beating the legendary Empire. And Empire, on the other hand, really struggling. I mean, just, wow. If they end this with still 2 donuts, that's on them, man.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say about it, realistically? This has been not a shocker because of how good Team 1 has been, Michael.
I mean, they've been good. They've been real good. They've been playing some of the better Siege that I've seen in a while, and the reason I say that isn't because of the structure. It's not because of the coordination. It's not because of the individual player skill. It's because of Team 1's ability to seamlessly, and without anyone even noticing, transition between their strong points, those ones I just referenced. They're all good for Team 1, and they can use whichever is necessary as the situation requires it. They are one of the more dynamic teams in all of Siege.
And Lagonas taking some fire, or Joystick rather, taking some fire from Lagonas. And Empire don't get the start that they want. Dan is in hot pursuit of the 3 different players from Team 1 who are all down below. This is where you really need to stick to the plan that Empire has, if there even is one here. Kitchen defense for Team 1. Empire are the defending major champions. They won the Raleigh Major, and a Nitro cell from Ali now goes off. Down goes Joystick. He has been the lone strong performer thus far from Empire. That does not bode well for their chances with half of the round to go.
There's still some time for Empire, as you mentioned, but I don't know, Parker. This roam is still upstairs for Team 1. They're still trying to stop the push. And if they can't even get the clear, it's going to be hard for Empire to take the round. What are you doing?
That's the real one, Michael.
You're just walking in.
This impressive run from Team 1 looks like it might be drawing to a conclusion in all the best ways. 2 bodies for Empire to find. They won't get one, though. Shepard trying his best to keep his team in it. He and Always will need to work in tandem to try to stop this Brazilian menace that has foiled every team along the way. And they're doing a good job of fighting back, though Team 1 still has the advantage for now. With a minute to go, Empire have to hang on, and they have to bring the diffuser into the site. They've got control above.
Shepard is low on HP, but Always and him are aligned, and they've got map control that they need.
Here comes the vertical play from Shepard, the one breach that he had left, and he needs to get a pick off of this, or they're just going to have to funnel into a disadvantage in terms of manpower. You also have Alamau on the roam. That's going to be a major factor later in the round.
The fact that he is going to be down there as a nuisance, where they won't see him, they won't know he's there, and Empire don't have the bodies to commit to a flank watch. When Shepard goes to get that diffuser down, Always will need to be the one to watch for the remaining 3 players from Team 1. It took about a miracle for Team 1 to get here, and with Always taking some more damage, it looks like Team 1 have it within their grasp. A small entry point for Team Empire to get in, and they'll fight back and forth. Levy doesn't see it. Oh! Down goes Alimau. All it is Lagonis in a 1v2, as Empire need to get that diffuser down. 5 seconds left, but it's been surrendered. And do you believe in magic, Michael? Because I do, and Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major.
Parker, they are that team! What a win for Team 1! They go all the way! Almost eliminated in groups, but they carry it to the finals, and they get the dub.
Unbelievable performance. They had such a rough start to the group stages, but then they started winning, and they never stopped. Unbelievable from Team 1, as this has been the first real Cinderella story that we've seen. Never in Rainbow Six history, at a major international event, has a team so far down the power rankings ever been able to win until today.
Parker, I've been casting Siege since before players even had salaries. And I gotta tell you, you're absolutely right. That is the first true Cinderella story in Siege history, and it will go down in the books.
Absolutely unbelievable performance from Team 1, but that does it for Kix and I. We'll watch Team 1 hoist that trophy high.
Me, all of you, let's go. Wrap around in front. Let's go. Every single one of you on the team, I want you around here. Yeah, get that Brazilian flag out. That's what we want. I know you guys are out of breath, but I'm going to need you for just a single second. All right, everyone crowd around. I'm going to start off with you, Alamau. Obviously, the best dressed player in all of Brazil. I'm sure maybe people will disagree, but you have the best style, and you have one of the best duos in the world of Levy. Tell the world what it's like to have had this team for 6 months, and you walk away major winners and one of the best teams in all of Brazil.
It's amazing. Actually, I'm not believing right now what we just did. We have 6 months teams, like she said. Like, we thought that I don't know, guys, we just made something impossible here by beating Cyclops 7-2, and then we won the fucking major. And that's it, guys. It's insane. It's insane.
Alrighty, well, it's not just you, because there's another man on this team at the moment, Lagonis. Step up next to me, because this wasn't a very, very important tournament for you, because you dedicated this to your grandfather. And not only that, but you built this team 6 months ago. Just 6 months ago, you put all of these players together. Did you think you'd be standing in here, and what do you think this means to your grandfather right now?
So, like, no, I can't believe that, like, with only 6 months, we are here, the major champions. It's incredible. Like, other lineups have, like, 3 years of team, and we're only 6 months. That is, like, insane. And, yeah, my grandfather died, so this is for him. I hope that he's seen this, and, yeah, I'm so happy. Like, 6 months of team. We built the team in, like, 4 days, 12 hours of meeting to build the team. The 6 people here, and it's amazing. The feeling is perfect.
Well, before you go, because you're the mastermind of this team and everyone out there deserves to know what you've been able to build, besides your coach of Chubbs as well, you played 17 maps, you won 11 of them, and now after this grand finals, you played over 170 rounds. And I know that sounds like a great number, but you get to walk away with this stunning trophy behind you and $200,000. What does this mean now going back to Brazil? What does this mean since you have locked yourself in for 6 Invitational? What does this mean for Brazil and the team for Team 1?
Yeah, So I think never Brazil has won a major. So it's for all the Brazilian people, like we're here for them too. Like we're like fighting for them too, and like going for this title with this title for Brazil. Like it's amazing. Like we won the title. Like I don't know how much we're gonna earn of prize, like money prize, but like the title is what it means, you know. Like we work so hard to make this happen, and I'm so happy that we make it to the finals and won the championship.
Well, I have one final question for you here, because not only are you representing the world of Siege, but you're also representing Brazil. You have the flag on your back right now, and you've made history inside of Brazil. Why don't you spend a little moment talking to all the very, very passionate Brazilian fans out there, look them right in the eyes and tell them what this means to you and the team?
In English, right?
No, you can do it in Brazilian.
Bom, rapaziadinha aí, mano, comunidade brasileira de Rainbow Six. Mano, acho que eu tô desde o início aí com vocês, mano, e, mano, tá aqui incrível, é tanta gente apoiando, desde o início, mano, dessa jornada aqui, cada um, mano. Então, muito, muito obrigado, velho, e, mano, continuem que é só o início, pé no chão, que ainda tem muita coisa pra vir. Obrigado, galera, tamo junto.
Obrigado. Enjoy, and thank you very much to everyone. I'm gonna throw it back out.
All right. Thank you so much, Jess, for that riveting interview. And now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to hand out the awards. And in order to do so, it is my pleasure to bring up Alex Charsky, the Associate Director for Esports of Ubisoft.
Rafael, feliz aniversário, tá?
Hey, guys. Let's get all the players over here, guys. Come on over, guys. Come on over. It's time for your awards. And once again, this is Alex Charsky, the Associate Director for Esports at Ubisoft. He'll be the one handing you the awards. Big congratulations once again, boys. Once again, an incredible run here, for Team 1 as they managed to push their way through a true Cinderella story throughout this tournament, and now all the prizes are yours, the $200,000, as well as the plethora of SI points that the team is now going to be getting here, inching closer and closer, if not already qualifying for an SI position as we drift closer towards 2022. Once again, a very impressive feat. We have some great medals for these guys, as well as an excellent bouquet of flowers, once again given out by Mr. Alex Charsky here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Let's raise that flag up nice and high as this is your champions, your August Major Mexico champions. It's Team 1! To break down this incredible match, we're going to throw it back to Monty in the desk one final time.
I have to say, I have almost never seen plot armor in esports as thick as the one that Team 1 was wearing in this event. They went from one round away from elimination into the group stages, defeating the second best team in Brazil. Maybe they are the best team in Brazil now. You got to give it to them. The second best team coming into this event, and finally are the champions here of the Mexico Major. Absolutely stunning story.
Could you imagine if this team only beat Cyclops 7-3? They never would have qualified out of groups. They never would have made it to the bracket. They never would be the champions of the Mexico Major. It's insane, the storyline.
6 months. These guys have been a team for. 2 of them were on a team prior to this, but that was it. There wasn't any other connection for these guys on this roster. And now they're here, defying the odds, winning a major, knocking off the favored Brazilian team like you mentioned in those playoffs, and they just defeated the Russian machine. What's next for these guys? I have no idea, but they are already locked in for the 6th Invitational, so their future looks very bright.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's next, right? This win is the win that guarantees them a spot at the 6th Invitational. The 2nd spot, they'll be there with Team Liquid at least. Oh, it's good for Brazil.
All right, well, it's our privilege as well to be able to give the MVP of the entire tournament here. So your MVP of this Siege Mexico Major will be Levy. As we have decided behind the scenes, he had a fantastic run, even though Neskin really did perform brilliantly on that last map. On the whole, if you look at Levy's performance, why was he the standout player of the Team 1 roster?
Levy was the rock. Every single game, Levy was here being able to perform for Team 1. He was the one with that flank watch that was always able to hunt down those roamers, get them the early edge. He was the main guy that was able to lead them to victories against Cyclops, going into the bracket against Dark Zero, against Liquid, and of course, against Empire as well. Hugely deserved MVP performance from Levy.
Consistency was the name of his game. We touted Alamau as the superstar of his team coming in, and it's absolutely deserved, but there were games where he was off slightly. Levy did not have that problem in the slightest. Obviously, you see 36 and 31 over the course of that best of 5. He is the reigning champion at this point. It's going to turn out fantastic for him as the rest of this season progresses.
Look at that opening kill stat, 8 and 2. That is insane.
Let's go.
He had a negative KD coming into this matchup. Don't forget that.
True.
8 and 2. That's insane.
All right, well, gentlemen, it's time for your final thoughts. Give me your one closing takeaway here at the Mexico Major. What excited you the most about this event?
It's Team 1. They're the best in the world. They can say that now. They've conquered the Mexico Major. They've finally done it from a team that didn't exist 6 months ago to come in with a storyline like this. Absolutely incredible. You can't not love this team. Huge congrats to Team 1.
The big takeaway for me is understanding one very simple idea. We're back. We've been looking forward to LAN events for a long time. Getting the chance to have this event 3 months after the 6th Invitational just proves that there is a consistent trend time and time again of what Siege is able to do at its highest competitive level when we've got everybody in the same building. Congratulations to Team 1. This would not have been possible if we weren't able to get everyone on the same location, playing at the same time in the same room. For everybody on Team 1, I know you are thanking your lucky stars that you won 7-2 in that game and not 7-3.
Yeah, unbelievable run, guys. I hope you, as Rainbow Six Siege fans, truly treasure this event because it is one of the most unique that I have seen in esports history. Thank you so much for joining us here in Mexico City, and congratulations to Team 1 on their major win.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.